Miss Millicent Aziku to introduce the guest speaker. Okay, so please, before Miss Aziku comes in to introduce the guest speaker, I'll call on the DJ to give us a song or two just to help those who join us to settle in. Thank you very much.
You're listening to DJ Atoki.
Asampayetia Obayansa fusu wo bunubia wankana asam Zema futu sam kakre wa supeme Yo kofi oman ya woman Omani ya memana Yenyi baby ako Wacha zaza ya warenyi Wonsom wanyinyi pa Nasadipa wofyo ye Yamo yembera ye Ebe ya ifinena Omae ya umano Omae ya memana Adiwa ya nora Nyamichata Nyamana renya Wonsom wanyinyi pa Sawa ya wanabe Yamo yembera ye Ebe ya ifinena Wonsom wanyinyi pa Nasadipa ofyo yo Kamo yembera ye Ebe ya ifinena Omabe ya ifinena Omabe yo Asite be ya ifinena Oh Omabe ya ifinena Yena Kamo yembera ye Ebe ya Obra you arabo Omabe ya ifinena Emina Kamo yembera ye Ebe ya ifinena Ese Omabe ya ifinena Obraya bwesebe ya ifinena ro Ao Omabe ya ifinena Yamo yembera ye Ebe ya Yamoni ye Omabe ya ifinena Obraya bwea Yamo yembera ye Ebe ya Omabe yo Omabe ya ifinena Obraya warabo Kamo yembera ye Ebe ya ifinena Sikanyu brudo wafa Timpawo we yes na winya Nyamishira Omanyi payo zefua Enyanum Yafanya misroye Jumana nyami besrayen Obra boya Kamo yembera ye Ebe ya ifinena Omabe ya ifinena Ejano mapofo Asite be ya ifinena Omabe ya ifinena Adije Kamo yembera ye Ebe ya Yafa enyi benkawa Omabe Ikadarabuku, blemadarabuku, mene dadabuku, misuwo, mikawo, akamiyefu. Darabuku, misuwo, dadabuku, misuwo, mikawo, akamiyefu.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, DJ Ato, for playing such patriotic songs. Indeed, we all have a role to play to ensure the development of Ghana. And so let us do the best that we can. So I'll call on Miss Millicent Aziku to introduce our special guest.
Yeah, no, okay. Hello, I hope I can be heard.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much, MC, wonderful MC. And then thank you, everyone. Welcome once again. And I'm honored to be called upon to introduce our special guest for the Congress. Our special guest for today is, of course, a woman, and she has over 25 years of experience working in global fortune. She worked with the Coca-Cola Company for 13 years in Greater China and Africa, and with Sub Myla for 4 years in Africa. Her career experience spans general manager, business operations, marketing, strategic planning, alignment, etc. In 2006, she was relocated to China by the Coca-Cola Company in Group General Manager role. She spearheaded bottling operations, business strategy, business models and development and transformation for 14,000 employees, resulting in double business value post the acquisition. She led multinational teams of 8,000 people to successfully deliver the first global go-live digital business collaboration platform. She is the founder of ThriveUp, integrated business, culture, and talent transformation platform since 2016. She consults with business leaders to drive business, digital talent, cultural transformation to achieve strategic alignment, innovative and transform business model. She helps to build organization, entrepreneurship, mentorship, develop agile, and then help to change management capabilities. Our guest speaker for today had her first-hand experience in highly demanding and pressurized business setting. Our guest speaker is uniquely equipped to assist leaders to navigate many multicultural teams through large-scale transformation and innovation process. She attributes her success to her passion and leadership capabilities to unlock individual and team potentials. She also coaches and teams and she is the general manager. She coaches general managers and high potentials, including multinational FMCG, automotive, chemical and manufacturing companies. Her executive coaching style is growth focused, pragmatic, emphatic, and stimulating. She helps clients to get the heart of issues and identifies leadership growth pathways for transformative change. Congress. The name of our guest speaker for today is Miss Katrina Chan. And Miss Katrina Chan is the founder of Thrive App and is the former general manager for Coke. And Miss Katrina Chan holds her master's degree in business administration from Wheat Business School in Johannesburg, South Africa. That's wonderful. She is inspired as a life learner. She continues to pursue learning and development from the world-renowned institution. Ms. Katrina has been invited to judge the social entrepreneurship competition in Shanghai. She served as mentor at SOSV, China Accelerator, and MOS, and advised several NGOs and is the #1 most active early stage investor in the world and #4 most active VC globally. She's very fluent in English and Mandarin, and she had many certificates and professional certificates apart from the educational certificates. Congressmen and women, this is our guest speaker for the Congress, and Madam Guest Speaker, these are your people. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a thorough introduction. I appreciate that. Hi, everyone. May I share the screen? All right. So thank you so much for the invitation, and I am thrilled to be here and just to share experiences and also some insights, what I have heard and observed and experienced since COVID-19. And with the thorough introduction, I just give snapshot with some visuals about my life up to date. So Africa is extremely special to me. And I spent 13 years over in Africa, have been to Ghana twice. And so far, I have worked with 101 nationalities of professionals up to date. And 2006, I have led Coca-Cola Global Digital Transformation Initiative and to help Coke in China to turn around the business and win back market share. And with the complex system of Coca-Cola, we have encountered different type of challenges in different parts of the world, and that have trained myself to be resilient in my work life. Sorry, I'm just changing the screen. Okay. And I have done a few the first in my Coca-Cola working life. So have delivered the first global go live, have delivered the first market level strategy, which map out the whole system in terms of the revenue. So we could pinpoint how to go to the market, target the consumer and customers, and generating the revenue at the same time, convincing investor to put down money to do the market expansion in Africa. And I was the first chairwoman for Diversity Council in Southern Africa and rolled out to the whole Africa continent for Coca-Cola Company. And I deliver business transformation within 7 months, most of the time. Other leaders in other countries within Coca-Cola require 2 years to transform a business. I did it within 7 months. And also, I have done the correlation analysis to convince investor to invest, which was also the first, actually the first when I joined Coca-Cola company from South African Brewery Miller. Being the first Taiwanese Chinese landed in Africa and demonstrating the value in a different continent. I point this out as hopefully as inspiration to all of you living in China, that it is possible for you to do something extraordinary in China or any other continent as well. And I transitioned my career into currently my own entrepreneurial business, integrating business, digital, cultural, and leadership transformations. And I also do one-on-one coaching and team coaching, and pretty active in a marketplace transformation with NGO. One of the photos here, you probably see your Minister of Finance. I met him in Israel in 2016, and it was such an honor to listen to his speech and to have a conversation with him. So this is me, Katharina, in a professional settings. So today, I would like just to cover the following agenda, just set the scene about what is leadership and what is leader. And secondly, about COVID-19, what has COVID-19 have done to macro, micro, and individual levels, and the implication to the role of leadership in global development. So what is my role? And I will also like to pose the question to challenge all of you to reflect upon your role as leader as well in the global development. So this photo of a cat looking like a lion is the inspiration or articulation as leader. COVID might have challenged some of those leaders think like they are lion, but be shrink because of a lot of fear, uncontrollable factors, and life is just flowing into different directions. So have the lion being made to become the cat, or some of these smaller lion become a bigger lion. It's a question I have been thinking, who am I when I am looking into the mirror, when I am looking into the future, who I can still become, even in the midst of COVID-19. So think about that. Leadership. I just trying to simplify into playing in your mind, almost like leading a ship. So a leader leading a group of people, casting the directions, steer the directions, and have an anchor. And no matter what type of weather, this boat or this ship will still go to the direction they want to go. So leadership is the accomplishment of a goal through the direction of human assistant. So if we just taking into different pieces, number one, it has to have a vision, have a goal, has the direction, has the purpose, have the assistant of human beings, and not just one, but also have the macro environment that would challenge the leadership, quality, characters, and there's relationship with this team to be able to go where they want to go. And that's how I define leadership. And I found this great summary from Harvard Business Review for your reference. So if you go to literature to research about leadership, you'll see different school of thoughts, different models. And if you practice at corporate like Coca-Cola Company or any of the Fortune or global 1,000 companies, they have different definition, but the important thing is a company or an institution must have a cohesive definition so that the team of people have a framework, have agreed characteristics. They can measure, they can model, they can also know how they behave, not how they think, so it can be unified and go to the same directions. So John Maxwell summarized in such a simple, wonderful way: a leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. So leader is someone who inspires passion, motivation, and must have the follower who are willing to follow. A leader is someone with a vision, and there's a path to realize that vision. A leader is someone who ensures the team has support, has the tools, has the structure, system, etc. to achieve. So on the right-hand side are from the Center of Leadership Research with a list of characters for your reference. So I won't go into that detail, but a good leader looks like someone who holds high integrity, knows how to delegate, etc., and will communicate, will influence, and has the character of empathy, courage, and respect, and also ongoing learning and willing to adapt as well. COVID-19 has turned around our life, and all of you probably haven't been able to travel back to Ghana or elsewhere to visit your family. And the economy, because of the lockdowns and because of the shuffling of the investment, has really causing us, out of surprise, but 2 years has passed by. So there are some train of thoughts. There's also some patterns we can use to predict. But the fact is, life is never ever gonna be the same, and business is not usual anymore. So according to World Economic Forum research, there are possible two paths going forward. One is either will come out, already come out, either stronger, some are stronger, but some have been destroyed, some have gone totally upside down, some have come stronger, and it might lead us to a better place, or to become more inclusive and also equitable, respectful, and empathetic, and honor the quality of humility. Or it can go the other way to an even worse world. And we'll all have nasty surprises. And all those are really in the hands, of those our portion, what we can control. But there are also a lot of things we cannot control. So within those which we can control, and we can say, pause the bottom and reset, and look at how we can contribute as a human being on this earth. And let's have a look of what we can reset moving forward. Right, so there are three forces that we can bear in mind when we're looking at how to participate in that resetting. and knowing how the world has become closer and closer because of technology, and because of languages as well, and because of, used to be traveling, but now we can travel with technology. So the interdependency facilitate globalization and also systematic connectivities as well, with the facilitation of technology to bring that interdependency in the way that some of us wish to have, but some of us also need to watch out what's the implication, for example, like social media. Velocity, and because of those factors of technologies and also desire to do global trading, for example. So looking at those interdependencies and the implications also into velocity. So the immediate culture, I want the result right now, especially in China, everything is okay, 干货, you give me result 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I can use it to generate result. That mentality also contribute to the global development. And with the information analysis and a lot of decision makers might not be taking the time that required to make decision, once again, because of pressure, because of just flooding of information. And some might just neglect information and just jump into conclusions. So what's the implication of those forces contributing to global development? And the world is also becoming more complex with the diverse components, and the biology, psychology emerged throughout COVID. You have already heard about the research about medicine to treat COVID. You have probably also paid more attention to mental health, etc. And there's a shift toward those components and how those components contribute to the future, or even now, actually, the global development as well. So also think about effectiveness in the midst of complexities as well, how to achieve that part. At macro level, according to World Economic Forum, and there's a framework for the reset. And I added one thing, which I think is so critical in such times as well. And I'm not sure why World Economic Forum will forget about this fundamental of human being, from family being the nuclear part of the societal structure contributing to the macro level. Without this foundation, everything will collapse. So our relationship with our parents, with our siblings, with our extended families, how we think about our family. Secondly, about economic, more uncertainty and the shuffling, shifting of the labor forces, the way of working remote or combination of the hybrid, virtual. Now we have even more different type of way of working, and some realize we can actually work from home and do not want to return back to work, and some just want to be entrepreneurial. So there's a restructure in that economic system of labor force, consumer investors confidence, supply chain disruption and reorganization, and slower economic growth forecast as well. And government rethink about physical and monetary policies as well. And of course, right now, not just COVID and with the war going on in certain part of the world, also contributing to, the moving around from nation to nations of their policies as well. Geopolitical, globalization, nationalism, and the governance as well. And they are rival between nations to nations as well. And those also contributing to rethinking about how to reframe the policies as well as societal inequalities and social unrest, and big government and social contract. Technological, we will see even greater degree of acceleration of digital transformations. And there's contact tracking and tracing, surveillance, and what does this do to the macro level and to safety, to privacies as well, and how to reset to the level that will do good to the humankind. Pose the question to all of us to think about. Environmental, you probably experienced the extreme heat right now in Shanghai and part of the world as well. So the climate change, this is not new, but with the COVID implication to the environment, we have offended the mother nature, the role the creator create intentions there. And how do we reset that? Air pollution and pandemic risk and lockdown and the carbon emissions, etc., all are the critical components for the leader to think about macro level. So within the macro level, the two parts, one being digital technology and also supply chain being totally disrupted, and how to keep the supply chain going should another COVID comes again. So we do not repeat the same error. Is a lot of leaders are discussing about that. ESG, sustainability, and stakeholder capitalizations as well. The industry part posts that reset about our social interactions and the behavior change in terms of permanent in certain job or just transient in terms of permanent in a location or just transient. Those are some of the behavior changes we have observed resetting as well. At individual level, who am I? What do I want? All those fundamental questions any leader should be reflecting on continuous basis. So that relational to self, relational to family, to friends, to community, to work are really critical questions for individual to reflect upon. Because without that truth to self, your relationship to your community, to your work, and to a bigger global environment will not be meaningful. So I would say resetting will need to start from individual level. So question about priority, there's increasing of self-awareness, increasing of, wow, this is happening. What can I do? What should I do? Is my life shortened? Therefore, how do I contribute? How do I use my creativity? How do I use my innovation ideas for a better good? And how do I allocate my time? Where do I spend? How do I save? Where should I save? Where I should invest? and about human. So many darkness are going on. Is it posting the questions about what's right, what's wrong, what's light, what's darkness, what's our moral choices? So how do we redefine that? Increasing awareness in any company. I think last year I have 5 requests about doing work in the space of mental health. I'm not an expert, but within that, things like stress management, and also there's well-being. So emerging awareness because of the lockdown, calling companies to pay attention to their employees in those spaces of relational, mindset, emotional, physical, and even spiritual awareness about human needs have emerged. So what leaders can do and should do in the midst of all those research, and a group of leaders coming together as a team of leadership, how to cast that vision, how to be the anchor, how to steer the company toward the direction in the midst of chaotic situation. There's also formation of a greater ecosystem to work together. So a team might not be flying alone and would need to form with other teams and to depend on each other's strengths and to coexist in the space of leadership. So the fundamental needs for the role of leadership to fulfill is all about people, about you and me as human beings, about a group of people. So early on, I shared about the emergent themes in the space of leadership needs, support, well-being, mental health, humility, empathy, resilience. And with the technology, with the ecosystem, with the supply chain, with global borders being locked down, but using technology continue to facilitate conversations. So the collaboration across borders in different ways are huge need in discussions. Facilitations of the resources in ecosystems to deliver the strategic initiative and goals, sustainabilities for environment, and also for the business models as well. Agility, innovation, and leading change are those core things which are critical for the role of leader to embrace about their leadership qualities. But in the midst of this, how to connect the dots, how to continuously communicate with clarity, with conviction, with peace, with calmness, and to take the team toward where they should be going is a critical piece for the role of leader in global development. So I summarize in the following points about the role of leadership in global development in the face of COVID-19. Number one being elevating leader in terms of positivity and being optimistic, stay calm, and have the quality to be resilient no matter what. If you want to be a leader, you got to have those qualities. in the midst of the storm. Number 2, making decisions even with uncertainties. So to pause, to reflect, to assess, to anticipate, to act, review. Number 3, demonstrating empathy. Be aware about we are human beings and we are the same actually at fundamental level. We all have needs and we can be psychologically safe to be vulnerable and to demonstrate empathy, to be compassionate. Number 4, communicating effectively. Be transparent, don't hide and say it's nothing. Actually, COVID is just in our face. So just be transparent about the implications, about the business, about some of the challenges, about the risk, about the need for your team also to contribute, to make decisions as well, as transparent as we as leaders can be. We can win that trust, and communicating with clarity and also as frequent as possible as well, especially in uncertainty, that people require some voices to show them we are, doing something. We are in this together and we jointly in the same boat. Number 5, facilitating collaboration and also ecosystem resources sharing to make sure resources can be also shared and can move around, and the learning can also be captured to share to benefit everybody in the ecosystems. Number 6, increasing awareness and support for mental health, emotional, and well-being needs. Number 7, creating a sense of belonging for the team, to be able to have a network and to do bonding and to have a support systems as well, and make it known as well. Number 8, reimagine the future, right? In the face of COVID, it does not look the same, but invite the team, invite leader, invite the community to come together to reimagine what it looked like and painted out different scenarios and weighing out pros and cons and what need to be in place as well. So there's contingency plans as well. And for the company which has the vision, purpose, and value, bring the team together and revisit, are those the vision, or we need to make adjustment, change of the goals and the strategies, but have that session together with the team and making sure it's communicating again, either it's change or not change. When people have vision, the probability of distrust is lessened as well. And also when we have vision, the probability of being, perish is also lessens as well. So it's so important for organizations to have vision, for a leader to cast the vision, even in COVID-19. Number 9, defining and deciding your leadership. Early on, I shared about the research. When we ask about the definition of leadership, we get different answers, but there's no right or wrong. But importantly is to have a consistent definition of leadership within the team, within an organizations as well. And even for you yourself, myself, individuals as well, what do you represent in the space of leadership as well, so that we can grow ourselves and those around us and our business when we have that clarity of leadership. So communicate, 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 but communicate what in this dark hours? Communicate love, communicate hope, communicate peace. When we take those space and speak those languages, it would change the atmosphere. It will shift the paradigm. So my role right now in the global development, doing my job to influence and impact leader in the space of helping them to bring business, digital, cultural, and leadership transformation in a way that's more integrated, consolidated, reducing waste, reducing time, and increase their effectiveness and increase their productivity by using my global experiences. And either it's corporate or NGO, I support in the space. And I also do one-on-one executive coaching and helping the leaders who are lost or who need somebody to walk along with them to solve certain problem or challenges and moving from A point to B point. And also I do systematic team coaching, looking at a global systems from outside in, inside out, with the total systematic point of view in the midst of COVID-19. So those are my services, and I live with you. What about you? Having some of those insights I share and pose certain question to you, maybe sparkle some light for you to reflect about you. What is your role as a leader, playing that leadership role, contributing to the global development in the midst of COVID-19? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Katharina Chang, for your insightful presentation. Indeed, you've averted our minds to a lot of things that we can do as leaders. And I must say that we are very grateful for sharing this with us. So I'll call on Mr. Jehoshaphat to do a citation presentation to our guest speaker.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Before I present the citation itself, I think I'll go about one or two things. Communicate love, communicate hope, and communicate peace. I think it really got to me. Thank you very much. All right, so I'm here to present citation. You all will agree with me that with what Mama shared with us today, we can't pay, but then this is just a token of appreciation from the union, and it reads, citation of honor presented to Ms. Katharina Chang. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce the other name right. The National Union of Ghanaian Students, China, sincerely thank you for availing yourself as a guest speaker during our 34th Annual Delegate Congress on the theme, the role of leadership towards global development in the face of COVID-19 pandemic, held on 14th January 2022. The event would not have been a success without your support. We are exceptionally inspired by your in-depth insight on the role of leadership in the face of adversity towards development. Thank you very much, Ms. Katharina Chang. Thank you. Over to you, MC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jehoshaphat. So once again, we'll say a very big thank you to our guest speaker. And just like my brother said, I also took home these few points, that the leader should inspire passion and motivation in their followers. A leader must have vision and the path to realizing it. And the leader must ensure that his team has support and tools to achieve their goals. So I believe that we have all taken home something, and it will add on to what we know already. So thank you very much, Ms. Katharina Chang. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
So we move on to a very important aspect of our Congress, and usually we have to know the state of the union, what has transpired over the past year and what has been done, as well as the introduction of committees who would serve during this Congress period, and then also those who would still serve beyond the Congress. And so it's always important that at this particular point, we pay attention to whatever information and detail that is presented to us, so that we can interrogate and also dissect and know whether our union is moving on well, and what we have to do to ensure that it grows and progresses. So at this moment, I'll call on Mr. Selom Adade, who is our Secretary General, to do us the honors of reading the previous meeting or reading of previous Congress report and the introduction of committees. Mr. Selom Adade, please, you are welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Felix Jao. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to congressmen and women. I'm excited to be here today to read the minutes for the 53rd NUGS-CHINA Annual Congress. I can see that our numbers are very high. I can see 90 people on the call. That's very encouraging. And I would like to encourage all of us to continue with this good attendance in the coming days. So I will proceed to read the minutes from my predecessor. This minute was prepared by Ms. Francisca Abo. The theme for last year's Congress was transformation and innovation strategies. That's in the area of science, trade, and industrialization to enhance Ghana's economy and the role of students in the diaspora post-COVID-19 era. So we'll start with the first day. So Congress began on the 20th of July, 2021. And it was supposed to start from the 19th to 25th of July, but there was a delay due to some challenges. The meeting officially started at 1 p.m. and was chaired by Mr. Konisi, the national president. Ms. Lydia Ofosu, the Chencho delegate, gave the opening prayer. The president, Mr. Collins, gave the welcome address. And in his welcome address, he stated that the pandemic has forced the union to adopt to the online system of hosting this year's Congress. Again, he said this year's Congress is exceptional since there will be constitutional review. He declared the 33rd Congress duly opened and the national anthem was sung to officially open the Congress. The Secretary General, Ms. Francisca Apple, proceed to read the previous minute to members. She then proceeded to introduce the committee members and NEC aspirants. So with regards to the aspirants, and with regards to the committee members, four committees were members were introduced. That's audit, vetting, electoral committee, and judicial committee. For the sake of records, for audit committee, Millicent Doe from Beijing, Yeboah Richard from Xiamen, and Paulette Christos from Nanjing chapters applied to the audit committee. For vetting was Mr. Felix Ado, who was the former president of NUGS-CHINA and from Nanjing chapter. Then Mr. Bernard Bequin, also from Nanjing, who happened to be former Secretary General, Vivian Ejei Do from Beijing chapter, Evans Opoku-Mensah from Chengdu chapter, Francis Kwesi Treria from Chanchong chapter. Therefore, the electoral committee, we had four members: Mr. Nixon Nikwe, Kennedy Adams, Nashiru Mumuni Daniel, and Mr. Mensah Isaac Ejei. For judicial committee, Gideon Boete, Edward Nketia, Rachel Amwa, Clement Oben, and Dominic Ado were presented to Congress. Members of the House approved the committee members and permitted them to begin their work. However, on 27th of July, 2021, Mr. Boete Gideon submitted a resignation letter from the NGC committee due to personal reasons. Congress reopened nomination to fill the vacant seat from the 2nd of August to 3rd August. After that, Mr. Emmanuel Ajikum applied and was approved by Congress to join the National Judicial Committee. The final list of the committee is attached, just that the difference is Mr. Ajikum replaced Mr. Boete. Now we proceed to, the SC proceeded to introduce the aspirants to Congress, and five members applied to the various positions. The presidential aspirant was Ms. Irene Koko. The Secretary General was Selom Yausi Adade. Gabriel Cheme applied for the financial controller. Seto Kwame applied for the organizer position. Millicent Aziku for the women's commissioner. And Mariama Abdullah also applied for the women's commissioner position. Due to the vacancy in the vice presidency position, Congress agreed to open nomination for all the portfolios for fairness and justice. Nominations were opened from Tuesday, 20th July 2021 at 5 p.m. to Wednesday, 21st July 2021 at 10 p.m. After the close of nomination, Mr. Thompson Anu applied for the vice president position. Then that session ended at 5 p.m. and then the evening session began at 7 p.m. with the commencement of the constitutional review, which was presided by Mr. Samuel Oposu Donina, the NGC secretary. He laid down all the standing orders and pleaded with members to comply with them. So the constitutional review continued from the 21st and 22nd July. Now proceed to take the minute for day 4, which was 23rd of July, which was not a constitutional review day. The meeting started at 1 p.m. and was chaired by the Secretary General, Ms. Francisca Abo. As scheduled, the various chapters presented their annual report and financial statement to Congress, which some were accepted by Congress and others were asked to make corrections and submit to Congress. The session ended at 5 p.m. Then we resumed for the evening session, which started at 7 p.m. and was chaired by the Secretary General, Ms. Francisca Abo. She ushered in the vetting committee to bring their vetting report on the aspirant for the national positions. The report was presented by a vetting committee member in the person of Mr. Francis Cheria. He explained to the House the vetting methods and reasons for their outcomes. The program continued with a talk by Dr. Nashiruddin Mumuni, Head of Medical Imaging Technology at University of Development Studies. He spoke on the topic, the role of students in the transformation of science education towards industrialization for national development. That session ended, the day ended at 9 p.m. Now, minutes for the 5th day of Congress, that's 24th of July, 2021. The program commenced at 1 p.m. and was chaired by the SG. The audit committee chaired by Ms. Paulette Sewa presented the audit report to the House. The national president, Mr. Collins, and national FC, Ms. Nanadwa Anochefa, read the annual report and the financial statements respectively. The meeting ended at 5 p.m. Then we resumed for the evening session for that day. And the evening session was started at 7 p.m. with a manifesto reading, which was chaired by Mr. Ebenezer Nixon Nipwe, the EC chair. After the manifesto, questions were asked, and that session ended. Now we move to the final day. The 6th day of Congress, that's 25th of July. The meeting started at 1 p.m. and the EC chair elaborated on the voting process, and voting officially started from 2 to 5 p.m. After the voting, the following leaders were elected to steer the affairs of the union for the next academic year. The president was Irene Koko Agbenu, Vice President Thompson Emmanuel Anu, Secretary General Solomon Adade, Financial Controller Gabriel Chairman, Organizer Seto Kwame Pojo, and the Women's Commissioner was Millicent Aziku. The constitution review continued from 26th July till 1st of August 2021. Congress agreed to give time to the NJC to compile the new constitution and other necessary processes that needs to be done. So Congress was then postponed until further notice by the local organizing committee. On the 31st of August 2021, Congress resumed to commence the handing over and closing ceremony. The meeting started at 7 p.m. and was chaired by Ms. Francisca Abo. The Constitutional Review Chair, Mr. Samuel Oposu, briefed the members on the outcome of the review. Congress voted and accepted the Constitution amendment. Afterwards, the handing over and closing ceremony was successfully coordinated by the NJC chair in the person of Mr. Clement Oben, NEC, and the LOC. After the closing prayer, Congress was officially adjourned to the following year, that's this year, 2022. Congressmen and women, this is the minutes from last year's Congress. Now I open the floor for deliberation on the minute and acceptance as a working document before we proceed with Congress. Thank you. Hello, can I be heard?
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Secretary.
Yeah.
I think would like a member to move for the acceptance of the report so that we can progress.
Yeah,
if
there's no issue, we can just proceed and then accept it so that we can move to the next item.
Questions or inquiries? Can a member move for the acceptance of the report so that we progress?
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, please.
All right. So I, Emmanuel Nanakusi Oforidakun, a delegate from NUGS chapter, do hereby move that we do accept this report as a working document. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Honorable Nanapoko. Can we have someone to second? Honorable Boama, please, you can unmute and.
Hi, Boama Frederick. I am move. Second the motion that is minute be accepted and deliberated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I move to the next item on the bill. That is introduction of the committee members. So constitutionally, we are supposed to, the Senate is supposed to form committees a month prior to, the specific committees prior to Congress, a month prior to Congress, and nominations were opened for more than a month for members to pick up nomination, and we had nomination for some committees. We have nomination for all the committees, but we don't have the full nomination for all the committees. So I will share my screen to show you the committees that our members applied to join, and then the people who are actually applied to join these committees. Please, can you see my screen?
Yes, please.
Hello?
We can see your screen. Yeah, we can see your screen.
Yeah, great. So I moved to the first to introduce the members of the first committee, that's the vetting committee. These are the members who apply for the vetting committee. I'll mention their name and their chapter as seen on the screen. Alnajwa Nkuma Johnston from Jinjiang, Francisca Abo from Jinjiang, Nanajwa Anochefa from Wuhan, Philip Akopi Atitianti from Wuhan, and then Francis Kwesi Choya from Chanchon chapters. Now, constitutionally, we are required to have at least 2 elder statements in the vetting committee. So here we have Nanajwa Anochefa and Francisca Abo, who happen to be part of the immediate past NEC from the national level, even though there are other members here who have served as chapter executives who equally qualify as elder statesmen. They serve at the chapter level. So constitutionally, these two they meet the requirement, and the rest are supposed to be members of the union. So I would want to endorse the House to look at the names, and then we give approval to them so that they can start their work. Since this is Congress, they are supposed to vet the aspirants. So I open the floor for deliberation on this. If there are no issues, we can proceed to endorse them for them to start work. Thank you.
Please, if delegates have any issues or senators, kindly please raise your hand so that you be called. But if there are none, then I think we can then move for acceptance of it so that it becomes a working document.
Yeah, I'll give the next 5 seconds. If I don't see any hand up, I'll just move. Member will be asked to move the motion for acceptance. Then we take it from there. Well, I think the members don't have any issues, so I'll ask any delegate to move the motion for acceptance of these members as committee members for this year's Congress, vetting committee member for this year's Congress. Thank you. Okay, I can see Japondeme's hand up from Beijing.
Honorable Victor Chendu and then Honorable Jafodame. So Honorable Collins, please, you can unmute and then.
Okay. I am moving for the committee to be accepted. So I, Dakra Collins, Jafundeme, PC for Beijing, move for this committee, vetting committee to be accepted by Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you.
Honorable Victor.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I, Victor Agbesi Chendu, President. I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. These members have been duly approved by Congress as vetting committee members, and they can start their work now. Thank you. We now move to the next committee. This committee was approved by Senate, and they have already started their work. I'm pretty sure by now they are almost done with their work because they have to present their report to Congress tomorrow. So that's the audit committee, and I'll just give the names as on the screen. Mrs. Paulette Christos from Nanjing, Mr. Cheba Fortutu from Wuhan, and Mr. Shamsuddin Mohammed Abba from Chengdu chapter. These are the members who are approved by the National Senate to audit the accounts of NUGS-CHINA. Thank you. I'll move to the next one. The next set of committees, that's the Electoral Commission and the Judicial Committee. These key committees that we need to work with at Congress, we only had one nomination for each of them. Electoral Commission, we have Mr. Ebenezer Nixon Nikwe from 19th chapter, and then the Judicial Committee, we have Mr. Nketia Edward Apau from Taiwan. These are the only two people, these are the personalities who have applied to join these very important committees. Now, we have opened this for more than a month. These are the people who pick nomination. I must say that some people were willing to pick up nomination to work on some of these committees, but they are not in good standing, and we couldn't allow them to do that. So now it's open to Congress. This is the highest decision-making body of the union. Let's take a few minutes, just 5 minutes to deliberate on this and see the way forward. Thank you. You can put up your hand if you have an opinion to be shared or suggestion as to how we can proceed from here to get members to be part of these committees. Please let us know. Whilst we wait for me, I would like to read you the point that the new EC is supposed to superintend over the election. The election at Congress, and the NJC is supposed to swear in. The new NJC is supposed to swear in the incoming administration. So we need these committees to function at Congress. Thank you. Please, can I be heard? Can I be heard?
Yeah, you can be heard. You can be heard.
Okay. So please, we have senior people here. People have served for so many years. We need advice how to proceed from here. Should we open nomination for 24 hours and encourage members to join, or how we proceed? Hello, congressmen and women. Okay, Mr. Felix, please you can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary General. So when you look at our constitution there, Article 33 stipulates, I think, the mandate of the Electoral Committee. And it also states that it has to be okay. So it talks about the composition of that committee. And so if such an important committee has less number that the Constitution stipulates, I think that as the highest decision-making body, Congress should consider maybe opening nominations for members to apply to serve on this committee, and then we can proceed. Because I think without that, it will be impossible to conduct election. So this is my
okay.
my
Thank
take.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Felix has suggested that we reopen it. For how long? Mr. Felix,
I think
for how long?
Within the next 24 hours, it should be appropriate.
Okay. Okay. So that is suggested. Okay, Victor, you also, I can see your hand up.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Secretary. I don't think the National Executive Committee have not opened the slot for the required period. I don't think that is the issue. I think the issue now is why are members feeling reluctant or unwilling to join the association. I think I can be put to, or anybody can disagree with me. If we open this nomination for the next 24 hours, we may not get somebody. So what should we do? You know, at the chapter level too, we are facing same problem. Members are not willing to join the administration of the union, which is very bad. I think that we should rather look at how we could, you know, invite or do things different to even pull members to join willingly, not to open the nomination again. So what happened after 24 hours? The nominations are the time have exceeded and we did not get anybody. What happened? What do we do? So I think we should rather focus on that side than looking for things that actually have been done several over again. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Victor, please, if you don't think reopening would be the best option, what do you think we can do to get the members? We are here. We have just 3 days to finish Congress. Election is supposed to, voting is supposed to take place. If it's supposed to do some work tomorrow, how do we proceed?
Well, in my view, we should look at the Constitution and see how we could address it, because we are not in normal terms. In my chapter like this, we have opened nominations more than 3 times, and you know we are not getting anybody. And my fear is that the association is dying slowly. which is very bad. So we should rather look at what are we doing, or what did we do that we did not pull the members together. I think other members who might have interesting views, but from where I sit, from vice president to president now, I think we should look at something different. Thank you.
I would have loved that if you propose something different that you want us to do. I would have loved if you propose it, but
well, the meeting is still on. I'll come back. I think
okay,
Mr. Thompson, okay. Fifi, and Seto,
okay, so
they've raised their hands. So
okay, thank you. So I'll move to Thompson.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable Selim. I think our then President, Honorable Felix, raised a proposal of opening nomination again. I think that is great. But from your speech, you made mention that there are people who applied, but they are not in good standing. And for that reason, they are not able to apply. Now, this is the highest decision body. If we can take this as consideration, as in people are loving or they have the heart to serve, but because of dues, they cannot serve. Why don't we consider them for them or to brush the dues away for them to serve as part of the union, instead of just dwelling on the dues to refuse these people to serve, because that's the only way forward.
Okay.
So my point here is that if we can take decision as Congress to eliminate these dues burden on these people so that they can serve for the betterment of the union, I think that would be the way forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have two proposals on the board on board now. One reopen for 24 hours. The other one relook at the requirement, the dues, the standing good standing member position of the Constitution. So we have to. So I'll proceed to call. Fifi from Wuhan. After that, then Ellie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I hope I can be heard.
Yes, please, you can be heard.
Yes, pardon me if you get some little feedbacks in the background. I happen to be at the office with my colleagues. But I want to raise two key issues. The first one is that for Honorable Thompson to say that it is the only way, I beg to differ. It cannot be the only way. It cannot be the only way that we scrap that which keeps the union hanging and running, to be a case whereby because we just want to get through this, we say anyone at all should just come and pick up things. I think that is not appropriate. We cannot go that way. The other thing is that the 24 hours that Honorable Felix raised will actually put some stretches and burden on the EC, because I think they need to have the numbers to work as quickly as possible. Therefore, I propose that we can have a form of nomination, and to kickstart that, I think I would want to nominate Miss Edwina from Zhenjiang, if she is available to take up the position and assist Nikwe in carrying out the duties. And I think that if we decide to go this way of nominating members who are currently on to accept the role and join, that would be appropriate. But to take the part of going to have to discuss constitutional position on dues payment and the fact that because we need somebody to become committee member, we should scrap the dues. I think we should not even go into that conversation at all at this point in time. If you want to help the union, you have to pay dues. And that is very, very important. Thank you.
Okay, so suggestion on board that since all of us, all the delegates here are in good standing, we can get members at this Congress to assist, and he has proposed one of the members to assist in the person of Miss
Edwina from Zhenjiang.
Have you spoken to her already on this?
Not yet, but I nominate her. If she thinks she would want to, she is on. She can just speak for herself on it.
Yeah, she's on the call,
so I suppose she's in good standing. Yes.
Yeah, she is in good standing.
Yes.
Okay, can we give the opportunity to her to respond now? Miss Sabina. Miss Sabina, can you hear me? Well, well, I'm still calling you, so if you're available, let me know. I'll move to Felix, after Felix, then Francisca.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is on a point of correction. I think in my earlier statement, I referred to Article 33, but it's rather Article 23, which talks about the composition of the electoral committee. So I just had to put that on record. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So, Francisca.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Salom. I would say with what Honorable Fifi and Honorable Felix said. I think, yes, we need people to serve, but we cannot take away the good standingship. So I would also propose that we open nomination, or what Honorable Fifi suggested, we nominate people here. Since all the delegates here are in good standing, we'll definitely get people to serve in these positions so that we can move forward instead of we scrapping the good standing. I don't support that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Felix, is your hand still up, or is the old one?
I'm sorry, it's the old one. Let me lower it. Thank you.
Okay, I think this is a wonderful suggestion on the board, on board. So we are all delegates here in good standing, and this is NUGS-CHINA. This is our union, and we are at a critical stage. We have to hand over power to the next administration, but we need these committees to work for us to be able to execute our mandate. Please, amongst us here, we have, I think, more than 80, we have 85 delegates. 85 delegates, and all these delegates are in good standing. So I would like to appeal to members on the congressmen to make ourselves available to assist the EC and then the NJC to do their work. We need constitutionally, we need 5 for each of them. We have 1 for each, so we need 4 more. So in all, we need 8 members to assist these committees to execute their mandate. We don't have so much time on our hand. We have so much to do during this Congress. So I would like to appeal, if some members on the call are ready to assist in this regard, they can let us know so that we add their names to, we assist them through the process so that they can join these committees. I can see Fifi's hand up. Fifi, you can proceed.
Yes, Honorable Chair, thank you very much. I'm back on again. So as I gave the suggestion of nominating members who are currently delegates to be part of the committee, I want to take the second initiative to nominate Ifia, Miss Christabel, popularly called Ifia, from Xi'an chapter, to join this committee. If she is on, she could either accept or decline. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So 2 names have been proposed. Ifia, please, I know you are on the call and you can hear me. Please unmute yourself and respond.
Hello.
Hi.
Please, I accept.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'll message you backstage to assist you to go through the process. Okay, thank you. Which of the committees, please?
Electoral Committee, Electoral Commission.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now Edwina from Ginger. Okay, your mic is on, you can proceed. Oh, Miss Edwina. I can see you are speaking, but we can't hear you. Can you mute yourself and unmute again so that we can hear you? Okay, so we can't hear her, so I'm going to place a call to her for her to speak through my mic so that we can proceed. Whilst we wait for her, Victor, you can proceed with what you want to say.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. In the same spirit, I want to nominate Apia Francis, Delegate Apia Francis from Chengdu, to be part of the Electoral Committee. Thank you.
Apia Francis. Okay, I have Edwina on the line. So Edwina, please, you can speak through my mic. Hello? Hello? Okay, just text. She can't really speak, so she can text me, and whatever that she says, I'll let the house know. So Mr. Francis from Chengdu, can you respond to the call? You've been nominated to serve on the EC. I can't see Mr. Francis on the call. So Victor, please, you can check up on him. Okay, Miss Edwina, kindly type in the chat box if you accept or not. Kindly type on the chat box on Zoom so that we can all see. Okay, Victor, Francis is not on the call. Can you call him?
Let me get to him. He was part of us. I don't know what happened. Let me get to him.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, great. Yeah. Can we get any other nomination for EC or NJC amongst ourselves here, so that we don't have to endure the trauma of having to open nomination for so long? We don't know what will happen when you open nomination again. Mr. Alfred from Nanjing, you've worked with the EC for some time now. Please, would you be in a position to assist the EC during this Congress? Mr. Alfred from Nanjing.
Yeah, hello, Honorable. I'm here.
Yeah. Yes, please. Would you assist the EC by joining the committee?
All right, sir. I will.
Okay. Thank you so much. So we have Mr. Alfred to assisting the EC, but I've not gotten response from Miss Ebina yet. Still waiting for that, but Charles wants to speak. Charles, please, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, General Secretary. I also would like to nominate someone. I don't know if it is possible.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, this person has served the union as a provincial coordinator for a very long time, and I think he has all the experiences required in the person of Chefondeme Collins. So I nominate
for which of the committees?
For the EC.
No, NJCO, Anna.
Now we have three members. Now we have three members for EC. One pending to accept or reject. So he's proposing that Chefondeme joins the EC. Is that a case, Mr. Charles?
Yes, but if that slot is full, maybe I can put him on the other committee, nominate him.
Okay, he's here. So, Mr. Collins, kindly unmute yourself and respond to the nomination, the call to stay.
Hello. Yes. With the nomination, I accept to be part of any committee which I'm nominated to. Yeah, thank you.
So I'll suggest you go to NJC. Is that okay?
Sure. That is okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Seto, do you have anyone to nominate?
No, it was the same person. For them.
Okay, for NJC. So NJC we have 2, EC we have 3. Ms. Edwina, can you give us your response so that we can conclude on that? And I would like to ask, constitutionally we are supposed to have 5, but if we get 3, would that be okay to work?
No, I think 3 is a quorum. So if you're able to get 3, because if we're not able to even get additional 2, and now we've been able to get a 2, which can make a quorum, I think it's good for a start so that we then open it for 24 hours after. If we get more, fine, but I think 3 is okay for now.
Okay. So we need at least one person more for NJC. Hello, congressmen and women, please. Please let's give the last one so that we can proceed to the next item on our program outline. Jifa, yeah, okay. So a member just sent me a message, Jifa from Chenjo. She said she can assist. But Jifa, please, which of the committees? NJC? Yes, NJC. So Jifa says she'll go for NJC. I think we can proceed.
Are you sure it's Jifa, you know, our names can be unisex, so.
Jifa is a lady. She submitted a name. She's a lady.
Okay.
Yeah.
Honorable Seller.
Yes, please.
I've raised my hand, representative Benson. I would like to confirm if Honorable Jifa is a current chapter executive, or she's not an executive.
Okay, Jifa, kindly respond. Are you an executive now? On my list, she wasn't on my list. So, Jifa, are you an executive currently in your chapter? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. The constitution will not allow any NEC member or chapter executive to hold the position of NJC member. So I'm sorry, you have to choose one of them. But if you want to remain your president, the president of your chapter, then constitutionally you cannot join the NJC. So you may have to look for a third person. Francisca, thank you so much for drawing our attention.
Thank you, Francisca. If I can come in, I want to nominate somebody for the NJC. He's in the person of Seth Osai. On the group, he's EOS. If he can hear us, if he can accept to serve the union, we'll be very grateful. Thank you.
I think EOS was submitted came as an observer. I don't know if he's in good standing or not, but he's on the call, so he can respond. So he can respond. Please, the name again. Victor, his name again.
His name is Emmanuel Osei. Seth Osei, sorry, Seth Osei.
Seth Osei, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Thompson, you can proceed.
All right, thank you very much, Doc. I would love to nominate Olivia Adubankans, the just outgone president of Xi'an chapter for the NGC.
Okay, Olivia, you're on the call. So kindly respond to the nomination from Thompson.
Please, can I be heard?
Yes, please, you can be heard.
Okay, I'm happy to be at the service of NUGS-CHINA, so I would gladly accept.
Come again?
I said I am happy to be at the service of the union, so I accept.
Great, great, thank you. So thank you so much. So okay, so at the end of our deliberation, we've been able to get members, Congress men and women, to accept to be part of the two committees that we are struggling to get members to join. So for the EC, we have Ifia from Xi'an accepting to be part, and Alfred from Nanjing. They have accepted to be part of the Electoral Commission. Then to join Mr. Nikwe, and then Mr. Collins from Beijing and Olivia from Xi'an also accepted to assist the NJC. So I will chat you backstage to help you with the process so that you can join this committee. Now, after doing that, I'll present the names again for approval. Or do you think, since they are all in good standings, we can proceed and approve them here so that we don't have to do it again? they have accepted. If any
I
member
think
has any,
we should proceed with the list
yes,
and then just approve
yes,
so that.
yes. So this is before Congress. Does anyone have any reservation about the personalities that have accepted to be part of these committees? In the next 5 minutes, if there are no issues, we move a motion for them to be accepted, and then they can start their work. Then the agency will swear in the incoming agency for them to proceed with their work. Yes. So I don't see any hand up. So can we proceed to approve the EC? The members of the EC, Mr. Lee Kui, Ms. Christabel from Xi'an, then Mr. Alfred from Nanjing. Can somebody move the motion for them to be accepted?
I settle. Move for the motion to be accepted.
Okay, can anyone second the motion?
Tony.
Pujo from Genjo, second the motion.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So we would await the agency to swear in the new agency at a later time, at a later date. But the ET can proceed with their work. So I would facilitate that. I think Mr. Seto, you can facilitate that, right? So that
Yes, please. I'll do that behind the scenes. So I think thank you very much, Honorable Secretary. You've done a yeoman's job. We really appreciate your efforts, and then we are grateful. So I think we'll move to the next item, because I don't know, with the NJC swearing them, I think that is the latter part. That should be day 3.
Yeah.
So I'll hand over the events to Honorable Felix. Honorable Felix, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks to Mr. Selom Adade for your diligence and all with this aspect of the program. And thanks to all the nominees who have accepted to serve the union. Now we are at a time where we observe a minute silence for our departed friends, brothers and sisters over the past 1 year. So I would kindly implore all of us to observe a minute silence for our departed friends. Thank you. Thank you very much. May the departed souls of our friends continue to rest in peace. So I think that we've spent so much time sitting down, and it's in order that we take a break, a coffee break, just to stretch and then come back to continue with our program. So I'll call on DJ Ato to give us some songs while we try to stretch up and then come back again. So DJ Ato, I hand over to you. Thank you very much, congressmen and women. Please, you have 15 minutes to just stretch out your legs and to maybe do a few things, and then we report back at 4 p.m. Thank you very much.
DJ Ato Key.
Wake up. Money go gala. Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be jai. Kilo come, you come, person matter, person we don't mind. Boy, when I land softly on the sofa floor. So far, so good. Koni bajo, let me see you. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo. Bukao, let me see you. De buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo. Bukao, let me see you. De buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo. Bukao, let me see you. De buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo. Bukao, let me see you. De buga. Better, go get the dollar. Wake up. Don't walk, don't try. Supposed to be high. Kilo go chef water. They see what I'm at. When I land so free on a sofa floor. So far so good. Koni bajo, let me see you. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo. Bukao, let me see you. De buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo. Bukao, let me see you. De buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo. Bukao, let me see you. De buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo. Bukao, let me see you. Let me see you.
Working designer, Bottega Veneta. We are move my body on fire. For some wine for the center. Say I they keeping they do like Santa. Any day sweet spicy Fanta. You tell me say you know one wahala. To my waist to surrender. Just so enjoyment. Just so enjoyment. You down for my waist. Just so enjoyment. Just so enjoyment. You down for my waist. Me I want be free. Make a day, make a count money. You know get to go catch congee. Every day dollar signs I see. Me I want be free. Every day dollar signs I see. You know get no they talk to me. Talk to life, that be what I see. Oh, hey. I see they make my body go low. Other Brahma into a don't go, baby. I see they make my body go low. Other Brahma into a don't go, baby. So enjoyment.
Sugar cane sweet, but your love is sweeter. Sobolo juice mixed with a little ginger. Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Match on your chin now, okay, don't talk. Come like a thief in the night, long jaw. But you know, say, all of my niggas, them ball. Nothing you go ever need at all. Match on your chin now, okay, don't talk. Taking it a break, I get me, I know the rush. Baby, if you want me, catch a rebel, my miss with me. Show me a jigger, let me see. And let me see the woman that is with. Put a couple $1,000 on your wrist. What's on your wrist? Mama, they can't touch you. I ain't never see this kind, babe. We do so kind things, make me feel some kind way. You know I'm not just trying to get laid. song, baby love. Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you, yeah. I can't see reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, say you come back so. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you come back so. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, you come back so. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you come back so. Man, them so far to find your love.
Señorita, mamacita, body bad and the craze for your features. Nice to meet you, Jimmy Sika. Only wanna deceive on my future. Oh, I wanna teach your body a thing or two. If you know the things we do, this love will be jump nowhere before. Yeah, girl, some more yummy second. 5-star boomba, nyata kaba kaba miaka tamina ngobe. Oh my, I need my boss, mama. All of my guys are thugs, but you know I'm rude though. I mean, if you wanna give it up, I go trap much for your love. Yeah. All of the guys, they want you, but they don't know that I got you. And they never been where we been from. That's my obsession. When I put you in the right skirt, shawty come and ride in my backseat. Would you tell me what you want, what you fancy? Waiting on my ride like a taxi.
I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I can't see reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you conquer so. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you conquer so. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know.
Make you try to enjoy, while I know the feeling.
Kawabanga.
Problem in all the finish. Make you try to enjoy, while I know the finish. Oh, make you try to enjoy. Sekata uru not the finish. Make you try to enjoy. Problem in all the finish. So make you try to enjoy. Make you dance like Luala, yeah, Luala. 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 You see this life, I can't talk in myself. I just want to live my life, if I'm judging. I don't like bad, I don't go find your trouble. I don't like a salad, so far my money the double. As my money to buy logo, they make me happy, happy. As my money to buy logo, it sweet my butt, you. Problem in all the finish. Make you try to enjoy. I know the finish. Oh, make you try to enjoy. Sekata uru no the finish. Make you try to enjoy. Problem in all the finish. So make you try to enjoy. Make you dance like Luala. Yeah.
I tell them I don't go fit to do the work without the pay. Imagine a fool for running and it maybe yes. Mama Benjamin, yeah. See what I be, you go good. My nigga pass me the me, yeah. If you work with it, do with the hustle for yeah. Every year, say no more no trust. I want to wear designer. Yeah, boss in my shady. I want the things we find out.
Anime. Yes, yeah, my name. Mama say my favorite. It's been a long time, girl. Mommy, who anymore? I know they complain, mama. So send for the best I contain, I say, won't to me, I really wish I would be the first to bad. Say, would you move on? What's answer be? I might be the first to call. Oh, I wish that I have wings like I do. I go fly away to my love.
Oh, be bad, money, 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 oh, be bad, money, money, coming so. Oh, be bad, money, 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 oh, be bad, money, money, coming out, say what? Oh, be bad, money, 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 oh, be bad, money, money, coming
I started hustle for my paper, pray for money for my pocket. Every day we dey work hard, build a house for my mother. I want to wear them shoes, Tommy Gucci and the Prada. As we dey get control, make you not forget your brother. As we dey go higher, we never go down. Take one bottle from my head, yeah, G&E. We know they ever look back, you call your name.
oh, be bad, money, 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 oh, be bad, money, money, coming so. Oh, be bad, money, 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 oh, be bad, money, money, coming out, say what? Oh, be bad, money, 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 oh, be bad, money, to all my boys, make one, make money. Stomp energy in my blood. Hey, baby, back at me, bad. Baby, only shut the wallet. One man shut the wallet. If you hear kun kun cracker, then you can know say son neighbor. I know the two strike like thunder. The woman them say I get power. I know they told you, I really like party, sweet baby. I get variety, what you want show me? See Nash, see body. Give thanks, give God all the glory. Only one Monday. His name is Shatawale. And if all the girls want play, only my name, only my name. Oh, pa pa pa, pa 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 pa, pa 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 pa. Shatawale do the see later. Me and my dogs only see paper. Restaurants are the tip waiter. Bemini noni, don't wish her. Amen, alligator. She walk by me, fe eka. Today, you dey use postcard. Y2K, no lose your car. But impossible, go turn possible. No matter your rank, you jam go jibu. If you believe in God, you are nyashi shibu. Oh, jalabia, shaibu jibu. Thanks for pay with a prayer, she go jumilu. Epo modemba you say me feeling. Shatawale 2019, me killing. Cha, sweet no, only one Monday. His name is Shatawale. And if all the girls want play, only my name, only my name. Pa pa pa, pa 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 pa, pa 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 pa, pa 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 pa. Stomp energy in my blood. Hey, baby, back at me, bad. Only Shatawale. One man Shatawale. If you hear kun kun cracker, then you can know say son neighbor. I know the two strike like thunder. The woman them say I get power. I know they told you, I like party, sweet baby. I get variety, what you want show me? See Nash, see body. Give thanks, give God all the glory. Only one Monday. His name is Shatawale. And if all the girls want play, only my name, only my name. Pa pa pa, pa 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 pa, pa 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 pa, pa 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 pa, pa pa pa, pa 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 pa, pa 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 pa, pa 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 pa, pa pa pa, pa 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 pa, pa 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 pa, pa 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 pa.
Something doing me bad, yeah. Are you looking?
It's like I'm walking far away to you. Baby, don't try me, come closer, let me do you this. Big body pocket, what you say now?
Hello,
The way you do me so, don't
congressmen
call
and
me
women.
Baba.
You're all
I've been
welcome
needing
back
my peace, so.
from a short break. I think we can proceed to the next session of our program for today. So at the end of every year, we hand over from the previous administration or the executive body to a new team. And so we always give a chance to the chapter executives to present their reports, and also the new team is introduced to the congressmen and women. And so at this moment, I'll call on the Secretary General, Mr. Selom Adade, to take over to moderate this session, to have our chapter executives read out their reports, and also for introduction of new chapter executives. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Felix. Good afternoon once again. So, like you rightly said, every year we all have to give account of what we have done for that academic year. And this year we are doing the same thing. So every chapter is going to give the opportunity to tell us what they've been able to do in the past year. And in terms of activities and in terms of their finances also. The finance part of it will be brief compared to the activity part. So it will give us a brief summary of your financial situation at your chapter. So these reports can be given by any member that is elected or approved by the chapter executives. It could be old or new, so far as the person can really speak to the document that he or she is reading from. Some questions will be taken, and then Congress would accept the document. If Congress disapproves of the document, it means that you have to go and make changes to it before you submit to Congress for the Congress page. So after reading your document, your report, you submit it on the Congress page for everyone to have, every delegate to have access to. So I have shared the outline on the Congress page. We will use that flow. So with that, we are starting with the Jinjo chapter, and then followed by Xi'an, Hainan, Jinja, and Chendu. So with this, we are giving you 5 minutes to present your report briefly, and then questions are taken. So thank you. If the executives of Jinju are ready, delegates from Jinju are ready, please, you can take over. And we would appreciate it if you turn on your camera so that we can see who is representing that chapter. So yes, it's in 2 parts. We will start with the first part where we get to before this session is over. We will continue in the evening. Thank you. So yeah, Rachel, I can see you speaking, but you have muted yourself, so you can proceed.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, delegates. I'm Rachel. I'll be reading the report for Jinju chapter. Okay. General overview. This report is prepared in accordance with the requirements of the NUGS-CHINA, which chapter secretaries to prepare an annual report on the administration of the chapters, including such matters as the achievements, programs, activities, and challenges. This annual report of NUGS-CHINA chapter is an accurate representation of the chapter's ongoing activities for the 2021-2022 academic year. So for the chapter executives, we were given the mandate to run the affairs of Jinjo chapter in the month of June 2021. And we have held meetings from time to time to plan the way forward for our chapter and to introduce new programs that would make the chapter a wonderful place to be. The executives of NUGS-CHINA chapter are as follows. Mr. Hansen Owusu-Boakye served as the president. Mr. David Odronyako served as the vice president. Ms. Vicholisiako served as the general secretary. Ms. Cindy Irabna Kwafubia-Sapon served as the financial controller. Mr. Raymond Amuacho Adopa served as the organizer, and Ms. Justina Mwako served as Women's Commissioner for our tenure. To the chapter committees, their job was to assist the chapter executives in the running of our affairs in the chapter. And upon our first general meeting, we opened up nominations for the Welfare Committee, Planning and Organizing Committee, Academic Committee, and then later the Judicial Committee. For welfare, we had Ms. Justina Mwako, and Ms. Angela Jane Fipukia. And for academic committee, we had David Odronyako and Josephine Apiateria. For judicial committee, we had Tulasi Amo Ekuma and Gilbert Ahen. For the electoral commission, we had Leslie Apiaboate. And moving on to our membership, NUGS-CHINA chapter constitutes of 18 members, excluding students who have left to do their internship. And now I'm going to read our action plan of the year. Upon having our first general executive meeting, we found it expedient to have an action plan for the year. The action plan for the year was as follows: General Assembly meeting, bonfire night, breast cancer awareness seminar, end of semester indoor picnic, the experience seminar with past students, fun day at the arcade, holiday excursion and picnic, and then opening of nominations and voting, handing over, and end of year dinner. Our achievements. The executive body was able to achieve the following feats in the course of our tenure: General Assembly meeting, bonfire night, breast cancer awareness, end of semester indoor picnic, the experience seminar with past students, holiday excursion and picnic. As executives, we were able to organize these programs and encourage members to participate. Members also came in their numbers and were very interactive, and this made all our events very successful. And then we had opening of nominations on 13th June 2022, and elections was organized on 15th June 2022. And the newly elected executives are Ponsa Randy Kweku, President, Justina Mwako, Secretary / Financial, and then Adopa Raymond Amuacho as organizer. We also had our end of semester dinner and handing over on 23rd June 2022. Challenges. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the strict regulations during the intermittent lockdowns and some cancelled holidays from our school authorities, we were not able to organize more in-person meetings and programs in the first half of our tenure. We were not able to have the fun day at the arcade program and the health talk seminar due to impromptu exam timetables. Lastly, we faced a struggle with the payment of dues, even though we implemented the installment payment plan. Conclusion and way forward. NUGS-CHINA chapter anticipates enjoying the continuous fruitful cooperation support and encouragement from the NEC of NUGS-CHINA and the general members of NUGS chapter. We hope that the new executives can come up with more cooperative and effective ways to encourage members to pay their dues. Thank you. I'm just going to go through our financial report as well. So in the beginning of our tenure, the money we had from the old executives was 560 RMB, and the total monies collected from dues was 2,090 RMB, and monies we collected for the dinner we had was 750, which brings us to a total of 3,400 RMB. And sorry, our expenditure includes national dues, which we pay half of the dues collected to national, which was 1,075 UN. In our first journal meeting, we had refreshment for members where we spent about 74 UN, 74.30 RMB. And we had bonfire night. We spent 142.22 RMB. We also incurred cost in flyer making, 30 UN. And the picnic, we spent 142.2 UN, and we gave a little rewards for a quiz we did, and that was 57 UN. And then end of the year dinner and handing over, we spent 1,122 RMB, which brings our total expenditure to 2,642.72 UN. So the total money we have in our coffers, which we handed over now, is 507.28 RMB. Thank you very much. Oh, unfortunately, I'm using my phone, so I can't show my screen.
Thank you so much. You didn't tell us your name, did you?
Yeah, I did. I'm Rachel.
Okay, Rachel. Thank you so much, Rachel. So now the report is the chapter report is before Congress. If anyone has a question, you can ask. I can see a hand up. Yeah, Francisca.
Thank you, Honorable S. Please, is it possible for her to share the reports to the page?
Yeah, everybody's gonna share their report after reading. So, yeah.
I want to see the report to be able to ask some questions.
Come again?
I want to see the report to be able to ask some questions.
Okay, Rachel, can you share it now on the page?
Okay.
If she showed the screen, it would have been better, but
I'm using my phone and
she's using her phone, so she can't share the screen.
Can I turn the camera so you can see? Is that okay?
No.
You share it on the report page.
Okay.
Dr. Salom, if she has the report as a document like last year we did, she can share it on the Congress page.
That's what I've asked her to do. She has it. They sent the reports to me before, but some of them make adjustments to it because things changed after we submitted the first ones. Well, yes, so while she works on that, is there any other question from what she has presented to us? Does anyone has a question so that whilst we wait for her to sort things out? Okay, Jifa from Chenjo, you can proceed.
Thank you. I just want to find out, just to guide my own actions in the future, how the money to hold activities despite, okay, I don't know if they had restrictions on meetings and movements in their area. In our area, we can't meet as a group, and it's not all members who are on like our university campus. So meetings like coming together to have fun is kind of challenging. How did you manage to achieve such meetings? That is, if you were able to do things like that.
Yeah, I think the advantage for our chapter is we are all in the same university, and even strict rules, I think there were times that they weren't very strict, so we took advantage of those moments, and then so we had to be changing our programs depending on how strict they were. If they were being strict, we moved our online programs to those periods, and then when we of like they being a little less strict, then we have a lot of in-person.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, have you been able to share it? Rachel,
Sorry, please can you repeat yourself?
have you been able to share the report?
I'm working on my laptop.
Is it the same report you sent to me?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
So, okay, then I can share it.
Yeah, thank you. I think that one doesn't have a...
Yeah, I can share it for you.
Okay,
That one,
thank you very much.
That one doesn't have
the handing over date. I think we hadn't yet about then.
Okay, let me share what I have here.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm working on it. I'm really sorry.
Okay, so Francisca, please have shared it on the delegate page so you can look at it and leave.
Okay, please don't wait for me. You can proceed.
Okay. Okay. If there's no question, if there's no issue, I would like to ask Congress to accept the report. Move the motion for a report to be accepted by Congress. Can we get a seconder?
I second. I, Samuel Masutu, Wuhan chapter. Second.
Okay, before we move to the, somebody's asking where is the audited report, or the audit report on your financial account?
I'm sorry,
yeah,
please.
Yeah, Paulette, you can unmute and ask the question. You typed, but
okay. No, I sorry, honorable members. I wanted to see the financials she was calling out, because I just looked at the report on the page and I'm not seeing the financials as part of it.
The financial controller just sent me the file. So I had screenshots that I was reading, but I'm yet to send that to. Salam didn't take that in the beginning. He only had the secretary's annual. So I'm yet to share the financial reports to the Congress page. So that is what I'm working on currently.
So, honorable members, is it right for us to accept this report when we can see the financial as part of the report?
Honorable Salon, please, can I?
Yeah, please proceed, Professor.
I would suggest maybe we move to the next chapter, whilst we wait for them to present all the necessary documents before we approve.
Yeah, I think so too. So for now, we will wait for you. You said you just received some document from your FC, so we will call you again.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So whilst we proceed, I would want to implore all of us, all the people that will be reading the reports to send the reports to the Congress page before you present, so that people can be looking for whilst you present. And also, you share your screen so that we can see. Tell me your video, share your screen so that we can see what you are presenting to us. Thank you. So we proceed to, Jinjo will come back to you. So we proceed to the next chapter, that is Xi'an chapter.
Okay, please, can I be heard?
Yes, please.
Okay, please, I'd like to ask permission to share my screen.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay.
And also, please, when you come, introduce yourself so that we know who exactly is presenting.
Okay. Okay, so my name is Olivia Adebankas. I'm the current outgoing chapter president for the Xi'an chapter, and I'm here to present the chapter report for Xi'an for the 2021-2022 academic year. So the presentation list is as follows, and then an overview. So as a quick overview, the 2021-2022 executives of NUGS-CHINA did our best to grow our membership. And then during the academic year, we organized various academic workshops, training programs, conferences that were held in accordance with our action plan. Also, we went ahead to organize some entertainment and then welfare activities. Now, the core purpose of these programs were to equip our members with certain basic requisite skills needed for their personal and academic development. So I'd like to proceed to give an overview of our administration. So for the 2021-2022 administration, here are the list of our chapter executives. So we have Olivia Adebankas, myself, the chapter president, Rehene Cheryl Ofusua, the vice president, Percy Vornick Vosa, the secretary, George Boydu, the financial controller, Theodora Say, the women's commissioner, and Ajeman Samuel Akwesi, the organizer. So moving on, I'd like to also present the chapter committees that we had. So we had the following people occupying the position for the academic committee. We have our welfare committee, the entertainment committee, and the vetting committee. For a lack of time, I don't want to go through the list. I'll just let the screen stay on for a few seconds so everybody can see who they are. Okay. Also, we have the electoral committee made up of Dodu Prosper, Paul Otu, our judiciary committee made up of Atchison, John Duku, the chairperson, and Abigail Addison. And we have our provincial coordinator and the person of Prempedria. Also, our membership as at 11th June 2022 totaled 27, consisting of 23 old members and then 4 new members. Okay, moving on to our action plan for the year. Yes, now I start with the academic, entrepreneurship, and career development aspects of our action plan. So we were able to successfully organize 4 conferences, two of which were organized on the 25th of, one was organized on the 25th of October, and it was themed addressing contemporary challenges of the Ghanaian youth, and the other was themed identifying, exploiting, and utilizing opportunities for personal development. We also had a 3-day research-oriented workshop, which was organized from the 18th to the 20th of February, and this was a collaboration with the Shanghai chapter. We also enabled, in order to boost the academic, or address academic challenges of members of our chapter, we created some chapter level academic groups. Okay, so moving on to the social and then entertainment aspects of our action plan, we're able to organize the following programs. What Don't You Know? And these are all online programs. What Don't You Know? Which was organized on the 14th of January 2022. It takes to a couples edition. This was actually a Nanjing program which we actually took part in, participated in. which was organized on the 21st of December. And then we also organized a meet and greet program for our members who happen to be stuck in Ghana. Now, this particular program offered them the opportunity to air their views and then also advise us on how we can make their involvement in NUGS better. Moving on, these are the following in-person programs that we organized during the year under review. We had a drink-up party. We also took part in an African fusion party. And for this particular event, it was for the formation of the African Union here in Xi'an, which the Ghanaian community or the Ghanaian NUGS here in Xi'an played a very active role. We also had an Independence Day hangout and then a summer bash and pool party. So here is just a gallery of some of the entertainment and social activities that we organized. Okay, so moving on to the welfare of our members, we're able to develop some welfare policies when we took over the administration. So we had the school representatives for each of the universities here in Xi'an. We also started the school visitation, which was a policy that dedicated a month to each university here in our city to be visited, where all chapter executives go to visit the people there to find out their well-being and also just to have a Also, we created a special group for the members in Ghana to be able to afford them the opportunity to get hear of programs that are being organized here in China. Most of them, we realized most of them were not too active on WeChat. So we decided to post most of the flyers of programs we're organizing in the WhatsApp group so that they do not miss out on anything. We also had a family visitation for a member who had a child. Okay, so this is a gallery of some of our welfare activities. Now, here are some social intervention policies we implemented. So at the beginning of our tenure, we communicated with the Beijing chapter to try to have them help us accommodate our members who happen to go to Beijing for passport renewal. It's just fortunate that we had most members doing a return journey. So we're not really dependent on the Beijing chapter, but they were willing and then ready to support us. We also created systems to ensure that our members could give us accurate feedback on our performance as executives. One of these unique platforms is called, we tried to use a Jodel app to create an anonymous platform for our members where they could freely and openly share their views. And also we tried to make the platform fun enough and open for people to share psychological and mental health issues they were going through. Okay, so some of our achievements are the fact that we've been able to successfully organize 15 programs comprising of 5 academic conferences, 7 entertainment programs, and also some school visitation and member welfare engagements. Okay, so some challenges we faced, especially with our online activities, were conflicting time of our programs with other chapter events. Also, the Zoom platform being 2 gave us a limited access to a Zoom platform because sometimes you go for Zoom details and then other chapters happen to be using it. And then we all know what entails in program organization. So that was quite a challenge. Also, we struggled to have some of our members to pay their dues. And then also we had the lockdowns in Xi'an that affected our in-person programs. So in recommendation, we hope to recommend to the next administration to try to procure more Zoom platforms in order to ensure that online programs, because of the time we are in, we happen to depend on online programs. Our online programs will be smooth and effective as much as possible. And then this is where I end the general report. And I would want to project the financial report and call on the financial controller who happens to be here to take over. Thank you. Okay. Please, Honorable George from Xi'an, kindly take over. Hello? Please, can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
George, you have to unmute yourself.
Mute.
Hello? Hello? Can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay. So my name is George Chibudu, and I'm the current financial controller. I would love to present the income and expenditure account for the year 2021-2022. So I'll commence. The 2021-2022 financial year inherited 3,046.95 RMB from the 2020-2021 financial year. The income for 2021-2022, as stipulated in Article 31A, a source of funding for NUGS-CHINA is the annual membership dues. To contribute to funding NUGS-CHINA, each NUGS Xi'an member is obliged to contribute 200 RMB, for which 100 RMB is reconciled to the national level, and the remaining 100 is retained at the local level to run affairs. Below is the table for the dues collected and the dues collected for 2021-2022. So the chapter level, we had a total dues of 2,500, and it was split into half. 1,250 went to the chapter level and 1,250 went to the national. A total of 60 members paid their dues towards the 2021-2022 academic year. Of the 16, 11 members paid their dues in full, and 5 members made part payments. Note that 1 member paid full dues towards the 2021-2022 academic year during the 2020-2021 academic year, which, because of time of payment, was recorded and reconciled as part of the 2020-2021 financial year. Thus, there's a 200 RMB difference between the total dues collected and the total dues recorded into the national portal for the 2021-2022 academic year. So NUGS Xi'an expenditure for 2021-2022 financial year. So the programs. NUGS Xi'an had a vibrant year where it organized a myriad of programs which sought to benefit members both academically and socially. 7 programs were organized with membership dues and donations. Some funded fully, some partially, and others with no funding. So that's a table of the programs and their funding status. So Olivia, could you kindly move down? Okay, thank you. So this is the breakdown of how much was used for the drinker party and the remaining parties.
Hello, George.
Remaining programs. Hello.
Hello, George. Please, can you touch on the key ones so that you'll be sharing a document? So can you touch on the key ones so that
we are almost at the end. We are almost at the end.
Okay.
So the funds used from our coffers was a total of 1,246, and a contribution from members and executives alike was up to 800. So everything was up to 2,046, sorry. So for welfare, a delegation from NUGS Xi'an embarked on a welfare visit to one of our members, and 200 RMB was used for welfare package and presented to the family. So at the end of the day, the total funds we used from the coffers was 1,446. And at the end of the day, the dues remaining in the coffers sits at 2,850.95. So that's our financial report. Hello?
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. So it's now before Congress. I can see a hand up. Mr. Buama from Genjo, you can proceed to ask your question.
Yes.
Please, have you shared the document already?
Not yet, sharing.
Yeah, please share it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Buama. Just some few commendations and all that. From the presentation from the president, there are certain things I think that they should be commended for, especially with the member feedback. She made mention of a program called Member Feedback, so as to know how the members feel and all that. I think the chapter should be commended, highly commended. And then the creation of WhatsApp group for those not in China, for their counterparts in Ghana, I think they should also be commended. And then with the finances, I didn't hear anything about how the creation of the WhatsApp group for those in Ghana, how they were able to contribute, or if they paid their dues. Because if you've had these programs for them, for creating WhatsApp groups to make them active and all that, were they able to pay their dues? How were they able to pay their dues? And was it a positive way so as other chapters could also implement? Thank you very much. But the chapter should be highly commended for just these two things from my side. Thank you very much.
Okay, so for the dues payments, I was, as the financial secretary, very flexible with how I took payments. If you are in Ghana, I was very willing to take mobile money, and I use my money from here to pay in renminbi. So that's how we went about it. Some members paid dues from Ghana, and so yeah, that's the situation. We took money through mobile money, and then we made payments here.
Please, this is just a little follow-up with it. I'm sorry, it's just a little follow-up. So with the creation of the WhatsApp group for those, especially outside of China and all that, is there a particular program you had with them that could, or that was able to encourage them to join? Is there any particular one or two programs apart from the creation to let them give them feedback or anything that's going to be corrected or all that? Was there any particular program or programs that was held? Thank you.
Okay, so let me answer that. We had one online meeting with them. It was just like a meet and greet to be able to get find out their challenges, and then what they are going through, how they struggle with studies and everything. So we had an online program, and we saw all of them in person. Now, the way by which we were able to get most of them was through the school reps we had. So it was the duty of every school rep to check with the admissions of their school to find out if there were any new Ghanaians in the school. And if there were any new Ghanaians, especially looking at our tenure, means they couldn't come. Most of them, those that are outside of China, couldn't come. So then we tried to get their contacts, and then we make the secretary add them. So that's how we got them in the first place. And some of the people that are here also noticed that maybe they are taking some courses with some people in Ghana, and we tried to get them all on board. So the only benefit they had in terms of our program was to try to listen to their concerns. It's just unfortunate we couldn't help them because most of them wanted to come back. Most of them had studying online issues, and we couldn't really help much with that. But then we created academic groups where they were linked to some of the old people in their field over here, PhD, so that they can give them some guidelines on as to how they go about their thesis and everything. That's what we could do.
That's very interesting. But if from the presentation you are saying now, or from the explanations you are giving now, like that means that, okay, it's a question. Were these students outside China? Because based on what you are saying means that you had school reps, which means that the school reps give you all the information with the newly admitted or any other admitted. If they were not able to come to China, how were you able to register them with NUGS-CHINA so as they were able to pay the dues based on what your finance is also saying, that those from Ghana were able to pay their dues? How were you able to bring all these two together? Because if you are saying that your school reps got a contact from their various schools, and then you're able to talk to them, those who are also having other programs with other people were also added because of, and all that. Were they registered with NUGS-CHINA? And if they were, how was this done? Yes.
Thank you for your question. Please, they are registered with NUGS-CHINA. I wish I could give the statistics of the number of people we have back home. Fortunately, 2 of our executives are in Ghana currently, and they have never been to China. They serve in their capacities from Ghana. So we have our Ghana membership is very vibrant and active. To have 2 of them, our WUCOM and our secretary, working from Ghana. You understand? So it was quite, I don't know how, but if you are able to get the list of people, you know, those that are Ghanaians that are from Ghana who cannot come, we get their contacts because they are taking courses online. They are taking courses online. It's the school rep that have the information of what's happening in the schools. So they didn't meet them in person. They just got their contacts, and then we added them on to our WeChat page here, and also created a WhatsApp page for them so that we just supply them with information.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I'm asking this question. I mean, I just need clarifications with all that. I stand to be corrected. Last year's Congress, I think I personally raised these concerns about those outside and all that. And then I stand to be corrected, though, that it was stated that those who are not yet in China cannot be members of NUGS-CHINA unless they are back. That is what I know. I stand to be corrected. So if that's the case from last year's Congress, then how was the chapter able to do that? Because if last year this was implemented, and you are stating to us now with this Congress now that you were able to do that, then is it not conflicting? I stand to be corrected, though. Please, can you give an explanation to that? Thank you.
Okay, please. I cannot explain too much of the Constitution. That's for the NJC to do. But what I know per the Constitution that was even amended at last Congress is that the qualification for a person to be a part of NUGS-CHINA, I also stand to be corrected, is for them to be admitted into a recognized institution in China. So I really didn't see any amendment to that Constitution stating the location of these individuals, and that is what we followed.
I think, can I be heard?
Yes, please, you can be heard.
I think one of the rules states that you must be in China for a minimum of 6 months for you to be an executive. I remembered when I was vetted as the vice president, I came across that during my vetting procedure. I don't know whether, and I remembered that last year, last Congress, we did that. So I'm a little bit clear whether the executives were fresh students or they've never come to China before. I really don't know if you could kindly polish that with me, or the students were in China before they left home. There are 2 different instances. If the students were in China, for example, you were a master's student and then COVID, you went home, you've been in China for some time, or they were admitted in China fresh, they never visited or they never entered China, and they were given the mandate to be executives. I think the Constitution is clear that the person must be registered as a union member, and the person who qualifies to be an executive must be somebody who have been in China before for a minimum of 6 months. I think Secretary can correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you.
Well, okay. I'll share my opinion on this, but let me give the opportunity to those who have raised their hands over the period. So, Fifi from Wuhan.
Yes, thank you very much, SG. I think I have key issues. The first one has to do with the financial report. Since the Secretary General provides a template or a platform for all the secretaries to more or less fill in, I think it will also be quite appropriate if the FC can also more or less provide same, because I kind of find this financial report, although quite elaborate, I find it to be a bit more like overly designed, so to speak. If I find it more like design and making, in quotes, on the lighter side of a probably harsh word. So I would suggest that going forward, probably the FCs could look to also regulating some of the financial reports that we will be seeing. going forward. However, I would want to particularly commend Miss Olivia and her team for the work that they did for last academic year. I think it's one of the chapters that I followed keenly through Senate, and I realized that they were a very vibrant team. They did a lot of amazing stuff, so much ingenuity, planning, and execution. I think that it is something that we need to commend a chapter like Xi'an, especially when they have not been part of the traditional chapters that we all know. If we talk of the traditional chapters like, like the Nanjings and the Chindus and the others, to find Xi'an doing amazing with their programs is commendable. And so thank you very much. That is my comment for Xi'an. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bam, I'll take the last question from you or contribution, then we proceed.
Yes, okay. I think an honorable member just made mentions of some executives being outside Ghana and all that. But my emphasis was not on the students being nominated for executive. No. Can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So my emphasis was not on members being nominated for executives, those outside of China. I'm much interested in this because our chapter, we also have some members admitted who are still in Ghana, but we're not able to register them and engage them because of this clause that happened last year with last year's Congress. That's why I'm much interested in this, because Xi'an chapter has done extremely well. They should be commended for that. So they should let us know if there's been any changes in that, so other chapters can also implement them. Because for us to wait for them to come before we register them to become chapters and all that, I think they've done so well that we can learn from. So if this can be elaborated on to make other chapters like. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I can see a lot of things, but I would want to plead with you. Let me just there's NGC that interprets the Constitution and all that, but I just want to show something to members. Yeah, I remember we discussed this last year. We discussed it, but this is what the Constitution says about membership of the Union. Okay. This is what the Constitution says about the membership of our union. So any Ghanaian national admitted into a program of study in a recognized institution in China and has registered with the local chapter of NUGS-CHINA with NUGS-CHINA membership ID shall be a member of NUGS-CHINA. Any Ghanaian national who is pursuing a program of study in other Asian countries qualifies to be an affiliate member and may register with NUGS-CHINA. Any Ghanaian who has completed his or her program of study but still resides in China may be accorded honorary member upon submission of a written application to NUGS-CHINA. Then any member who has fully paid his or her local and national dues and takes active part in the activities of NUGS-CHINA shall be a member in NUGS-CHINA. And the last clause says the membership of a member of NUGS-CHINA ceases if he or she completes his or her program of study. This is what the Constitution says about membership. Well, I'm not going to argue the issue about this is what it says. There were discussions, but this is what it says. So I'll give the platform to other delegates to speak on this issue. I can see Mr. Thompson's hand. Mr. Thompson, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Oh, okay. So I literally wanted to draw attention to what you just read. As far as I know, irrespective of the discussion that went on last year, the Constitution that we have now doesn't mention any location, as in you have to be in China before you can be a member. As long as you register with the chapter and you have been admitted in an institution in China, I think you stand to benefit as a member or to register to become a member. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Domioko. So let's make it very brief. Mr. Domioko, you can unmute yourself. Because we've spent so much time in this chapter. Okay, if it's not the Evans from Chengdu.
Okay, so good evening, everybody, honorable members. So last year, I think we all deliberate, like we all make a lot of discussion regarding this specific subject, regarding location specifics. And so what the honorable member was saying, yes, is true. However, I think that as time goes on and then as we begin to face the challenges, probably we need to come to terms, or Congress as being the highest decision making. I think that we can keep on discussing and then see the best option. The point that I'm trying to say here is that it's true that last year we emphasized probably we couldn't capture it directly, or like we didn't capture it directly in the constitution, but we discussed that the like membership basically for those in China, However, since maybe because of situations and then what is going on, we can interpret it, or we can overlook that aspect and then open it up for like all people. But I just want to emphasize that last year we discussed that, and so if the minutes or if the records are there, probably we can revisit the records for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Domioko, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you so much for the privilege. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, unfortunately, I'm a bit outside, to maybe some background noises. I think definitely we need to understand that we are not in normal times. And as much as chapters are taking their own initiatives to make sure that members are brought on board, must be applauded. As the constitution stipulates, we need to also understand that this constitution is a living document, and day in and day out, issues come out that are not comprehensively covered by the constitution, and hence there'll be the need for us to take those better lessons to see how we can build on the constitution for it to become a better living document. So as whether the location is in Ghana, the location is in China, the person has got admission here and the person has registered in a legalized university or a recognized university in China, it shouldn't be a challenge that we should be debating on. Let's see how we can build on this constitution and it become a better thing for us. Because one of the biggest challenge we have now, the COVID-19 issue has brought about a lot of challenge and disruption. And hence we have to understand that we cannot let things to go the way things used to do. So let's pardon ourselves of there's so much scrutiny. As much as no one has breached the constitutional provisions illegally, but it is the interest of the constitution or the interest of the union. I think we can look at that and then we can move ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So at this point, I would like to, there hasn't been issues concerning whether we should accept or not. So at this point, I'd like to move the motion for acceptance of the report as presented by the Xi'an chapter. Listen.
Please, I don't know if I'm permitting you. I wish that maybe the JC maybe say something about this specific comments that we are having, so that probably other chapters maybe can follow suit next time, or other chapters will know that, okay, it's allowed, or maybe it's not allowed. Thank you.
Yeah, I checked to see if the JC chair is saying I don't see him, but if there's any other member of the JC is available to speak to this issue, that's fine. Whilst we wait for that, I can see two hands up again. Please let me brief about this so that we can move to the next chapter. Fifi.
Yes, Secretary General, I only wanted to say that this issue of constitutionality and all that, I think that Honorable Domiako has elaborated on it. This can be a matter that can be reserved for NJC to have a look at. If by extension there has to be another conversation, another forum can be dedicated for that. I would want to entreat that we return back to reading of the report and then try and follow the timelines. But this can be penned down as a recommendation for a possible reevaluation for NJC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Victor. Yeah, Victor.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think my two brothers have said it all. I will wish that we address this issue again, because most of us at the chapter level are struggling to get new administration to hand over to. So if we could touch on this, then it will be clear in our mind. I think the union will move forward. On this note, I, Victor Agbesi, Chendu President, move for the motion to accept Shian's report. Thank you.
I second.
Thank you.
Delegates, President Beijing, I second.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, Olivia, you are ready, so you can go. Thank you so much. Please don't forget to share your report so that we can all see. Okay, now we move to the next chapter. That is Hainan. Hainan chapter. Do we have the rep of the Hainan here? The president of Hainan. Okay, I don't see him on the call, so we'll proceed to call the next chapter. I'll find out why he's not here, and then I'll maybe include him in the next set of reports that will be read in the evening. So I'll call upon Jian chapter to present their annual reports and financial statement.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Can I be heard?
Yes, you can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not at a convenient place, so I cannot turn on my camera, but I'll be grateful if SG, you could share your screen, the report, so everyone can have access to it. Thank you very much. Hello once again, my name is Nana Joy Kumar Johnson, and I'm the outgoing president for NUGS-CHINA, and I'll be presenting a report. Annual report of chapter activities for the 2021-2022 academic year, National Union of Ghana Students, Jinjan chapter. Overview. This is a summary annual report of the activities of NUGS-CHINA chapter from June 2021 to July 2022, prepared by the chapter president and submitted to the NEC Secretary General. It covers all activities undertaken by the current executives of the chapter. Administration. The chapter is located in Zhenjiang City, Jiangsu Province. Its members are drawn from two universities, Jiangsu University and Jiangsu University of Science and Technology. The constitution of NUGS-CHINA guides the chapter here, that is NUGS-CHINA chapter. As per the constitution, the chapter is governed by the executive committee led by the president. There were 5 executives during our tenure, 3 from Jiangsu University and 2 from Jiangsu University of Science and Technology. 4 of the executives were doctoral students, of whom 2 have just graduated, and the other was a master's student who has also just graduated. So the executives, we have Nana Kumar Johnson as the president, that's me. The vice president was Mr. Yao Dramna Kenting. The general secretary was Mr. Michael Aka. The financial controller was Mr. Farid Konedu Osman. And the women's commissioner was Miss Priscilla Adumakujisi. So we also opened nominations and appointed some chapter committee members. So we had the financial controller being the chair for the finance committee. We had the academic committee. We had judicial committee, sports and entertainment. With the sports and entertainment, we only had one person pick up nomination, and that of welfare too, we had one person. So we also had the organizing and publicity committee, the audit committee, the electoral committee or commission, and the vetting committee. Membership. Our chapter has about 107 Ghanaian students in China and about 209 Ghanaian students outside China. 131 students here are registered with NUGS and are currently enrolled in one of our city's 2 universities. The others have recently graduated or failed to complete their registration on the portal. That we encouraged people to do, but some were still reluctant, so we still face that challenge. We could not capture the majority of new students that came to our chapter since the other school is like further apart from us, and also due to a lot of restrictions, we couldn't really move about during the year. So action plan for the year. We put forth some programs we intended to organize during the academic year. Unfortunately, we couldn't organize all, but here is a general overview. We had, so according to the plan, we're supposed to have a freshers, aquaba and socialization, academic needs of tertiary students, academic research funding. These are academic seminars. We're supposed to have an official dinner, a mental health talk, a talk show, a fun show where we rep your team. We were to have an independence celebration, morning aerobics for health and fitness, also Eat for Health. We're supposed to have a program to celebrate the African Union's Day, a trip, a friendly sports meet, and then job market and its requirements in Ghana. Some of them we couldn't hold, like I mentioned. So achievements so far, although the COVID-19 pandemic affected the smooth running of the union's activities, the chapter has been able to undertake some of the programs. These programs include inauguration of committee members and the budget approval. So the current executive committee had their first official general meeting with the entire membership via Zoom on the 30th of October 2021. The various committee members outlined above were outdoored to the entire membership and sworn into office. They were tasked to assist the executive committee in executing their mandate efficiently. The budget for the academic year was also presented to members at the General Assembly. We also ensured that the executive members were known and accessible to all members with making members know their executive. So we did that by circulating flyers with pictures and other details of all executives, including their phone numbers and WeChat IDs on our WeChat platforms. We also had other programs where we collaborated with other chapters like It Takes Two, which Ms. Olivia already mentioned. We had a breast cancer talk show, which was also held the same day as our General Assembly. We had academic activities that were mentioned earlier, the academic needs of tertiary students on the 13th of November, and also academic research and funding, which we held on the 11th of December 2021. We also had a provincial program, which was a family feud, on the 12th of February 2021 under the auspices of our provincial coordinator, and also had a sports show, Rep Your Team, where contestants represented their team both local and internationally, and they got some awards after. That was held on the 13th of March 2022. Our organizing committee also organized the What Do You Know show, which was similar to the TV program, and we tested the general knowledge of our members with Ghanaian history, Ghanaian music, world sports, and many more. On the 6th of March this year, we had a cocktail party to celebrate the 65th independence celebration. And then we, the WUCOM, in collaboration with Nanjing and Chengdu WUCOMs, also organized a program dubbed the 3Ms, where they talked about money, dealing with our men, and the journey of motherhood, which were held on the 28th of April, 29th of May, and 24th of June, respectively. The 3rd of July, 2022, we had our handing over ceremony after about 12 days of opening nominations. It was a tough run since we didn't actually get people to pick up nominations the first time. We had to actually extend it, giving us the 12 days. But then after we had vetting, manifesto reading, and then like I mentioned, handing over on the 3rd of July. So the current president is Mr. Anthony Kwam. The current vice president is Mr. Michael Osai Boateng. The current general secretary is Ms. Clarissa Otindaku. The financial controller is Ms. Deborah Beidu, and the women's commissioner is Ms. Edwina Amelia Mataifiu. Other programs we organized, we were involved in was NUGS-CHINA's What Don't You Know program, which was held or organized, which was hosted by NGO, and it featured the National Executive Council Committee. That was on the 14th of January 2022. So challenges so far. Our primary challenge was the inability to hold outdoor programs throughout most of the year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Although we worked hard to eliminate apathy amongst members, this challenge persisted. Despite possible solutions, despite the challenges outlined, the executive committee are taking concrete steps to inject some new energy into the general membership. We recommend the new executives clean up our pages, especially the main NUGS-CHINA page, to ensure only current members and students will be present. We will also recommend that the incoming set of executives set regulations of certain activities on the WeChat group, and also try to roll out activities that can be facilitated on the WeChat platform to keep members active. This is the NUGS-CHINA annual report accurately presented. This NUGS-CHINA annual report accurately represents the chapter's past activities for the 2021-2022 academic year, and it was signed by me. So we'll quickly move on to, could you mute yourself? We'll quickly move on to the financial statement. So, sorry. Why is the financial statement? Please give me a minute. Let me quickly open it. Okay. So the financial statement for NUGS-CHINA 2021-2022 academic year, the balance brought forward was 13,003.07 RMB. That was what we got from our predecessors, and we were able to accumulate membership dues of 3,410, sponsorship of 557 RMB, and also for our independence celebration, we were able to sell tickets of 870 RMB. So our total income was 17,858.07 RMB. So we see our expenditure here. Let's quickly move to the notes. So with the membership dues, we had a full payment, 14 members paying in full, and then 1 member paying in part. And also with the sponsorship, some of them were actually donations that came in the form, not in the form of cash, but actually in a package. So you can see here academic committee donation and then sport committee donation. This was the total cost of their donations they gave to the union. Then we look at, So also we look at the Independence Day celebration. So we had couples and single tickets. The couple tickets, we had 8 couple tickets being sold and 3 single tickets being sold. It amounted to 870 RMB. And then with the What Do You Know quiz program, which falls under expenditure, note 4, we used a total of 150 where certificates, shooter and sardine were purchased and presented to the participants of the show. And here we see the expenditure for the Independence Cocktail Party. And then we move on to the WUCOM programs. She had the WUCOM, or the Women's Commissioner. The Women's Commissioner organized 2 programs, but there were subsidiaries. And we had the breast cancer show where we made printed out a certificate and a frame. Actually, it's a citation, sorry, to the resource person. And the same was done for the 3 M's where they talked about money and then men. And
Hello? 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 Yeah, Najo, we can't hear you.
The Women's Commission in appreciate national 150, which is not. Hello?
Yeah, we couldn't hear you. So now we can hear you.
Where couldn't you hear me from? So I can quickly go through.
Yeah, from here. From
Remittance to national.
Okay, you proceed, proceed then, please.
Okay, so we sent a total of 1,750 to national and spent 375 for citations, citation and awards for programs. This particular 375 was actually part of the donations or sponsorship we saw up there. And then the committee appreciation certificates, 12 copies to the committees that helped us during the academic year. That was 36 yuan. So that's our financial report. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, this will be the second to last presentation for this session. I'd like to and treat all the presenters to be a bit brief. Maybe they can summarize some of the things so that I don't have to read everything for us. Okay. So now I will open the floor for questions and deliberations on the report as presented to us from NUGS chapter. So if you have any opinion to share or question, you can raise up your hand. I'll call you, just like we did for the previous ones, and then you ask your questions. Thank you. Okay, in the next 10 seconds, if nobody has any issue to address, then we will call up for members to move the motion for the acceptance of the report. But before we do that, kindly share the report on the delegates page. So
Okay,
that
I
everyone
saw
can see.
some typos, so let me just correct it and then share it.
Okay, sure. So, well, it seems like nobody has an issue with this, so I would open the floor for someone to move the motion for the acceptance of this report so that we can move to the next one before we move to the next item on the bill. Can we have anyone move the motion for acceptance of this report? Yeah. Boaman.
Yes, I, Boama Frederick, I move for the motion for the acceptance of the report, President Jan. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get a seconder? Can we get a second?
Yeah, hello.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm Michael. I second.
Michael from
Jinjan.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So we are relieved. Another from Jinjan, we are relieved. Congress has accepted your report. So we move to the first chapter that presented. Jinjo chapter, there was an issue they had to address. So let's do that quickly before we move to the next item on the bill. So
Okay, thank you. So I'm reporting on I'm giving a report, the financial report again, right? Can you please share screen for me?
Yeah, I'm just giving it. Okay. Okay, here we go.
Thank you very much. So sorry for the inconvenience earlier. As I said, our balance received as at the time of office was 560 RMB, and the annual dues we took for the year is 2,090 RMB. And then we also had an end of year dinner, so we took a fee and then we subsidized. So the total amount we took for members was 750 RMB, which brought our total income to 3,400 RMB. Yeah. Then the expenditure for our tenure, we had to take 50% of our dues to national, which was 1,075 RMB. And then our first general meeting, we had refreshments for members, which amounted to 74 RMB. And expense for our bonfire night, 142.22, and a flyer expense, 30 RMB. Outdoor picnic, 142.20, and then a reward for a quiz we had in one of our programs was 57 UN. And then the end of semester dinner and handing over program, we spent 1,122 RMB, which brought our total expenditure to 2,642.72. And the balance we have right now is 757.28 RMB.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, Congress, there you have it. She has presented the financial report as requested by the House. So, do we still have some questions for her? So, in the next 10 seconds, if there is no question, then we may have to ask for the move for member to move for the acceptance of this report. Okay, so I think we are satisfied with your report. So now we would ask a member of Congress to move the motion for the acceptance of the report. Yeah, Tony from Xi'an.
I, Osei Manifani from Xi'an, move to accept the report.
Okay, thank you. Who second? Can we get a seconder, please? Can we get a seconder?
I, Nana Joy Kumar Johnson, do second.
Okay, thank you. So, Rachel, you are relieved now. So, yeah. So, I'll hand over to LOC to proceed with the program, and then we'll resume in the evening to take the other chapter reports. So, LOC Chair. Settle. Oh, Mr. Felix, you can take over.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, the Salon. Thank you very much. And thanks to all the chapters who have given us their reports. I think one good thing about the Congress is that we all come here to learn. So if you're a chapter and you are facing any challenges or you want new ideas or innovations to actually improve activities and programs in your chapter, I think this is a very good platform to learn from. So we are grateful for your service as well. At this moment, we are going to hand over to the Electoral Commission. This is an important part of our program today. These individuals are going to lead the union for the next 1 year. And so it is important that they are outdoored or they are introduced. And so if the Electoral Commission is ready, I do not know if they've already elected a chairman to do us the honors of introducing the aspirants for this year's Congress. So please, if the EC is ready, you can let us know and then you take over.
Yeah, he's here. I think he's here. So think he's still doing some background work there. He's here.
Can I be heard?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So basically, Honorable Eben said he's on the way coming. I mean, like he's within the subway, so a little network issues. So I don't know if DJ Ato just give us a little bit music whilst he joins.
Or can we take them or anyway the reports?
Or just maybe in the next 5 minutes he should join.
Oh, okay, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
All right, that's fine. So DJ Ato, please, can you give us some songs to dance and wait for the EC chair? Thank you.
Kawabanga.
Dada bukwe misuwo mekewo akamiefu. Dada bukwe misuwo. Dada bukwe misuwo mekewo akamiefu. Aba. Ike dada buku, blema dada buku. Mene dada buku misuwo mekawo akamiefu. Dada buku misuwo. Dada buku misuwo mekawo akamiefu. Aba. Kawo baba la fame kawo baba. Kayo beba, ala fami kayo beba, beju kapreba, olipa nimba, aya go, efeniba, shiba, aba, kekereba.
That's probably what nicely.
What my face looks like. Yeah, good evening, everyone. Sorry. Small pop-up, I will just go home. Can we hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, thank you for your patience, and it's been a pleasure once again to come as the EC continuously for 3 years and counting. We hope that next year we'll have people willingly and voluntarily coming just to take up these positions, so some of us can take up other positions. Thank you. We want to thank the LOC for this opportunity. This evening, we just want to introduce the candidates to you. Probably will be the first time. The purpose is some of us are not familiar with the candidates, so this is the opportunity for you to see them, hear them. They are not to campaign, just to introduce themselves, for you to see them physically, hear them, see how they talk, how they dress, how they're able to communicate their simple biography, their names and other stuff. By the grace of God, we have candidates for all the positions except for WUCOM, if I'm right. So without much ado, I would like to call Honorable Ifya to have a brief introduction, and then the candidate will then come and say just one or two about themselves before we go.
Good evening, everyone. Please, I'm here to introduce to you the 2022-2023 aspirants for this academic year. We have Barnabas Kudari from Wuhan chapter aspiring for the national president.
Just a moment. Honorable Seto, if you have the PPT, can you share your screen? I just gone home. I'm trying to settle down. Thank you. All right.
So please, Honorable Barnabas Kudari from Wuhan chapter aspiring for the national president. Please, can you unmute yourself and introduce yourself to us, like within a minute?
Honorable, if you can go through briefly, so that when you finish, we take off the screen sharing so people can see them physically. So you please run through quickly, and then thank you.
Stephen Osei Apia from Nanjing chapter, also aspiring for the national president. For the vice president, we have Tete Terrence Thompson from Jinhua chapter. For the secretary general, we have Rachel Isuakwa. Financial controller, we have Charles Asikia. Please, sorry if I pronounce your name wrong. From Beijing chapter. And Honorable Opoku Pius, also aspiring for the national controller from Nanshan chapter. And for the organizer, we have Owusu Mensah Solomon from Hanjo chapter. Thank you very much. Please, you can introduce yourself now.
Okay, thank you very much for your service, Honorable Ifya. Let me sound a word of caution to all our aspirants. This is not a campaigning moment. The purpose, as I underlined, the purpose is most of us don't know you. So we want to do this to encourage people to come for your manifesto reading. The purpose is just for people to see you, hear your voice, just say 1, 2, 3 about yourself without campaigning, to encourage people to come and listen to your manifesto reading and have a purpose to think about you as a candidate. So if I want to begin from a particular order, I want to begin from our national organizer. So Honorable Owusu, if you can open your screen, you just have a minute. You don't have to say much if you don't have much to say. Just introduce yourself, tell us 1, 2, 3 about you, and that's all. Owusu Mensah Solomon, please.
aspiring organizer. Please open your screen and talk to us in a minute.
Hello, everyone. Good evening to you all. I'm also Mr. Solomon from Zhejiang University of Chinese Medical University. I'm a nursing student in my final year, and I'm aspiring for the national organizer. Thank you.
All right. Which part of Ghana are you from?
I'm from Kumasi, Swami Makro.
So what's your favorite food?
Maybe fufu. I will choose fufu over every food.
Hey, you start your sentence with maybe.
Yeah.
Your favorite food, yeah, you know.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
a lot. That's why I said I will choose fufu over the other one.
If you want us to give us a sentence, a mantra, not to complain, something to remember you with. I remember Honorable Collins gave us, it is doable. Do you have anything you want us to remember you with?
Okay, I'll choose a passion to serve.
All right. Thank you, Honorable. We hope God grants you that passion to really come and serve. So, Honorable Congress delegates, this is our aspirant who will be going for vetting, and we pray God be with you with your question answering so we can see you in our manifesto time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Now we'll come to our financial controllers. Honorable Charles, if you're available, just let's see your physical appearance.
Thank you. I am here. Can I proceed?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Easy Chair. Everyone present. Please, my name is Charles Asakia. I'm from Beijing chapter and then a PhD student in my final year at the China Agricultural University. I'm studying food science and nutritional engineering. I was the financial controller for Beijing, and I have served on 2 national committees, which is the secretary of the finance committee and then the chairman of the sponsorship committee. And let me add also.
Okay, so Honorable, if I may ask you, which part of Ghana do you come from?
I come from Bolga.
Your favorite food?
TZ with ayoyo soup.
Can you prepare it?
Yes, I can.
Hey, Charlie, the bachelor ladies, you have a cook. Any phrase for us to remember you with?
Okay. My simple phrase is selfless and dedicated to the service of this union.
So if it is raining and we call you, we can count on you to come.
Exactly, at any time.
Thank you very much. We pray God help you with your vetting that you pass and we can see you in the manifesto reading. Thank you very much. Honorable Pius, if you are there, let's hear from you.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yeah, yet to see you.
Okay. My name is Opoku Pius, a PhD accounting student at Jiangsu University of Finance and Economics. I have been the financial controller at Nanchang chapter, and also I was part of the audit committee national during the last Congress. I've also worked as a finance on the finance committee at.
So when did you come to China, Honorable?
Yes, I came here 2019.
What's your favorite food in China?
My favorite food, rice for me. I can only eat rice here.
Rice is the rice is food.
Rice with my local stew.
So you can cook, right?
Yeah, I can cook well.
Well. No be a facedro.
Yeah. No. I can cook well. I can cook well.
All right. Anything for us to remember you with?
Okay. Your money is in safety hand, so that's it.
Hey, say it again, please.
I said your money is in a safety hand.
Now, you see, kind of better get it.
It's about the money.
Safety is important. Thank you very much. At least I know now when I pay the dues, you can account for it well. Abi.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We pray that God be with you during your vetting, that everything goes on well, and we can see you during that manifesto.
Thank you.
Honorable Congress, Pius. Thank you very much, Honorable. All right, so we want to go next, Secretary General. Rachel or Raquel, I don't know which is it.
I'm Rachel.
Oh, Rachel. Oh, you've come again. I like your glasses.
Thank you very much.
That's it. Just something brief about yourself.
Good evening. I'm Rachel from Jinzhou chapter. I'm a third-year medical student in NUGS University, Jinzhou, Hubei. I served as the secretary for my chapter last academic year, 2021-2022 academic year. I also served as the provincial secretary for that same year. And I love to sing, to write, and to be of help when the need comes. Thank you.
What's your favorite sports, Honorable? Do you like sports anyway?
I'm not very athletic, but I like to swim. So swimming.
Oh, beautiful. All right. Anyway, I wanted to market you for the bachelor's on board, but let me leave you alone.
Thank you very much.
Good. Where do you come from in Ghana?
I'm an Asante. I'm from Asante Mampo in.
Okay, so what's your favorite food then?
Fufu and light soup.
I like the way you command it. Fufu. That's what I wanted. Say, command the thing. All right. Anything for us to remember you with?
Oh, I just believe there's energy in synergy, so we should all be involved in the union. Thank you very much.
You do one finger job for China. You teach English, eh? This
no.
They rhyme. Okay. So thank you for your time. We hope your energy will be synchronized through your synergy for us to see you during our manifesto. God be with you through your vetting. Thank you. Okay, so we go to Vice P. Vice P. Honorable Thomas.
Boss.
Honorable Thomas.
Yeah.
Let's see you and hear
okay,
you.
so I am Tete Terence Thomas, a Ghana, and I
Why
had
can't I
like
see
small
you?
food. What?
I can't see you. I don't know why.
My video is on. I don't know if. Let me go off and come back here.
Can I see him? I don't know why I cannot see.
I hope you can see me now.
Go ahead. I can't see you. But
I can see. Please, can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Others can see you. That's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Okay, so I am Tete Terence Thomas, and I'm a Ghana man. But it's unfortunate I like fufu. So, and I was the past president of Jinhua chapter. And I'll go for, let's say, let me put it, for blood and country. You know, service to blood for blood and country. It's all about the people and it's all about the country.
Please come with your phrase again.
For blood and country. That is service to blood and country.
Hey, what do you mean by service to blood? Just a little curious. And country.
That means we will die for the country and we will die for our people.
Charlie, we want one person to come and die. Are you ready to die today?
Don't worry, Jinhua already knows. I've died for them several times.
Hey, resurrected Jesus. Okay.
I'm telling you.
Honorable Congress. we have a resurrected man here. All right, thank you.
And we are inviting all of you to join us in Jinhua for some Banku festival. So
that will come later. Just today, we just want to hear your voice and see you smile and just see your demeanor in communication.
Okay.
So when you
Thank
have
you.
your manifesto, you can push all of those things in there. So
no problem.
Honorable House, this is Honorable Aspirant for Vice P. Thank you. We hope God be with you, and we can see you during our manifesto reading.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So we'll move to Vice President in no order. I would like to call Honorable Jose Apia to talk to us.
Hello, good evening to us. Please, can I be seen? Okay.
Okay, now we can see you.
I think I can be seen now. All right. Good evening to us, delegates and honorable members. My name is Stephen Oseapia, currently a second-year master's student at Hoha University, majoring in information and communication engineering. I served as the vice president for the Nanjing chapter. And also, I like to work with my hands most of the times. Obviously, you would like to ask where I'm from in Ghana. I'm from the Eastern region, from Achim, precisely from Achim Tafo. Yes, my favorite food. I don't really have a favorite food, but I think I enjoy TZ much better. Yeah, when you have the pork inside and well cooked enough, I enjoy it much more. Thank you very much.
So, Honorable, can you cook your favorite food?
Unfortunately, I can cook, but for my favorite food, no. I usually enjoy it at a friend's house. And so that was where yes.
May God give you the spirit to learn how to cook it. Amen.
Amen.
Yeah,
Thank
just
you so
one
much.
question. When did you come to China, though?
I came to China in the year 2019.
All right. So thank you very much for your time and your appearance.
Thank
we
you.
pray God be with you during your vetting, that we can see you during our manifesto reading. Honorable Congress delegates, Honorable Ose Apia, aspirant for president. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you too, sir.
Yeah, Honorable Barnabas, if you are there, aspirant for president.
Yes, boss, I'm here.
Let's see you and hear from you.
Okay. Good evening to you all. I'm in the person of Derek Kundari Barnabas, a member of Wuhan chapter. I served in the various capacities in my chapter, that is, as a organizing committee member in charge of sports, and then I was a former president for the chapter. And then I'm currently a final year clinical medical student at Tonji Tianyo Hospital affiliated to Wuhan University of Science and Technology. And I'm a nurse by profession with the Nursing and Midwifery Council. I'm from the Upper West region, specifically from Nandong. My favorite food is TZ with ayoyo soup. And then I'm currently the team manager for Wuhan Black Stars. And then
as a team manager, do you play? Are you a footballer or you are just one of the pot-belly coaches?
Oh, no. I used to play until I got injured, so I was advised not to play again. So I'm going by doctor's restriction.
You're experiencing your techniques as a coach, right? Are we going to see you somewhere in the national coaching?
Yeah, we hope so.
As a national coach.
We hope so.
Okay, yes. We hope so. I like your vim. Anything for us to remember? Okay, where do you come from in Ghana?
I said I'm from Upper West region, specifically from Nandong.
Oh, okay. Anything for us to remember you with?
Yeah. May your choices reflect your hopes, not your fears. Yes, we can.
This is deep. May your choices reflect your hope, not your fears? Just a little brief explanation. Why hope, not your fears?
I'm such a person that anywhere I am, I try to bring the love, hope, and the energy within people.
All right. So just a brief. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate. We thank you for your time and service. We pray that God will give you all the necessary success in your vetting, so we can really see you again during our manifesto reading. Thank you very much. God give you all you need. Amen.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So, honorable delegates, honorable House, these are the aspirants who will be going through vetting for us to hear them during their manifesto reading. And like I said earlier on, the purpose was to give you a face view of all of them, hear them a little, give you the opportunity to find something attractive about them. If not, when they contact you individually, you can be able to make your decisions before they come after vetting, and then the process will go on successfully. Before I go, I would like to say earlier on, I was contacted about the vacant position of the WUCOM, and for the EC's advice, why I told them to contact the JC to open nominations only for the WUCOM position, so we can have people to vie for this position before manifesto reading. I have not heard from them, so I'm hoping it's still in the pipeline that it can be done. And then again, I said only for the WUCOM position, because other positions have been filled. There is no need to open them. It will be unfair to those who have filed their positions already, whether contested or unopposed. So we hope we can have a copy of the letter or opening of nomination for that position, so we can also adjust schedule for manifesto reading and other things. Thank you very much, honorable delegates. We hope we can have successful election this year. Honorable LOC, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Nikwe, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, your recommendation is for us to open it for only the portfolio that has not been contested for, nobody has applied yet.
Yeah.
So for how long? I don't have any issue with that. So for how long should we do that?
I will leave that for the JC. But I think last time was open for, I think, 2 hours or 3 hours or something. You get me? But then we can only recommend. Yeah, we don't decide. You said? So like I said, we don't decide, we only recommend. So the appropriate office can take up, and then, but it shouldn't be long because vetting is going on and we are all aware of the situation. So maybe 2 hours, something 3 hours should be enough because we all know. So the person can join vetting quickly and then by tomorrow it is done. So just a recommendation, not. I hope the LOC and other people also can make some input to that.
Yeah, you can speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Selo. I just want to ask a question. I find something a bit worrying and a bit troubling. I realized that the aspirants during their introduction were all over trying to give some form of a de facto manifesto or a de facto campaign of a sort, when already vetting has not probably ended or even commenced. I just want to find out from the EC chair whether he is aware of this and why he allowed something like that to go on. Because by convention and by practice and all these years, I doubt this is a formality that needs to be adopted. I don't know why this thing was done.
Thank you very much. I am happy you didn't quote the Constitution, because we are all guided by the Constitution. Formalities are how do you call it, are adapted, retracted, and modified. But it is up to us, the human beings, who make those formalities, as far as we don't go against our law, our Constitution. And per my continuous being EC chair for 3 years without a break, I can say this is not a breach of the Constitution. The Constitution says the EC has the right to formulate its own modules, operandos, or whatever. And as you said, I caution the aspirants to refrain from campaigning. And just like I say, it seems, but they didn't. So if you can point to me that they really campaign, I'll pick you on that. But until then, and then my purpose I made clear. If you think my purpose was not of good intention, fine. For people to get familiar with these people, have a purpose to come for their manifesto reading, because attendance and interest is going down. You can agree with me. So I'm rather thinking that we'll be proactive to find a way to bring this union to a better angle, rather than always trying to find a little like loophole to use book law and I don't know, excuse my language, to find angles to rather punch people in the hole. So until you can find a constitutional breach in this, I would say my purpose as an EC was motivated by the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Anyways, Salom, like I wanted clarification on, I think that a lot of the tangents the EC chair went is not even in essence trying to explain the matters, but so that I would not have to engage in back and forth and a banter of a sort in respect of something that I find inappropriate. Because if someone appears and says that I want you to do A, B, C, D, is about grammar. And since he could not regulate exactly what they say, very many of the delegates could attest to the fact that a lot of the things that were said amount to campaigning of a sort. But I don't want to go into that side. Now, back to the issue of open nominations. I think that by practice, just like he was referring to practice and all that, and he didn't want to comply by the relevant practice, I also want to refer him that by convention and by the fact that he has been EC for 3 years, he knows that when we are faced with such challenges, we open nominations. I think that by that same practice, this Congress can also open up nominations for those positions to be filled. We can just probably decide to put time limitation to the duration, to say probably in the next 4 hours, so that that filing of nomination can be done before close of Congress this evening, or probably an hour or two before close of Congress, if that time limit would permit us. But I wouldn't want us to stretch the aspect of opening of nomination for a very long time, because the other entities need to work and then get the results for us to proceed. Thank you very much. And I also sometimes want to caution that the EC chair should also refrain from sometimes trying. The fact that you are an entity on your own does not mean that you formulate things that put the delegates in a tight corner, because the EC, the vetting committee can use this against some of the delegates. And if someone supports a particular delegate and it is used against him to get disqualified, you would not be there to defend the person. And it's on this premise that I raised my earlier issue, that I hope the vetting committee would not stick to this particular lapse that I think the EC have committed to disqualify any candidate, because that would be unfair, and I will count it as a lapse on the EC and not the delegates themselves. Thank you very much.
Honorable, I appreciate your effort, but still you have not quoted where I lapsed in the Constitution, and you have not, again, pointed out exactly what even a particular person said to warrant this, because as you realize, I was asking them questions that make them talk about themselves and whatever it is. So like you said, I appreciate it. And well, if even after everything I've said, my intention for us to move on and get a better view of our candidate before they come, you don't all see that. I wish that you come from a constitutional view, so that, because this thing you are saying, we've gone back and forth on the background. I think Seto was there, he guided me. Previously, it was from a different angle. Gradually, he guided me. I told him, okay, bring your idea, because this is the purpose. I just want people to see these people and then gradually with it. So please, I will appreciate it if you come from a constitutional angle, and then if there is something, I'm really open for discussion. Why? It's not to breach anything, that's all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eben. Mr. Chair, I think your point has been well made, equally as Honorable Fifi. So I think let's move on. As he said, it's not that basically he wants to engage in a banter, but he was trying to rectify any foreseeable challenge. So I think, Honorable Kofi, as your issue related to the substantive matter being discussed or is towards the nomination, if can you unmute and then.
Thank you very much. I'm Kofi from Shanghai. I was just reacting to what the gentleman just said. I also listened to all the aspirants, and none of them even campaigned. And so I saw it just like dragging an issue that doesn't even exist. And so let us move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fee. So, Mr. Eben, I think we are done with the introduction, or if you would like to add anything, please kindly do that before we go on.
I really appreciate our Honorable's concern. But like I said, my purpose with my experience for this thing is just for people to see our aspirant, get to know them a little, and then have a purpose to come for the manifesto reading and also vote for them. So if he sees it as a little bit offensive, I'll first of all say, from my angle I'm coming from, it's very easy. I'll say I'm sorry. But then I would even appreciate it if we can discuss further background and we can clarify certain things, because we are all trying to build the union up. So my purpose still stands. Thank you very much. And I hope the vetting committee will rather see my purpose and just like the other person said, and not anything bad. Thank you very much. See you all at manifesto.
Hello. On the issue of the open of nomination, I didn't quite get that. I didn't get that clearly. I wanted the House to decide on how long we should open a nomination, and then we take it from there, because we have opened this nomination several times, and like we did in the afternoon concerning the the committee positions, I would want to seek advice from Congress. This is the highest decision-making body of our union. I would like to seek advice so that I know how we can proceed with that. Okay, Mr. Boam, I can see your hand up.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to make some suggestions and concerns with relations to the opening of nominations. Not only for the WUCOM. I understand, which I stand to be corrected. I understand that nominations were opened for all the positions to be filled. There was a time frame. Every office brought in something except the WUCOM. So now, if we are going to now open nomination only for the WUCOM, I suggest, is a suggestion, that why not open all the nominations for everybody, just in case? Because you are only giving preference to the WUCOM just because nobody filed the nomination. Then in other terms, we should open nominations for all, just in case somebody now have the realization of filing a nomination for an office. And then notwithstanding with the time frame, like probably it could go for 2 hours or 3 hours, right from now. Start as soon as possible, we agree on as Congress. Thank you very much.
Okay, that is the submission from Mr. Boama from Danger. So, Fifi, do you want to speak to this issue, or is an old hand that has been up?
Yeah, it's related to this issue.
Okay.
Yes, two quick things. The first one, my suggestion is that we open nominations for 2 hours, because I'm quite sure that the vetting committee would also need time to get their work done, and it wouldn't be appropriate to get them getting their work late into the night. So I suggest probably a 2 hours quick opening of nominations would do for that one. The second part of it is that I sharply disagree to opening up nominations for all other positions. And my reason is that we can have the situation whereby someone is now fancying his chances against a delegate who has filed for nominations about 3 or 2 weeks ago, and now probably fancies his chances because he or she thinks that, okay, this person, I have the chance of beating up the person. Let's not forget, in as much as we are looking for the best candidate for a position, we also have to be fair to those who over the past 3 weeks or a month have gathered the courage and the interest to apply for these positions. Opening up nominations for positions that already have people who have picked up nomination is not fair for competition, is not fair to the individuals, and it would not be in our interest to do that. If we toe that line, we will have possibilities where year on year, people would wait till the last minute and then try and fancy their chances before they apply. So I think that we stick to those who have already filed their nominations, and where there is no individual, as in the case of the WUCOM, we open it up for 2 hours, and then we get members also fill it in. In the case that we get no one after 2 hours, some chapters have given us precedents, and that could also be a possibility where after Congress, we can see how to also arrive at that, using some of the precedents that some chapters have used to arrive at filling executive positions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable, forgive me to cut you. I think I don't want us to drag this thing. What is on board discussion is straightforward. We are only opening nomination for WUCOM position. Let's not argue about opening nomination for other departments which are so that the only nomination we are opening is for non-applied position, WUCOM, that's all. So let's not elaborate the discussion about, I hope you understand. So please direct anybody's who talk about other.
Honorable Mr. Felix, you can.
Okay, thank you. So I was going to say that I support the statement of Mr. Fifi Otu. So once the EC chair has clarified that it's only the WUCOM's position that they would sort of reopen again, then I think that's that. And then the other thing I would want to add is that I think it's becoming a bit of a problem where almost in most of the chapters, we have difficulty getting people to fill the position of WUCOM. And so I think that I'll just encourage our ladies that we know they are competent and we know they can serve. And so please, they should consider taking up this position. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think I also support the idea of just opening for WUCOM. I was here last year. It wasn't a good feeling. After people have known that you are going for this position and then you open it for everyone, it's not fair. So yeah, 2 hours. If that is what we are going by, 2 hours, yes, we open nomination for 2 hours, after which it is closed. And if you don't get anyone, then we'll allow Congress to decide on what to do next. So I think that's it. I don't think there's any other counter view on that. So I would work on that and then put out the announcement to members. Thank you so much. So at this point, I want to be clear. I want somebody to move the motion so that somebody seconds and then we move on with it. Mr. Boerma.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I move the motion, I think that the statement by the EC chair was not in the right direction to me. I stand to be corrected with anybody's view. I raised the concerns, I raised the suggestion, which an honorable member stated otherwise, explain why he thinks it's not done like that, which is okay. But the EC chair just comes in to say, no, this is not what we are going to do. We are going to do this. I think next time it should be addressed. I, Boama Frederick, I move for the motion that this should be accepted and then moved on for opening of nomination for the WUCOM. Thank you.
Honorable, forgive me again. You see, this issue was brought by the EC chair. So I needed to clear the air that because Honorable came arguing that it is not fair for other positions to be open. I hope you remember that. So I needed everybody to know that my motion I put on the board, what I recommended was strictly only for WUCOM, so that people will not have time to rally around debating about what I didn't say. So Honorable, if you found it a little bit this thing, I'm sorry. People were trying to move out of context for what I said. So I had to be clear on what I said. Sorry once again.
Okay, can we get someone to support the motion? And say any seconder for the motion as raised by Mr. Boama from Tenjo.
I, Samuel, you must owe to Wuhan chapter. Second.
Okay, thank you. So we are opening nomination for only Congress for the next 2 hours. So Congress, now you have it. Those who are interested in the position, this nomination has been opened. So feel free to apply. You can start the application before even the letter is out. So now I hand over to Mr. Felix. So.
All right. Thank you very much. I think at the moments that we always enjoy when it's Congress time, the back and forth, trying to state our opinions, trying to use the Constitution to explain our viewpoints. At the end of the day, we find the solution and then the way to go. So it's all good. I would want to say a very big thank you to all the delegates. I think we've spent close to 5 hours. And I must say, looking at the attendance, we've all done very well. And we are grateful for your time. I also acknowledge the presence of all the ex-official members, the NEC members, the National Senate, and to all the delegates who are here. Thank you so much, as well as the aspirants. So it's time for us to take a break and stretch our legs, find something to eat, and then come back.
Doc, please, sorry. Doc, please, sorry to interject. I think the WUCOM sound has been up for some time. The national.
Oh, okay. All right. So, Miss Millicent.
Yes, thank you. I just want to. I just want to find out.
You can speak now.
Honorable.
Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello. Can I be heard?
Yes, please.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Please, Honorable Secretary Salom mentioned that 2 hours, but I didn't hear like the 2 hours from what time to what time. I don't know if it was stated, but I did not hear. So I just want to get that clear.
It's gonna take me in the next 12 minutes to put the letter together for, let's say, from 6:30 when the notice comes out. That'll be fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I think that once we see the letter out, the 2 hours starts from that time. So let's take notice of that. And I encourage our ladies, please pick up the nomination forms and serve the union as well. So thank you all very much. DJ Ato, you can give us some songs while we stretch and also find something to eat, and then we come back after 30 minutes. So thank you all very much.
Please, let's be reminded also that after the short break of 50 minutes, we'll have a time with the embassy. So any questions bothering your mind, the officials from the embassy will be with us in a few hours. Thank you very much.
All right. And please, we are all also advised that we should use our names, our chapter, and then our designation. It's very, very important. So please, let's try to do that. Thank you.
DJ Atoki.
We're in the top box. What did you do breakfast? I'm sure your best and check 5,000. No, she got one hour more than anything. Equation. What you do? Yes, brother, me she got them to do with your from your breakfast. BBIS, I will tell. Yes, thank you. Minia, I pay a mass against swap. Contractor. Ega Ponsa, West Sudanamo, FFF. Ebe. Upon say. Yawato Yara Soko. Yawazoya, Suku. Because so Messia, Yawazoya, Suku. Yaba, get a carriage. Miniano. Sergeant Kadakuna, Toma Boma, Kobuko. And you Mokoshita, and then you're to me. And you people better at once. If you ever come out. The only dry dogs you can get in Ghana, Tema. Ebe, Sanyo, Tema. Food complex, Commander Boham, and the dump. What I share, Ben be a open Nadia Saucing. So, you can fish your best in all open Neduma, or so when you are. The best swinging hotel, I beg and what, Tema. Only talk of the town. Talk of the town hotel. Dr. Papa Biswashet, my old friend, Dr. Kaiko. Ebe, Uncle Kwesai. Another hard worker, Rasta line. Miniano. 1 year quarter man. Tamafwe! Tamafwe! Yani yako. Yawatoye. Ebe. Yawazoya Soko, Tamafwe, Yawazoya Soko. Ebe Tamafwe, Yawazoya Soko. If you have a Western region, Minyano, so you see men and Papa, when you know Western region. Ebe what American slangs with that team was that it's anymore. Remember time. I don't give a damn, man. My ship is selling tomorrow morning. Take it easy, bro. Take it easy. When I see my food, and you're talking, and I'm a cook on another food dish and the motor, and the wash me, Well, good. You're just a what him. Hey, you better be careful about my hair. You won't block my hair. What didn't want prophecy? Oh, what if I'm smiling as well? What's about the Mijaka Bumijaka says, just a who would you do? Achakanapaya and Tahopo in your number. Oh, what's it you find? What's it you find? Yapa, I don't give a damn. Take it easy, brother. You found the heat. Hey, how you do? Yako. Oh, so go. Mama, we in the drop box. Yawato Yara Soko. What's the original? Yawazoya Soko. Oh, what's the original? Yawazoya Soko. Look, it's the original. Minya. Ebe, Ekwapim. Nikusie nyina hu se. Ye nikusie wo ho. Wo mu nyina kolojo ho. I want to call who okusie wo 55. And then 50. put the jacket, you know, washing the water. So, any on one detective who said, I am a second, can you mean that? This on one, no. What's it between so crew and a bed? Who are them Kakraswa? I got to a parade. I'm about him, man. What fair? Who are you abandoning? A friend in a no. Who are me casket? If I want your respect to the one who know, no one shall grab him. I see. If I would choose you, we are to see. If I would choose we are here. Or see, I saw come a real blood and a fruit. Papi Martins, Yawazoya, Yawazoya, oh Papi Martins, Yawazoya, Yawazoya. The best blood tonic you can get. What you got one with your mama people in the I do up for my what's what I do so. No one, no, I miss you, Danny. Yeah, no, who won't fly from in the near. When your friend call up, Minya. Call up. What the feather. No one did. I'm going to back. No one, but see, what the bomb was. Minya. My hair, no strike your yard. By mistake. I don't want you. Hey. What's it? What's it, bra? Me come bra. Me come bra. What's that bra? Say bra, now what do you mean? What do you mean? Jason, Banta. What that down, Minya. A jack who race you, no chat. What does getting a mess? Oh, so wow, we in the job box. You want to your so go. I shall be reading. Sorry, I sorry, me uncle no be ne juma ya. I sorry, uncle be ne juma ya fu. I sorry, uncle. I the soon ma. I sorry, ya be ne juma. I sorry, uncle be ne juma ya ta. I sorry, uncle. Sorry, oh. I sorry, uncle be ne juma ya fu. I sorry, uncle. Yes, sorry, Biamo, that's when you may. Sorry, Biamo, sorry, Biamo, sorry, Biamo. Sorry, I do my own so jalafia de. I do my own so jalafia de. I do a lafia de sedo. I do a lafia de. I do my own so jalafia de. I do my own so jalafia de. I do a lafia de. I do a lafia de. I do my so. What you miss you say some say some what you miss you say some say some
Hello, everyone. Hello, can I be heard?
Yeah, you can. Yes, sir, you can be heard.
Yes, sir. Yeah, great. Good evening. We want to proceed with our report reading. I think this time around, I want all the chapters to be as brief as possible, and the question, let's not stretch issues too much, because we have the embassy coming at 8:20, and we don't want to chop into their time, and there are other programs afterwards. So let's be on time, okay? So I'll quickly call on Wujo chapter to give us their reports briefly, and then we proceed from there. After that, Wuhan. So get ready. Okay, Ucho, please. You.
All right.
Manuel.
Okay. Hello, sir.
Yeah, let's roll. We have 5 minutes.
All right. So, good evening, everyone, and thanks for your time also. So this is a summary of our reports, and it consists of our activities and the financial report also. So basically, the chapter was formed and inaugurated in 2020, and quite unfortunate, the chapter will be closed after this Congress. This is because there are no students currently, there are no Ghanaian students currently in the school. So the chapter consists of 6 executives, that is president, vice organizer, women's commissioner, and then the secretary. Presently, we do not have any committees and commissions because it's a very small chapter. The chapter also consists of 42 registered members, and this was our action plan. That is 2021-2022 action plan. We had this objective, that is the objective of the union for the 2021-2022. Honorable Selom, a bit down for me. Okay, so basically these were the programs.
No, it's yeah, it's here.
All right, so basically we were able to achieve just 4 programs. The first one was about employment opportunities. That is, we had a dialogue with Joberman Ghana, and then also we had a collaborative program with Nanchan and then Genjo chapter. And then we had a program also called Be Inspired, hosted by Tima Kumkum of Multimedia. And then finally, we had a program that is on the 1st May with the Honorable Minister of Information, that is Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah. Yeah, so these were the programs that we were able to achieve. Because we are a very small chapter, our major challenge is because of the COVID restrictions, we've been locked down for some time now because we have some cases in the cities or the counties around the school. So difficulty in organizing offline programs, that is face-to-face programs with the members. And then one of our major problems also was collection of dues. And then possible solutions. I don't know, but maybe going forward in future, the next group or the next leaders that will come, we would have a way to have a fruitful interactions with them so that some of these issues do not continue. Thank you. Now our financial report. So we were able to raise just 1,000 RMB, and this 1,000 RMB, 500 of it was paid as remittance to the national coffers. Thank you. Please, this is the summary report from Ujo chapter. Thank you.
Well, thank you. There you have it. It's a very short one from a small chapter. So it's before Congress. If you have any issue you want to make a recommendation, suggestion, or ask a question, please do it in the next 5 seconds. Yeah. So if you don't see any hand up, then ask for it, a member of Congress to move the motion for acceptance. Okay. Okay, it seems we are okay with what you presented. So quickly, ask a member to move the motion for the acceptance of the report. Can we get someone to move the motion for the acceptance of the report, please? Congressmen and women, are we here?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, Hansen.
I, Hansen of Jinjo, move for the motion of acceptance of the report.
Jifakujo Jenjo, I second.
Okay, thank you. So please, I share the report on the delegates page for everyone to have access to. Okay, and I move on to the next chapter quickly. Wuhan.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Wuhan, can you do us the honors quickly, and then we...
Okay. In the person of Derek Kundari Barnabas, the former president of Wuhan chapter, I'm going to take the report. My secretary is indisposed right now. This annual report of NUGS Wuhan chapter is an accurate representation of the chapter's ongoing activities for the 2021-2022 academic year. Then overview. NUGS Wuhan, under the leadership of Derek Kundari Barnabas, have been able to organize a lot of programs, most of which was hosted online because of the COVID restrictions. Although we had a massive online attendance during all our programs, data indicates that members from other chapters and other citizens were much involved in our programs. With a membership of less than 20 members have paid their dues. The current problem confronting our members are how to easily renew their passports, how members in China can fix their Ghana cards, and how to get their SIM cards registered. But I think most of these things have been resolved. Administration, that's chapter executive. We have Derek Barnabas Kundari, president, Ebenezer Osei, vice president, Christine Labi Kamaya, general secretary, Michael Asiedu, financial controller, Josephat Kwesi Anyina Ntoso, organizer. Then we have Nunu Linda, Women's Commission. We have chapter committees, welfare committee, headed by Josephat Kwesi Anyina Ntoso, Bomansan Herman, then Nunu Linda Ofebia. We have media and publicity committee, Emmanuel Mensa Abuaje, Osei Ebenezer Yao, Bomansan Herman, Josephat Kwesi. Yes.
Hello. Sorry, since you can see, you can just mention the committee name and then you proceed. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, then I move to the academic committee, the organizing committee, JC, electoral commission, that's vetting committee, audit committee, handing over committee, then membership, total membership. NUGS Wuhan WeChat group, which is our main medium of communication, has 81 members, but data captured as at 2021-01 from the various campus reps indicates that the union has 74 members currently in Wuhan. Action plan, months and activity: August 2021 campus visitation, January New Year celebration, January and February campus visitation. Then we have February matters of dues paying. Then March we have Independence Day celebration. Then in March, life after school. Then we have in March educational forum, that's thesis writing. Then April we have AFCON. Then May election. Achievements so far: 1. NUGS Wuhan have organized 6 webinars of which different topics were discussed. 2. NUGS Wuhan on the 8th of January 2022 hosted the biggest New Year party that the city have ever witnessed. Number 3, we have we were able to host a successful online Independence Day program, which was very educative and fun. 4, Wuhan Black Stars team took part in the annual Wuhan AFCON and won the bronze medal. Challenges so far: unwillingness of members to pay their dues. 2, most members not showing up for programs. 3, members not willing to take up positions. 4, issues concerning passports renewal and SIM card, which have been resolved. Then possible solutions: NEC and the various chapters should educate their members on what their dues are being used for and why they should pay their dues. 2, payment of dues should come with some benefits in order to motivate members to pay their dues. 3, NUGS positions should come with its own reward in order to motivate others to take up the mantle. Recommendations or way forward. Moving forward, the union should look for a way to organize more in-person programs too. The union should drive a strategy which will motivate members to partake in its activities. Then 3, strategies that will help members to pay their dues should be considered, like breaking down the 200 RMB into amounts that members can manage to pay easily. 4, unity and love among members should always be emphasized. I think this is the report, and then I'll call on Dr. Michael Asiedu to take the financial report. Thank you. Dr. Michael, if you're around.
Okay, I don't think he's online.
Dr. Michael.
I don't think he's online.
Okay, then if he's not online, I'll just take it quickly. Then we go on.
Yeah.
Okay. NUGS Wuhan receipts and payment accounts for the year ended 2021-2022. The receipts balance that we got from our predecessors, that was 6,994.45 RMB. Then surplus from New Year party, that is 200 RMB. The membership dues, 1,850 RMB. Total 9,044.45 RMB. Then payments, expenses for Independence Day election, celebration, which is 200 RMB. And then Black Stars participation fees stroke citations, which were, that is citations for online programs, 2,000 RMB. Handing over expenses, plaques and certificates, that is 1,060 RMB. Then total 3,260 RMB. Then receipts, we have 5,784.45 RMB. Note 1, balance before we took office, that is 6,802.45 RMB. Then balance from handing over committee, 192 RMB. So making a total of 6,945.45 RMB. The New Year party, that is sales of tickets and refund of expenditure, which is 5,952 RMB. Then printing of tickets, 250 RMB. Then deposit, please, okay. Then deposit, that's venue, 1,500 RMB. Then sound system, 1,500 RMB. Food, 2,502 RMB. Surplus, 200 RMB, in which we had 5,952.00 RMB. Then dues, total dues received, which was 3,800 RMB. Then remittance to National FC, 1,950 RMB. The membership dues to that stayed within the union, 1,800 50 RMB. Signed, Michael Asiedu, Financial Controller. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The report is before us. We can ask our questions, but I want to start by asking my question.
Okay.
Why did the financial controller sign? There is the only signatory to the report.
Because the handing over committee have not handed in the audit report yet. So this is what the financial controller prepared for the executive for us to know our expenditure, where we've got into and what we have.
Did you approve of it as the president? Did you approve of it before bringing it to Congress?
Yeah, we discussed about it. That was just yesterday, and then this morning I saw your message on this, so I had to just present this because this was what I was having.
No, I just wanted to draw attention that it has to be signed by, it has to be co-signed by the president. That is why I'm just drawing attention to it. Okay.
Okay. Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. And that's all I have. You've said a lot of things in your report that has to generate a national conversation on it, because it's a problem for all of us. Even national level, we have that challenge. Members not coming. People don't know why they are paying dues, and people don't know the clear benefit to the leaders at the chapter level and at the national level, and all that. There is a conversation we can have, but for now, let's focus on the other things in the report. So, Mr. Thompson, you have a question. Please proceed.
Okay. President, I think you've done amazing. Sorry about the noise. I think you've done an amazing presentation. In as much as the national, we want money. Looking at your total dues receipt, which is 3,800, and you give national 1,950. There is a surplus of 50 if you are to divide it into two. I'm wondering if there is any explanation there. That is one. And when you go to the same thing, I think you have Black Star something there. I don't know if it's a committee or it's a program that you do that you are pushing money for their activities. I just needed a clarification on that.
Okay, I would like to start with the latter. That is with the Black Stars. The Black Stars is just a football organization that is within the union. So, and then in Wuhan, we have this African Cultural Festival that's involved with most of the African countries that we go to have this football tournament with. So that's why it was captured there. I don't know whether my answer is okay. Are you okay with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, then, just that we don't have, well, for me, I've not seen that before, but if it is a program that you guys do and you spend money on that, that's fine.
Oh yeah, this is a program we do since from 2006. It have been into play in Wuhan.
And maybe my suggestion or recommendation, maybe after that, then you go on with the surplus one. The president's presentation, where you have something like possible solutions. I don't know if you are talking about recommendation. If that is so, then maybe you need to amend the heading of possible solutions. If it is solutions that you've achieved to, then it should be solutions.
I think that should
your
be
presentation.
Okay. Possible solutions. Okay. Is this like when we came out with the possible solutions, is just we try to find out some of the reasons why most people were reluctant towards the union, but at that point, we were just about to leave office. So that's why we indicated it. And then the new executive that is currently the chapter executives, they are going to take it from there to also see how best they can work on it.
Yeah, I guess that would be the recommendation. Okay. So my first question,
which is about the surplus of
50 RMB from the disbursed to NUGS. I mean the national. The reason I'm asking this because I remember last time we presented our dues and we had money that was for the chapter, but then the national recommended that we divide our money and give it to the national as well. So if today is the other way around, then there should be an explanation for it.
Oh, but I think remittance to National FC, 1,950. If you divide 3,800 by 2, you are going to get 1,900.
Right.
But okay, 1,950 have been given to National. That means National have to give us some amount back.
You gave 50 more to National, right?
Yes. So that 50, what does it represent?
I don't actually know.
I think Gabby wants to intervene.
Probably what I think is that, sometimes what happens is that someone would have paid his previous dues. Let's say National didn't pay, he paid chapter maybe a year before and paid National the following year. So I think cross-check from your FC. It could be a typographical
I think Gabby has an intervention. The National
maybe Gabby can explain that. He's
Gabby.
The national.
Gabriel, please.
Gabby, you can talk now.
So that we can move to the next chapter, please.
Yeah, hello. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah,
I think Seto is not the FC, but he has given the correct answer. I think per the explanation from their chapter FC, when he was making the remittance, someone paid 150 last year. So he has to pay 50. The 150 he paid like 100 for chapter and 50 for national. So the person topped up the 50 last year, this academic year. So that's why we are seeing that.
All right.
Thank you, Honorable Sector, for the answer.
Okay. Okay. So I would want, if you don't have any fatal issues concerning this report, I would like somebody to move a member to move the motion for the acceptance of the report so that we can move to the next chapter. Change is next, so they get ready for that.
Hi, Thompson Emmanuel. I'm the current National Vice President. I move the motion that we accept this as a formal document for the Union, as an official document for the Union.
Okay,
can I go ahead?
Yes,
second.
please.
I, Josephat Kwesi Anenyantoso, second, Mr. Thompson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we move to the next chapter. That is Chendu. Chendu. Yeah, Chendu, please. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, you can share your screen and then we take it from there. Yeah.
Okay, please, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, my name is Juliana Mantibiada, so the General Secretary for Chendu, and I will be the one to read the report on behalf of our chapter. So this annual report of NUGS Chendu is an accurate representation of the chapter's ongoing activities for the 2021-2022 academic year. the overview. We took office from the leadership of Chindu for 2021-2022 academic year from the 2020-2021 group of executives. And since the semester was fast spent, we the previous executives had to take over the mandate for the next academic year, which was 2021-2022, with the exception of one position, which was the vice president's position. And during our general election, during the General Assembly for that handing over ceremony, we had one person taking over that position. So the administration for this chapter, we have Mr. Victor Preku Adisi being our president, and then Emmanuel Dame being the vice president, myself, the general secretary, Ms. Christine being the financial controller, Jodeta Yekai Brown being the organizer, and then Mariam Abdullahi being the women's commissioner. For the committees that we had 8 committees, and this committee was ratified during our first General Assembly, which took off on the 6th February. Yes, so during that, we ratified these 8 committees, and then they took over to work on their various responsibilities. With the membership, we have, as at the time we took office from the previous administration, we had 332 members, which encompasses the those that have already graduated as well as those that are current students. And after we cleared those that were previously and they were like they've graduated, we had a total of 99 registered continuing students. That's the exception of those that have graduated. And then we were able to record 19 new students, which are back, like they are back at home. So for this particular registered members, we have 9 universities being a cluster of universities in Chindu. And out of this, we have this number of students under them with their zonal reps as well. So for our action plan, although we took over the mandate at a latter end, we were able to do some considerable number of activities for our chapter. And for that, we first of all had an academic program, and that academic program took off on the 20th February, which was a software skill training program. It was in a series form, so we had 2 sessions, that's the session 1 and session 2. And after that, we had our Independence Day, and that was also done in 2 of our cluster schools, which was Sekau, the Sichuan Agriculture, and then USDC. And we had lots of fun during that time. We also had another program on 27th March, which was investment opportunities, which was to help members know exactly how to go about their investment problems. We also had another program, which was how to make a conference poster. And that was done on the 17th April with our very own Dr. Benjamin Kluger Brown being the facilitator. So on the, for the Women's Commission, they also had a program. It was a collaboration between the National WUCOM as well as 2 other chapters, which is Nanjing and Jinjiang. And they had 3 programs as well. That's the 3 ends, which one happened on 28th April and the other 29th May. Then the last one, which was crowned on 24th June, which we all attest to, it was a very memorable one. So for our chapter, we also had another program, which happened on the 26th June, which was a socialization and academic program to help members to be abreast with what is happening here in Chindu with regards to academics, so that they will find it a way to be able to talk to us about the academic problems. So it was done in person, and we had people from those that have completed their program to help us tell the members exactly what they went through during their time. and share recommendations and how they can go about their academics as well, which was also a very lovely program. So we had a final program, which was a dinner on the 9th July, just 9th July. And then that was a dinner party as well as award ceremony, which was done in a hotel to help bring members so that our members can have a part to enjoy, have next. We also had opportunity to open invitation to our international community, which they also graced the occasion with their presence. So achievements so far. The first achievement is that with regards to our academic committee, they were mandated to organize academic programs to motivate and guide our members. And with that, they were able to do that with regards to my previous submission concerning their activities that they did. And we also had another program, which was DAB Study and Work Opportunity, where we had our facilitator, Ms. Helen Michael-Dills from HM Group, who came here to tell us about an opportunity, study opportunities in Canada, as well as visa opportunities and issues that our members can grab onto. We also had dues payments. Although we had struggles getting dues payments from our members, some considerable amounts of dues were collected from our members. A total of 20 members paid their dues. And we also had member visitation to our cluster schools as well. Then during our tenure for our WeChat platform, we also engage members in lots of programs such as personality hot seats, debates. We also had inspirational messages as well as sports messages and things being shared on the page. So challenges so far for our tenure, we've had a great journey, but then there are some challenges that we are facing as of now. The first of all, we had problems with regards to the WUCOM program. Then they were finding it a problem to have resource persons, and mostly to these resource persons are back home, and then there are time differences and all that were some problems that they encountered. Also, member participation has reduced due to the fact that we have most of our members back at home, and then we hope that this COVID situation will be lifted up so that they can come back to Chengdu and have our members participating in all these programs that we have. As well as leadership roles, members have lost interest in leadership roles. As of now, we don't have anyone taking up our leadership roles. So with that, we also have members being unperturbed in updating their details at the NUGS portal. Members are also not really engaging themselves in our activities as well. And possible solutions. We are hoping to hold meetings to make members understand the need to have chapter leaders in a chapter. So for our chapter, we are hoping to engage members so that they'll be able to know and understand the meaning of having leaders in a particular chapter. We also hope to have a forum where we can talk to our members to know exactly what they want us to organize for them in terms of activities. And then we want to also create more awareness to our members to participate in chapter activities as well. So in our recommendation, we hope to, the next batch of executives will try their possible best in order to attract more members to take up the office as well as engage in member activities. Thank you. And with our financial report, my financial secretary is not part of the delegates that we sent this year, so I'll be taking over with that. For the dues that were collected in this academic year, we had a total of 3,620 RMB. Out of that, 1,810 was sent to national. But then we first remitted 1,810 is supposed to be sent to national, but then we first sent 1,300 RMB, and then a third remittance was sent at an amount of 350 RMB, And then the remaining amounts yet to be sent to national is 160 RMB. And for the chapter, we had a total of 1,810 assets now. We also had a chance to do our audit for our first quarter. And for that, this was it. But we have other supplementary that we need to do, since after this particular audit was done, we've had other programs. So we have supplementary documents to also attach to this. And for that, we have these number of people that paid us at then. This was done in April 8, 2022. And as at that time, we had only 13 people paying their dues. But then in this particular time, we have 20 people in total. And these are the number of members that have paid assets now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So then we have the report from the General Secretary of CHINA chapter, congressmen and women. The report is before us for deliberation. If you have any queries, you can raise up your hand. I'll call you for you to address the issue. So I would open the floor now. If I don't get anyone in the next 15 or so, 10 seconds, then I would ask the House for someone to move the motion for the report to be accepted. Then we'll take the report from Amway chapter.
Hello, please can I be heard?
Yes, please.
I am Tony, Shinyan chapter. I hereby move to accept the report presented at Congress.
Okay. Can we get a seconder?
I, Derek Ndari Barnabas, second.
Thank you. Ms. Juliana, you have been relieved. Thank you so much for your service. Please share the report on the delegates page for all delegates to have access to.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So move to Amway chapter. Can we get the rep from Amway to present their report? Okay, if we can't get any rep from Amway, then we'll move to Hanjo chapter. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much.
Juliana, please stop sharing your screen.
Hello? Please, can I be heard?
Okay. Yeah. Please proceed.
Okay.
Please, you have 5 minutes.
All right. So I'll be brief. I'm Andrew. I'm the current secretary, and I'll be reading instead of the former secretary. She's currently engaged, so I'm reading for Handle chapter, the report for the academic year 2021-2022. Okay. So we have the secretary in the person of Priscilla Adwasego, and then the president Gideon Boite. So the chapter executives, they were officially elected or appointed in June 2021, and they were given the mandate. And this is the makeup of the leadership. We have Gideon as the president, Priscilla as the secretary, Joseph Pran as financial controller, and then Ajay Philip as the organizer. As part of the chapter duties, we have to create academic committees. So we have the academic committee in the person of these people, as can be seen on the screen. And we also have the organizing committee. Then the membership, the NUGS Handle chapter is represented by 12 universities with a total of 83 members. Though because of the COVID-19 situation, the active ones for now are 36. But on our alumni page, we have about 180 people. So when upon assuming office, we had these programs, which because of time, I'll just quickly go through. We had the meet and greet on 30th October 2021, Runa Hunka and Homebound Night on 25th December 2021, the New Year Bash, and we had exploring agricultural opportunities in the northern part of Ghana. This was the ones highlighted in italics were all done in conjunction with other sister chapters. So we had the Smart Crypto Investment and Trading on 1st April 2022, and we had time with Honorable Samuel Kudetu Ablakwa on 14th April. Marriage dilemma among the Ghanaian diaspora on 16th April 2022. The legal and regulatory framework for starting a business in Ghana on 29th April. And then we recently had our end of year get together and graduation party. So below are the details of the program. For time's sake, I'll not go through them again. But these are the ones that we had. We're done with other chapters. This agricultural opportunities was done with Jinhua chapter. The crypto was also done in collaboration with the Jinhua chapter. And we had the time with Honorable Kudetu Ablakwa also done with Jinhua chapter. And then with Xi'an chapter, we had the marriage dilemma among the Ghanaian diaspora. We also had this one too with the Jinhua chapter again, the legal and regulatory framework for starting a business in Ghana. Now, these are some of the challenges. Low attendance to program due to various endeavors of members. I think we are already aware of these things, as had been said by other chapters. The members' inability to pay the 200 RMB dues, and as we've all been hearing so far, partly because they do not see the benefits they get from NUGS. And there's a general decline in membership for obvious reasons. The fact that students cannot come into China and all that. And then a couple of new members also refuse to change their chapters from the old one to the new ones with no particular reason or reasons best known to them. So recommendations, a conscious effort to constantly trumpet the benefits of being actively part of a union and its way towards personal and nation building. And then also the conscious effort to contact trace members in various schools in collaboration with school reps to help raise awareness of NUGS programs and enhance smooth member executive relations. And also encourage members to be interested in NUGS activities, that is to take advantage of the shipping regime. So we recently had our handover for the new executives. Sorry, the new executives. And Charles Ofuri is now the president. Priscilla Andrea Sego is now the vice president. Myself, Andrew, I'm now the secretary. Joseph Pra is still the financial controller. Raphael is the organizer. And we have Mamie Fiakomia, who is now the WOCOM. And so in conclusion, this academic year has been very fruitful and smooth due to the concerted efforts of the executives and the cooperation of the members, and especially the support from the NEC. And we are trusting God that these challenges will be dealt with. Thank you very much. My president, or the outgoing president, will take the financial report.
Yeah, thank you very much. So this is a summary of 100 chapter income and expenditure account. So as can be seen, there are 3 columns, the note, and then, okay, we have the expenditure, the receipts up, and then the payment down. We started with the balance brought forward of 1,506. The dues amounted to 2,660, and then other income 100. So total income came to 4,266 for the period. For expenditure, we had remittance to national to the tune of 1,250, and then our meet and greet activity, which we expended much, amounted to 931.74. We also had a humble night in conjunction with our Bronya Ahunka. Yes, so total payment came to 2,381.74, bringing our surplus to 1,884.26. Yes. And then these are the notes to the account. Yeah, we can see from the document. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please, do we have any question for Hanjo chapter concerning their report? Okay. Okay, if you don't have any questions for them, then I'll call upon one of us to.
I, Stephen Osapia from the 19th chapter, move for the motion that the report from the 100th chapter be accepted as a working document for Congress. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So, can we get the seconder, please?
Hello, I, Tony from Xi'an chapter, second the motion.
Okay, great. So, Andrew, thank you so much. Now we will move to Xi'an chapter. I'm sorry, some of the chapters are, some of the members have some urgent issues to deal with, so I have to make some adjustment to the schedule. Forgive me for that. So Xi'an chapter, please, if you're available, take it from there. Okay, Tony. Okay.
Hello, please, can I be heard? Hello.
Yes, you can be heard.
Good evening, everyone. This is annual reports of Xi'an chapter activities for the 2021-2022 academic year.
Please, can you speak up a bit? And then
yeah, I'll be very brief due to our time.
Yes.
This report is prepared in accordance with the requirements of NEC and request the secretaries to prepare an annual report on the administration of our chapters, including matters such as achievements, programs, and activities and challenges. So in our administration, we have Osei Manu Tony, myself as president, Christabel Afuahim as vice president, Ohima Mena team as general secretary, Caroline Wununwo Banoele as financial controller, Godwin Fosudabeja as organizer, and Louisa Sifabuatin as women's commissioner. Our action plan. We had so many action plans for the year, but due to COVID restrictions on campus and in the city, we couldn't execute many of them. So, but however, I'm happy to say that one of our main goals was achieved, which was a program with Hangzhou chapter, NUGS Hangzhou chapter, dubbed Dilemma Among the Ghanaian Diaspora, which we made a survey to support and direct the program. Pictures are shown below here. So when it comes to challenges, cooperation and support from National Committee, Executive Committee, and General Member of NUGS-CHINA chapter, there were plenty challenges, but one of the main challenges were members paying dues. You talk to them, but ensure them how they are going to benefit, but still they won't pay. And another being members' reluctance to partake in activities organized by the chapter, and also with members availing themselves for nominations. With that being said, we don't even have new executives yet, because when we posted for nominations for elections, nobody showed up. For our financial reports, balance from previous administration, which is this past administration, 2021-2022, we had 1,432. National dues paid was 200, which has been remitted to NUGS-CHINA already, and local dues paid is 200. And the current amount in our coffers is 1,632, with all figures mentioned are in Chinese RMB. So the conclusion or way forward. NUGS-CHINA chapter anticipates to enjoy the continued fruitful cooperation, support, and encouragement from the NEC and of NUGS-CHINA and the general members of NUGS-CHINA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any concerns from the House? If there are no concerns, questions or suggestions, can somebody move the motion for the report to be accepted? Hello, can we get somebody to move the motion for the report to be accepted by Xian chapter?
I, Jifakujo Janjo, move that the report be accepted as a working document.
Okay. Can we get a second?
I want my Frederick and for second motion supplement.
First.
Okay, thank you. We can we move to the next chapter? Chenju chapter. Chenju chapter. After Chenju, Jinhua. Chenju chapter. Okay, if Chenju is not here, it's not ready. Jinhua chapter.
I don't know.
A different way to prepare cabbage.
Yeah. Hello.
Please help me share the report.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. This is the annual report for NUGS-CHINA, and I'm Martha, the current secretary, and I'll be reading these reports this evening. So in our chapter, this is the second administration that we had. And then in our executives, we don't have the financial controller. So the vice president acts as the financial controller. So we have the president, vice president, and we have the secretary, organa, and WOCOM. And then, as I said, the vice president acts as the financial controller, as we didn't have anyone to apply for the position. Yes. So with our membership, we have 25 members in total, and then 15 registered. And then among the 15, we have some alumni who continue their study here. And then we have some new students from other cities. So this is our action plan. We had the freshers welcome and picnic, which was dubbed poolside edition. And then we had the SPSS digest. And then we had the how much money is enough money, balancing your family and career, exploring agricultural opportunities in the northern parts of Ghana, the legal and regulatory framework for starting a business in Ghana. And I'm going to go deep inside the ones that I've mentioned. So here for the freshers welcome, we didn't actually have like many new students, but the few that we had, we made sure that they feel welcomed here. So we all came together with love in our hearts and welcomed these freshmen. So at the gathering, there was food and drinks, and then the pool. It was a warm day to remember, and safety measures were also taken into account. Each member, both new and old, who participated in this program was safe and sound. So the next one was the SPSS digest, which the guest speaker was our very own, one of our own in Team Set. So this program was actually quite surprising, as it attracted many students who were not even Ghanaians. And as a result, some were even interested in joining our future programs. So this program focused on using SPSS to analyze and digest data. This helped many students to clear some of their misunderstandings and also shared their knowledge with each other, which helped solve some problems that they were facing. And then the next one that we had was a marvelous topic that we had about money. How much money is enough money? Balancing your family and career. The guest speaker was a legal advisor. He opened our minds on how we can balance our family and work on how we can effectively use money. The discussions were on fire. Members shared their thoughts and with others, while we also continue to learn new things from the guest speaker. And then the next one, we had a collaboration with NUGS Hanjo. Yeah, and it was on exploring agricultural opportunities in the northern parts of Ghana. Yeah, and our guest speaker was a municipal chief executive of Bolgatanga, Honorable Rex Asanga. We discovered opportunities such as growing rice, maize, livestock, and some other vegetables such as tomato, onions, and cereal crops, and to mention a few. We also learned how we can actually start farming business in the north. And then there was another collaboration that we did also with Hanjo, the legal and regulatory framework for starting a business in Ghana. And also here we had some of our students received award as outstanding international students, both in academics and extracurricular activities. So here in this table, we see here our very own organizer, Andrew Slaby. He received a gold medal on 5,000 meters and the silver medal on 200 meters and 4x4. And then the 4x100, he received a gold medal and bronze. And then we had James here who took part in the long jump and received a silver medal. And then we have Lawrence, shot put, 4th position. And then we have Eva, 100 meters bronze medal. And then the next table shows a list of students who received academic excellence awards. And we have about 2 or 3 that are still our current executives. Yeah. So some problems we faced during our administration were one that we thought that it was a much major challenge was the programs that we first proposed, some of the programs that we first proposed during our first meetings. So as we proceeded with it, with the administration, we later on had to cancel some of it because we couldn't find the right people to be the guest speaker or host the program for us. So, and actually the other programs that we had also had like a great impact on members and others who joined us. So the end of year dinner, we couldn't proceed with it, which everyone was actually expecting it to happen. We dubbed it Black and Gold Masquerade Ball. And we had planned everything, set dates and venue, but then COVID came in and everything was just gone. And then the last 2 about relationship and career development was canceled as we got new ideas, and then we've also find like we had more resources like people to come and speak. So we had to cancel these 2 programs to do the others that we proposed later on. So we, the executives, we would first and foremost like to thank God for a successful term of office, as well as each and every member under NUGS-CHINA for their commitment to NUGS-CHINA, for having taken part and supporting our activities. And with the continuous help and support from the members of NUGS-CHINA and the National Executive Committee of NUGS-CHINA, NUGS-CHINA will definitely become more of a success than it already is. Thank you. Our Vice President will continue with the financial statement. Solomon,
hello.
Please.
Yeah, hello, please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, please, I would like to share my screen. Is my screen showing? Hello?
Yes, I hope you make it brief for us.
Come again?
I hope you make it brief for us.
Sure. Yeah, very quick. Yeah, my name is Solomon Fobi. I'm the Vice President and I also act as the Financial Controller. Yeah, this is a statement of income and expenditure for our term of office. As at the year ended 1st July 2022, we actually started the year with a balance of 876 RMB, and then the total dues that we received locally was 500 RMB. The one that we received for national was 400, and then one of our members had a little issue, so we had to open up silver collection. We were able to raise an amount of 5,165. So total income that we were able to receive was 6,941, as you can see over here. And the expenses that we made, we first had freshers welcome and picnic refreshment, which we spent an amount of 100 RMB. And then also for our brother, Biny Samuel, yeah, we had to pay his plane ticket. with an amount of 4340 and so on and so forth. And so and then on the 9th of April we made our second remittance, and that was an amount of 300. And then we were also able to renew our Zoom account with an amount of 100 RMB. We did our third remittance with an amount of 100 RMB on 11th of July. So total expenditure that we had was 5765, as you can see over here. So so in short, excess of income over expenditure landed at 1,176. So currently the balance left in coffers as at 14th July 2022 is 1,176. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Congressman, do you have any question for them? Okay, Mr. Boama, yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. With the presentation from the Honorable Lady, she made mention of 25 members, but 15 only registered. So I want to know the 10 remaining, even though she explained wasn't quite something to me. And then she said students, in which they made some a whole thing for them. I want to know how the freshers, the new students, were they from a different city and probably moved from one city to the other, or how come they were able to get the new students or the freshers? And then the 10 members remaining, were they able to register, or they've not registered? I just want to know that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Yes, the 10 members are registered. And the new students, they came from other cities.
So, and then that means that for now, all your 25 members are registered, right? And was the registration made this year? That's why it's not being included in your report.
Come again?
Registration done. You just answered that the 10 remaining students or the 10 remaining members are registered. So I'm asking, why wasn't it included in your report? If you're saying 25 and then 15 registered, now you've answered that the remaining 10 have also registered. So they didn't register this year, that's why it's not being included in your report, or was registered last year by the it is an error.
Yes, please. Sorry, it's 15 unregistered. I'm sorry. Actually, 10 are registered. There's been a mistake.
So it's just a follow-up. Sorry. So the 15 unregistered, are they still members? And how come the 15? It means the majority have not registered. What are the things you are doing, or what are the things you did that made them not register? Are there any challenges in regards to the 15 being the majority not registering? Or is there anything that, yes?
Yes, please. Okay, thank you. Yes, I actually was new to this whole system thing. So I asked Mr. Selom to help me with it. So he took me through the process. So we are still registering those who haven't registered. And also the alumni who are in the 15 unregistered list, I've been able to move those who are in the past members list to the current. So now left with the ones who haven't registered. And following the procedure, I have sent the links out for them to, I have to add them first, and then they have to continue the process, then it will reflect in the system. And I'm still on that.
Okay, just my last follow-up, or last but one. You said there are some alumni or alumnums which are part of the 15. Could you give us numbers? Like probably there are 10 alumni, so now it's only left with 5 members who are supposed to register. Because if you are telling us 15 and you're telling us verbally that there are still some alumni. That's why you still have the number 15. You should give and not hold accountable to that in court. That your chapter is don't have reasons why the 15 have not registered. Could you please give us numbers and let us know how many? Yes,
let me come in. Okay, so this is Terry, the president. And for the alumni, we have about 5 alumni. Some of them are postdoctorate guys. They have their, some also have their membership with other chapters, and we are trying to get them to transfer their membership to us. But I mean, it's taking time. And the other alumni is also, they are now workers, but they still want to be around. One thing is, we already had a group, or like we already had our system, which we call the GH colony, before the NUGS came in. And there was nothing like dues and stuff in that. And the people, most of the people that were here or who experienced that system, they are still not really open to accept the NUGS system of paying dues. That's where the difficulty is coming in. But then we still do everything together as a union and all that. But when it comes to the system of paying dues and registering as NUGS, they still feel reluctant to join the NUGS because they feel like the GH colony we had was also enough, or it's just okay for the people. So that's where our problem is now. Yeah, but then we still, with the new students that are coming in, we try very hard to let them transfer their membership to us and also try to register them under us. Yeah, so that is it. Yeah, are we okay? So that's all. Can you hear me?
Okay. Well, when it comes to transfer of members, yes, secretary, if from one chapter to the other, the secretary general can help in doing that. But when it comes to alumni, the chapter's general secretary can just move the person from alumni back to the active members and do the necessary update, and then the person will be in the active membership. But and also, if you have postdocs who are willing to be part of you, there's a form they can complete to become part of you. But if it's about the dues, they don't want to pay dues. That's why they don't want to become active members. That one too, I understand. That one is less. We have to convince them to be part of us, to join the union. So that's about it. So yeah. Any other concern? We have only one more slot for the chapter before we have our next session that has to do with interaction with the officials from the embassy. So can we get someone to move the motion for the acceptance of this report so that we can get the last chapter?
Please, before we accept that, I saw plane ticket for somebody. Can we know the details? Is it for the person was sick? Is it executive?
Okay, Terry.
Yeah,
Terry.
we would like them to touch on it for us more.
Okay, so it's about one guy, Samuel Baini. He actually had a problem with the police, and I think he even went to the embassy and all that. And we had to do some contributions. I think he came to NEC also, so we had to do some contributions to help him get his ticket because he didn't have enough funds, and his parents were also kind of delaying on sending money. And the more they delayed, the more he spent time in cells. So we had to do everything to get him out as soon as we could. So that's how come we did. Yeah, we raised funds.
That's fine. That's fine.
And
okay, Secretary.
Yeah, please wait. You bought a Zoom account for the chapter?
Yes, please. We already have our Zoom account.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay, that's fine. You can proceed. Victor.
All right, thank you very much.
Hello, yeah, sorry. But was it a loan that you gave him to pay back, or it was?
No, it was a contribution we made, and he just had to let him go.
So this is not from your dues corpus, right?
No, this is not from the dues corpus. This is from the general body, like international students.
Okay, that's fine. I understand.
And outside Jinhua also. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. So, Victor, you can proceed.
All right, so I move for the report to be accepted.
Okay, can we get a seconder? Can we get a seconder, please?
Jifa Janjo, I second.
Okay, Jifa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's take the report from Guangzhou, and then that will be the last one for tonight. We will take the rest tomorrow because of time. We need to make time for the officer from the embassy. So Guangzhou, if you are ready, please let's roll. If Guangzhou is not available, I'll call that. Okay, Guangzhou is ready. Okay. Okay, let's proceed. You can we see you? We can't hear you, we can't see you. I think your bandwidth is low, so just turn your camera off and then speak and let's see. Okay, if that's the case, you stop sharing. Let me share for you. You only speak, okay? No, we can't hear you. If we can't hear you, we have to postpone this presentation to tomorrow. Okay, yeah, we may have to postpone this one to tomorrow. We'll continue tomorrow. Thank you so much for your effort. So tomorrow we'll take reports from Lanzhou, Taiwan, Guangzhou, Changzhou, Nanjing, Beijing, Shanghai, and Xiamen. I think at this point, I would like to hand over to LOC so that we prepare to receive the officials from the embassy at 8:20. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you very much. Honorable Secretary. MC Babbage.
Hello, boss.
Oh, okay. So I think whilst we wait for the officials from the embassy, DJ Ato kindly give us 1 or 2 musical interludes.
Sugar cane sweet, but girl, your love is sweeter, yeah. Oh, Sopolo juice mixed with a little ginger, yeah. Oh, girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I get it easy when I can't let go. Girl, you never know, say you're gon' go so. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you're gon' go. Oh, 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 yeah. China, walk out, don't do. Got me like a thief in the night, long joy. Yeah, you know, say all of my niggas them poor. Nothing you could ever need at all. Watch on your China, walk out, don't do. Taking it a brick at them, I know the bronze, baby. If you want me, catch it up with my miss, with on me, yeah, yeah. Show me your chicken, let me see. And let me see the woman that is sweet. I put a couple $1,000 on your wrist. I'm they can't touch you, yeah. I ain't never seen this kind, babe. We do some kind thing, make me feel some kind way. You know I'm not just trying to get lit, cause I know some kind, do it for some kind. Baby, make a fire you with my machine gun. 16 pounds, I be King Kong. Make a sample you my brand new song. Baby, love, love, hey. Be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I get it easy why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, say you come back so. Man, damn, so far to find you. Hey, girl, you never know, say you come back so. Man, damn, so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you come back so. Man, damn, so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you come back so. Man, damn, señorita, mamacita, body part of the grace for your pictures. Nice to meet ya, the Missika. Only one of the Z for my future, no, no. I wanna teach your body a thing or two, yeah. If you know the things we'll do. This love, you know, be joke, no April fool, yeah, 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 yeah. Guess mama, you miss a girl. 5-star, boomba, nyata ba. Kapa kapa meka tambiki nangoba. Oh man, in my bravo, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, all of my guys are dogs. But you know I'm rude though. Tell me if you wanna give it up. I travel miles for your love. Hey, all of them guys don't want you. They don't know that I got you. They never been what we been through. Cause you're my obsession. When I put you in a ride, screw, screw, screw. Shorty wanna ride in my backseat. Would you tell me what you want, what you fancy? Yeah, yeah. Oh girl, I wanna be with you. I get it, hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. I wanna be with you. I get it easy why you can't let go. Yeah, you never know, say you're gon' rise up. Man, damn, so far to find your love. Yeah, you never know, say you're gon' rise up. Man, damn, so far to find your love. Yeah, you never know, say, yeah. Man, damn, so far to find your love. Yeah, you never, yeah, you never, yeah, you never. Yo, 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 yo. Me don't say, shake it, bum, bum. African lady, shake it, bum, bum. Yeah, 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 bum, bum. No, 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 yeah, yeah. Shake it, bum, bum. Shake it, bum, 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 bum. Shake it, bum, bum. African baby, baby, baby. Shakura. charger. Ooh, yeah. When you looking at me, please don't stop. I'm a demon that you need ASAP. I'ma give you all you need, full stop. All you haters are making rap, Stay at me and don't get shy. Number one, I give you full pressure. Every minute I make them kill your shine. Everybody wanna be on my side. Hey, sorry, please leave my side, man. Phone don't stop ringing, now my friends are banging, money calling my phone like I'm banking, thinking, no be joke, I'm in heavy, making everything possible, got my swag on, thinking, it's a good day, all night, all day, chilling, don't try me, start, ten, it's a Friday night, oh, hey. When we drop in this party, people got your eyes on me, stepping at the yard, oh, you for me, everybody's watching movie, looking fresh and cutie, people got your eyes on me, stepping at the yard, oh, you for me. It's a Friday night, oh, right. When we drop in this party, people got your eyes on me. Stepping at the yard, oh, you for me. Everybody's watching movie. Looking fresh and cutie, people got your eyes on me. Stepping at the yard, oh, you for me. Yeah. So my swag don't need no person. I don't need no questions. I don't need no rub, so please move. I'm looking fresh. Got my stacks on deck, yeah. I'm a fashionista, got my Casablanca t-shirt. Phone don't stop ringing, now my friends are banging, money calling my phone like I'm banking, thinking, no be joke, I'm in heavy, making everything possible, got my swag on, thinking, it's a good day, all night, all day, chilling, don't try me, start, ten, it's a Friday night, oh, hey. When we drop in this party, people got your eyes on me, stepping at the yard, oh, you for me, everybody's watching movie, looking fresh and cutie, people got your eyes on me, stepping at the yard, oh, you for me, it's a Friday night, oh, hey. Boom, bar. Yeah, oh, yeah. Sugar cane sweet, but girl, your love is sweeter, yeah. Oh, yeah. Supolo juice mixed with a little ginger, yeah. Oh, girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I get it easy when I can't let go. Girl, you never know, say you're gon' go so. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you're gon' go. Oh, yeah.
Kawabanga.
Machonya china walk out door. Coming like a thief in the night, long joy. Yeah, you know, say all of my niggas them poor. Nothing you could ever need at all. Machonya china walk out door. Taking it a brick at them, me, I know the rush. Baby, if you want me, catch it up with my miss with on me, yeah. Show me your chicken, let me see. And let me see the woman that is sweet. I put a couple $1,000 on your wrist. I'm they can't touch you, yeah. I ain't never seen this kind, baby. You do some kind thing, make me do some kind work. You know I'm not just trying to get lit, cause I know some kind, do it for some kind. Baby, make a fire you with my machine gun. 16 pounds, I be King Kong. Make a support you, my brand new song. Baby, love, hey. Be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I get it easy why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, say you come back so. Man, damn so far to find you. Hey, girl, you never know, say you come back so. Man, damn so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you come back so. Man, damn so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you come back so. Man, damn. Señorita, mamacita, body part of the grace for your pictures. Nice to meet ya, the Missika. Only one of the see for my future, no. I wanna teach your body a thing or two, yeah. If you know the things we'll do. This love you no be joke, no April fool, yeah. Yes, mama, you miss a girl. 5-star, boomba, nyata ba. Kaba, nyakata begin and go ba. Oh man, in my bravo, yeah. All of my guys are dogs, but you know I'm rude, though. Tell me if you wanna give it up. I travel miles for your love, hey. All of them guys don't want you. They don't know that I got you. They never been what we've been through. Cause you're my obsession. When I put you in a ride, screw. Shorty wanna ride in my backseat. Would you tell me what you fancy, yeah, yeah. Oh girl, I wanna be with you. I get it, hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. I wanna be with you. I get it easy when you can't let go. Yeah, you never know, say you're congrats, man, damn, so far to find your love. Yeah, you never know, say you're congrats, man, damn, so far to find your love. Yeah, you never, yeah. Don't sleep. Wake up. Call your money. Wake up. Get up, go get the moolah. Wake up. Koniko kala. Kala ko yellow dilla. Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be jai. Kilo come, you come, person matter, person we don't mind, boy. When I land softly on the sofa floor. So far, so good. Koni bajo, let me see you. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, bukao. Let me see you, de buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, bukao. Let me see you, de buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, bukao. Let me see you, de buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, bukao. Let me see you, de buga. Better, go get the dollar. Wake up. Don't walk, don't try. Supposed to be high. Kilo con chef water. They see when I'm mad. When I land so free on a sofa floor. So far, so good. Koni bajo, let me see you. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, bukao. Let me see you, de buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, bukao. Let me see you, de buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, bukao. Let me see you, de buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, bukao. Let me see you. Let me see you. Don't walk, you don't try. Supposed to be fine. Leave me on the bed. Don't walk, you don't try. Supposed to be fine.
Baby, follow my command, like zombie. Go down on me, oh, with your coca body. Follow my command, like zombie. Go down on me, oh, with your coca body. Cause this your milky for front enough for me. Hold on for me, I no go do me corny. And if you're milky na fighty, I saw me to look. Gelato honey, oh baby, sumoyo di. Baby, gonna. Waka when you enter my licha. Baby, gonna. Will you give me sugar? Wala. Macho Mona Lisa. 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 Macho
Hello.
Mona Lisa.
Hello, DJ.
Mona Lisa. Macho Mona Lisa.
Hello, DJ. Good evening once again. So we're supposed to meet the officials from the embassy, and they are here. I will not be the one moderating this session. Mr. Babage is supposed to moderate. So Mr. Babage, you can take over from here.
All right, thank you very much. And good evening to you all once again, and welcome to this session once again. All right, so this session we're supposed to meet the ambassador himself. It's quite unfortunate that he's not going to be here with us, so he has sent in representatives to help do justice to everything. So this session is more or less an interactive session. It's going to be whatever you want the embassy to let us know. If you have questions and you want to get answers from the embassy, that's what this session is for. So once again, you are all welcome, and those who have been here since the afternoon, thank you very much. And those who just joined, you're welcome. So I wouldn't want to waste much time. I would like to welcome the representatives from the embassy. And I have Mr. John Boache, who's the head of Chancery, and I believe he has joined us already. And I also have Mr. Sylvester Atreko, who's the head of Consular, and I'm pretty sure he's going to join us very soon. So first and foremost, I would like to welcome Mr. John Boache, if he has any message for us before we go into our questions and answers.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. John.
Can you hear me? Good evening to all of you. Good evening.
Good evening.
The ambassador naturally was supposed to be part of this important gathering, but he has equally an important assignment somewhere. So we are standing in for him. And I must say the embassy is always honored to be part of activities of NUGS-CHINA. And we have enjoyed every bit of your educative programs, most of which it is obvious are geared towards complementing government efforts at providing employment for its teeming graduates, thereby improving livelihoods, which by extension contributes to the overall development of our dear nation. The importance of this Congress, I must say, the highest decision body, making body of NUGS, where new national executives will be elected to steer the affairs of the union, I think cannot be downplayed. The embassy wishes to use this occasion to extend its profound appreciation and gratitude to the NEC for their selfless and exemplary leadership, which has gone a long way to support the embassy's mandate of seeing to the welfare of Ghanaian students in China. Notwithstanding the difficult circumstance we all find ourselves in China, the NEC, I should say, was ready and committed to making sure that our students receive the necessary assistance and support needed for peaceful and comfortable stay in China. The educative and career development programs put together by the NEC gave us the assurance and hope for a better and brighter future for ourselves and for our beloved country. The depth of knowledge and skills displayed and exhibited by our dear students during the various programs organized by the NEC is indeed indicative of the hard work and seriousness they attach to their studies and the development and the future of themselves and then our country. It is the embassy's hope that the wealth of knowledge acquired by our outgoing NEC members, as well as any member of NUGS-CHINA, will be brought to bear in our country's overall development. On behalf of the ambassador and the staff of the Ghana Embassy in Beijing, I wish to once again convey my warmest congratulations and appreciations to the outgoing NEC for their well-executed mandate. And I wish every one of them good health and then the very best in their personal well-being, including success and positive outcomes in any endeavor they seek to pursue.
In the same vein, the embassy would like to wish the incoming executives success as they take up the leadership mandate of NUGS, which could be a daunting endeavor, especially in these trying periods. The outgoing executive clearly have left bigger shoes to be worn. I have no doubt that with the collaboration and the cooperation of the embassy, the achievement of the mandate of the new executives will be a done deal. Like your predecessors, the doors of the embassy will be widely open to the new executives to be soon elected. The mission stands ready to working closely with you in promoting the welfare of our students in China. Where necessary and anytime you are in doubt, be mindful of dwelling and depending on uninformed voices and opinions, as the embassy will be your most reliable place for relevant, useful, and appropriate information that could contribute to making your stay in China worthwhile. On behalf of the ambassador and the staff of the embassy in Beijing, I wish you a successful Congress. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. John Boachi. Thank you very much for that message to all of us. The most important thing is not to rely on any miscommunication information from people that are reliable. We should always try our best to get information directly from the embassy. And I would like to also welcome Mr. Sylvester Atriko, who is the head of consular. Mr. Sylvester, can we kindly hear you, please, if you're on the line?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, NUGS, Madam Chair, and everybody, all the honorable members here. As my colleague has spoken, I think it's well said. So we are here to now respond to your questions and give answers as you want, or you may want us to respond to them. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. So we wouldn't want to waste much time going straight into the Q&As. And I would want to find out from you, Mr. Boachi and Mr. Triko, if you'd want to take the questions one by one, or a group of a set of 3 questions, then we move on. How would you want it to be so that we can facilitate it really well?
Slide. Okay, I think you can do it 3 sets, then you answer them.
Right. Right. Yeah. Okay. So let's take the first 3 questions. So honorable members, our delegates, our Senate observers, and everyone on board here, if you have questions for the embassy, if you need answers, please kindly raise your hand up and I'm going to call you. If you also find yourself in a place where you can't talk, you can send in your question to the chat session and I'll be happy to read them out for you. All right, so I see a hand up. Honorable Kofi from Shanghai, please, can you unmute yourself?
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you to our distinguished representatives from the embassy. And so most of the times we always think about life after school and how we are going to fit into the society, especially back in Ghana. But we often come across this perception that it is very cheap to obtain a certificate in China. And most people, sometimes disappointingly, it is said by people we respect a lot. And so people get scared that, oh, after school, people are going to ask me how I got my certificate in China, or people are going to look down on my certificate from China. I understand that how society perceives us is all based on how we also build ourselves. It is not the government that is supposed to build our CVs for us or build anything for us. We have to take our destiny into our own hands. But then I would like to ask the embassy, I don't know if you have come across this kind of perception of it or heard people complain about it or say it. And in which way can you also help us to talk to people back home in important positions to know that students in China are actually good students and they obtain their certificates by merit and not by chance or by favor. This is my question. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much, Honorable Kofi. Not by chance or by favor. All right. So, Honorable Kofi, you may now put your hand down. And I believe your question has been registered in the memories of our representatives here. We will take the last two questions for this set. Any questions, please? I believe this is the time we ask all the questions, all the hearsays that you've been going around with. Okay, we need to do this. This is what I heard. This is the time we need to have clarification and all that. So if you have questions, it's better you ask now. All right. I think there are no hands now. So Mr. John or Mr. Chiko, any of you can take up this question for now.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Is it Kofi who asked the question, right?
Yes, please.
I'm really surprised. I mean, how people should perceive education in China as inferior. I mean, when you talk of China, what place does China occupy in the world stage? And it's a huge economy, and I mean, the economy keeps growing. So one wouldn't expect somebody to belittle what China produces. But all said and done, I mean, he even in a way answered his own question. How society perceives you is how you perceive yourself. And in every environment you find yourself, you just have to justify your inclusion. I mean, you know, the former ambassador, deputy ambassador here was a product of China. He's now a big guy in Ghana and contesting for a big position. I mean, it's the perception that you have heard. Well, it's a mere perception, but the onus lies on you to prove your worth when you get to Ghana. Because I don't think education in any other country is better than China. Thank you.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you very much. I think you've answered it. It's about the individual perception, and you, the individual, you have to now prove yourself as your worth, prove your worth to the task given to you. But the truth is that I share the concern of my good friend Kofi from Shanghai. That has always been the perception for years. But it's because, if I have to be frank with you, our colleagues or your colleagues from the medical field, anytime they went to sit for the medical exam, I don't want to pronounce it, I think you know how to pronounce it better than I do. Most of them, a sizable percentage, are not able to sail through. So with that mindset, over time, it registered into the minds of the people back home that if products from China are not able to sail through or pass, it means that what they are churning out here is not the best of education, which you know. So over time, I think in 2016 thereabouts, a team of surgeons from Ghana came here to make inquiry and do a survey to find out why was it that students from China could not make it or sail through or pass the medical examination. And you and I know now it's getting better because at that time, most of us here were much more interested in funds or money. So when students were supposed to attend lectures, they were now pursuing other disciplines, teaching in schools and here and there because of the self-financing. So it is also affecting their education, which you and I know. Now, over time, because the teaching profession or people are no more allowed to teach as they used to be, people are now concentrating on their studies. And I'm sure or pretty sure that over time it's improved. I've not been hearing that only few people what are not able to sail through their exams. They go and generally the serious ones go into the system, do their practical, and when they do the clinicals with the in our hospitals, they are able to now go back and what write the exam, and they're able to pass. So over time, that perception is eroding. But that's notwithstanding, let's also look at what happens here. When we are into the program, please let's also do our best focus on the program itself. Because as Mr. Wati said, it's you the individual. You and I know what goes on practically here. Sometimes some students will mention it to you that they are able to do their own thing, which we know. So if all those sayings spill out to the ears of the people back home, that is the perception they will hold. But all said and done, you, the individual, when you are given the opportunity, I think you have to prove yourself. And it is all about self-worth. Yeah, because some of you had your masters in Ghana before coming here, meaning that any opportunity given to you can also prove your self-worth. So when it gets up to a point, I think you have to now sit up and do something. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chiko. I think there is a hand up, and we will take the next set of questions. I see Honorable EOS. Sorry, I don't really know your name. EOS from Chindu. You may unmute yourself and ask a question, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable member. We also thank the embassy for their concern for us. I have 2 points. My first point is about the passport. My name is Seth. Seth. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello, Yeah, please. Yeah, my first concern is about the passports. I think over the few years we've had, especially we students, we have problem with movement restrictions or traveling restrictions, and I think from last year, I think from March or April, the embassy brought in new directive concerning passport registration and I would say passport renewal, of which the requirement was strictly for us to travel to Beijing. However, most of us, I would say personally, leaving one city to another city was very problematic for most of us because the school really doesn't understand us, and I think the best people or the best organization to understand us is the embassy, which is our own. But I think at a point, me personally, I made a call and the embassy said, the response I got was, if I'm not coming, then there's nothing that could be done to help me. And I think with that, our fate was left alone in our hands. So I don't know how well the embassy is able, or I would say, to help us or cooperate with us in these times like this, where students have difficulty in even moving out of their campuses than to travel all the way from Beijing, all the way from their cities to Beijing. And sometimes even if you go to Beijing, you go to accommodation, hotels, and all that you'll be getting is why go rent bouquet, why go rent bouquet. And you could see that there are a whole lot of hardship, or people will be stressed in this trip. And I think the best person to understand and help us as students here would be the embassy. So I would like to know how the embassy helps us in these cases. My second point is I think my first my brother who made his first submission touched a bit about that. It's about, I think, talent harvest. And I don't know if there is a program from the embassy to harvest talent from, because most people don't know, or most people don't even know the need to go back home after graduation, or don't even have a strong connection. So I don't know if there is a talent harvest program from the embassy to tap talent from youth. I strongly believe that on the average, most of us are within that useful stage to harvest talent, or graduates from China to Ghana to help our motherland to also improve, as my previous or my brother said. So these are my 2 points that I would like to make. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Seth. And your question is 2-in-1, so we will take last question. One last question from Honorable Victor.
All right,
Honorable
thank you. Yeah, okay, thank you. With respect to what my brother Seth just said about talent harvesting, it will interest the embassy that about 10 of every Ghanaian that graduates here want to look elsewhere or are looking elsewhere. If not that, their labs are giving them juicy offers. So at the end of the day, the good Ghanaians that are being trained here is being detained or is being maintained here. And back home, our country is being quote and unquote being in a mess. So if the embassy will actually look at this from a different angle, aside politics, design a good platform or transition period for us, so that we could come back home and then do the excellent things that we've researched on, do things that we have learned. I think it will be a plus for Ghana as a country, because most of us in the same lab, they graduate and then they give them faculty positions. These guys are good guys that can help develop Ghana, but at their youth here, they are using their energy to develop here instead of them using the same energy to develop Ghana. So if these systems are built, I believe it will help us. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so Mr. John or Mr. Sylvester, any of you?
Hello? Slide.
Yes, please.
Mr. Chako will take the passport issue.
The passport, I'll take your passport. Yeah. But I think the first question is from Mr. Seth. It's about passports. It's about movement of people from their various locations to Beijing to apply for passports. Thank you very much, Mr. Seth. I think this issue has been recurrent, and it was at its height during the period of the pandemic when most of us were under lockdown. So it is a genuine case at that time, because if I understand the English and the words that you were using, you used to refer to wars as if it was in the past tense. But the truth is that the people of Chendu, if I have to be specific, in the midst of the COVID lockdown, most of you organize yourselves with your numbers with babies and you travel to Beijing. If you can ask the leadership of the Ghanaian community, they will tell you, you mind the rest. I still know that there are isolated cases in some places, I agree, but it is just minimal. Most of you, at first, at least on an application, they were getting 1, 2 applicants. But now, on an application day like tomorrow, you have at least getting to 10, between 5 to 10 people, meaning that the idea of isolation and restriction are almost over. People are allowed to move into Beijing and go back. I think it is only today that somebody told me that even her case, she wants to come to the U.S. embassy to Panama apply. Sorry if she's online, that I'm putting, but I'm not mentioning your name. Apply for a visa, then she's not able to be allowed to come. So the embassy should intervene in terms of coming. But most of you are able to now move from your places to Beijing. So now I think it's almost, the problem is almost resolved and addressed. Then the issue of hotel people paying, I can assure you, to the best of my knowledge, only few, those who are not able to communicate to us, you will not get more than 1 or 2 people. The only person I even heard left over was one lady from EU about almost 8 months ago with a baby and could not go back. Most of you come in the morning, by afternoon you are sorted out, then you return in the afternoon or late afternoon. You go back. Most of you don't sleep over. You can ask your mate. So that's why we are doing well. We make sure that people don't sleep over in Beijing. Once you speak to us, I make people speak to my one of my assistants, Mr. Nabil. Mr. Nabil also is aware. You come, we facilitate and process it fast. Expedite it and you go back immediately. So that's accommodation issue, unless the individual will have something to do in Beijing. If you don't want to sleep, you will not sleep. Yes. I think with the talent harvesting, I will let Wati come in, though I have something to say, but let him also speak to the issue. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Mr. Wati.
Yeah, Mr. Wachi,
Yes.
we can hear you.
Yeah, with regards to the 2 questions, I'm sure they are more or less the same question in terms of how the embassy can help, get employment for graduates who return out from China. I must be frank with you. Getting employment in Ghana is extremely competitive, especially white-collar job. So because Ghana churns out a lot of graduates every year, and with regards to white-collar job, there is a whole lot of, scramble for that. So getting employment in Ghana, it is extremely competitive. It doesn't have to do with students from China alone, but the students from all over the world. And the job opportunities are few. So I must say it is extremely competitive, even though there are, agencies, programs in Ghana that the government is trying to see whether it can create something for the teaming graduates to find and then do. Things are not as you might think. It is extremely competitive. But in the midst of this, the embassy will try and then see whether it can team up with these programs that gives employment in Ghana, specifically for our students in China, so that whatever comes up, we will let you know. I will definitely discuss it with the ambassador, and then we will see how best we can roll out a program which will assist Ghanaian students from China after completion of their studies. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add to the passport issue, what I want to say is that if generally somebody still has a concern, a problem of moving from this location to Beijing, we are still open to the old system whereby the individual alerts us through our email with your passport copy. Then we write a letter to you and you give it to your institutions and the immigration, and they will allow you to come, which has been helping in most occasions. Yeah. But still, we encourage that because the passport is within the period of 10 years, please saga and know when you can apply. You don't wait till last minute, or you don't make any effort to find out that my passport is going to expire, can I move to Beijing? At least there's a grace period. Please work within that period when your passport will expire ahead of time. That is what I'll add. So let's work within that period. Thank you.
So
All right,
let me
thank
add
you very much.
something to what I said. Can I please add something to what I said?
Okay,
In
you can
terms
go
of
on,
the
Mr. Bo.
employment opportunities for our students here. The embassy was so much impressed when, I mean, this entrepreneurial clinic was rolled out by the NEC. These are, I mean, programs that we recommend in the face of what is happening in our country. We recommend students put together to at least create something for themselves whilst they wait for something from government. These are things that we highly recommend we all do in the face of what we are facing. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Boache. Honorable Randy, can you please unmute yourself?
Hello. Okay, thank you very much. I hope I can be heard.
Yes, please.
Once again, thanks for the opportunity. Mine is not really a question. It's more like something I want to put across. It's quite obvious that we are in a foreign land. We can't always have things the way we want it, or we can't always have systems go the way we want it to go. But sometimes it becomes very unfortunate and quite depressing, if I can use the word, when it looks as though we are left to our own fate. And so I want to know if there is a way the embassy, the Ghanaian, make its presence really felt, not necessarily felt through the NUGS, but then felt as a power, or not a power, but then as a body here for us, so that even our institutions will understand that it's not as though we are here on our own, but then we have a body that is strongly behind us, that it wouldn't look as if students are on their own, and even when things are going in a way that's not really favorable, they have no one to call out to. And to also touch on the issue of the talent hunt and the employment, I would also say yes, like the Honorable has rightfully said, employment opportunities are hard, or they are difficult to come about in our days. But I believe if the embassy can also, on its own, aside the good work they are doing with NUGS or the NEC, and then supporting us, helping us all the time, if the embassy on its own let its presence be felt on most of these initiatives, or even coming out with initiatives for us, I believe it will also go a long way to even bring our brothers and sisters who are some way, somehow losing touch with us, and who are some way, somehow also trying to boycott the idea of going back to help with what we've acquired. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Barnabas from Wuhan.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Good evening. Mine is on the passport issue. I remember very well during the inter-province visitations organized by NEC, and then which was graced by the embassy officials. We made certain proposals to the embassy, but it looks like the embassy shut it down immediately, instead of trying to experiment it, whether it was going to be feasible to work with, which was trying to organize this inter-province this passport renewals, because we brought this up. We've seen other countries like Zimbabwe that they do it. So it was very strange for some of us to hear our own people when we bring suggestions that we think it will help the union and also help everyone, but they tend to shoot it down, because one factor that makes NUGS very strong is the passport renewal, because people see it. If I join NUGS, what am I going to benefit? They can't help me right now for passport renewal. They can't help me in anything. Why should I pay dues? Which is making the union to collapse. So please, with this, I would like to beg the embassy officials, maybe if they go, maybe after this meeting, they should try to sit on the drawing board and also see the possible best they can do to help with this inter-province, maybe passport renewals. Even if they can do it once in a year, it's going to be very, very helpful to most members, and which will encourage members to be active and also try to pay their dues, and the union will be very vibrant again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Barnabas, and we'd like to call on.
Okay, should I take it or somebody?
Honorable Andy, your hand is still up. I don't know. Please, let's take the last question. And yeah, Seth, I see you are back again. Do you have any other question? Oh, it's the previous hand.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Seth.
I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, I would like to make a proposal to the embassy concerning the passport, especially the movement. Yeah, I really understand the position of the whole process. However, I think when it comes to more flexibility, or I would say, we the students, we don't enjoy it. Sometimes, yeah, the school will give you go ahead, but when you come back, the kind of processes that you go through will triple your depression. Yeah, and I think if the embassy could also amend the process, my proposal or suggestion is maybe the embassy could take a week, and if possible, could move the registration across city, maybe 3 days, maybe in Shanghai, 3 days, maybe in Chengdu, 3 days, maybe, so that it might be difficult though, but I think in a more diplomatic way, the embassy has a lot of flexibility, more than us. Yeah, that's the proposal that I'm trying to make. And also, I would like to also ask the embassy about some, I would say, at a point, people go through a lot of things, and they would like to even like someone to talk, they would like to get someone to talk to, or they will go through some hard situation that they would like to call or get someone to talk to. And I think the first person, as students or Ghanaian students in China, the first people that normally we can get those help from might be the embassy, the immediate or the bigger body to get those help from is the embassy. So I would like to know if there is a session or a department like that at the embassy, because me personally, sometimes there was during my passport processing, yeah, I made some calls, and I think sometimes the response that you get sometimes triple your depression states. So I don't know. I don't know. That's the question or the inquiry that I would like to make. How we can also communicate in that scope. And my last point is about the talent. I think Yeah, the point was tackled, but I think
hello,
I didn't
sir.
send it much. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, continue. We can hear you.
We
Hello?
can hear you.
We can
Hello,
hear
we
you.
can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, my point wasn't much centered on the employment. Though, yeah, we follow the news. We could see or we could even feel how the situation back home is, and we even get reports from our colleagues who are back home. So we understand the employment status back in Ghana. However, there might be other ways that can help advance us, because it's not just always about employment, it's also about creation. And sometimes people have talent, the ideas, but how to incubate or how to initiate things. I think if there are some proper measures or some proper directives that would be there to help graduates or to help harvest those talent, because I think we have also witnessed some embassies. I wouldn't like to say they are stealing our talent, but in other way I would say, yeah, because they are harvesting talent from Ghana through scholarship programs, especially US and other embassies, and that's the strategy that some use. So we can also have other strategies that we can harvest the talent that we develop from here back in Ghana, not just necessary employment. That's the point that I previously made. Yeah, thank you.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hello. Mr. Boachi and Mr. Chuko, please, you can proceed now.
So let me take this so that you take the passport issue, right?
Yes.
I think someone said they wanted how they would feel the embassy's presence. I didn't get that question very well, because the embassy's presence has always been felt. So I was kind of surprised. I don't know. I really didn't get that question very well. So if he will come again, yeah, so that I know exactly. But all said and done, there is even, an officer, a senior officer in charge of education matters, and he has always been saddled with problems here and there, solving problems. And Mr. Chakutu is even there. He handles both consular and then educational matters. And every now and then they deal with issues. So as and when there's an issue, they have to deal with it. And I am privy to they dealing with serious issues all the time. So I don't know how the person wants to feel the embassy's presence, because we are there. So far as your issue comes to us, we will deal with it. And we have been dealing with issues, and we've more often than not been successful with most of them. So I'm really surprised in terms of feeling the embassy's presence. The moment you get a chance to get to the embassy, especially the officer in charge of education, whose contact or whose presence you can get through the student leadership. They're always in constant touch with him. So should there be any problem, should there be any issue that you think the embassy should be helping in solving, you can, if you can't get the embassy there, you can channel it through your leadership. And they have been doing that all the time. Thank you. In terms of this, there was the one that spoke before I took the floor. He was still talking about this, is it developing talent? NEC brought up a very laudable program, which I always applaud. I always commend the entrepreneurship clinic. This is one of the best ways to develop talent in the midst of the problem that globally we are all facing in terms of white collar job and then government giving employment to its teeming population. We can, in our own small way, do something for ourselves. And I always hammer on that. We should try and do that. Even though your recommendation has been taken and is going to be discussed with the ambassador to see how best we'll be able to help, I truly recommend this entrepreneurship skills, entrepreneurship initiative, so that together we all develop something for ourselves. It's so extremely important, because to sit there to look for white collar job is so competitive nowadays, every part of this world. So that is my take on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bache. For the talent harvesting, I think I will still urge all of you to consider going back home. But the whole idea is about the fear of going to Ghana to meet the competition back home. When you finish school and you think that you're not too sure where you're going to work, it's natural that you may not want to go immediately. And we also have business here, so people resort to what now establishing their own businesses or teaching. If medical students, they still want to teach and some of these things. Let me add that the immigration wants people to work on their area of study. So when you're a medical student, when you finish your course, they expect that if you should get any job, it should be related to the medical field, pharmacy, anything in connection with medical the studies that you pursue. Whatever course you pursue, get a job along that line. In that case, it justifies that you are trying to get an on-hand training about your course of study. But with the passport issue, let me also add that it's not like the embassy did not buy into your idea when you propose that you should move to your community or provinces to capture students. Let me be frank with you. We have a problem of only one officer is in charge of this. Sorry, is in charge of passport. Myself and him, we are the only two people. So if the officer moves from one province to the other, and others also move to Beijing, it means that those who come to Beijing will not have anybody to capture them. Let's be realistic. So when we are comparing embassy A to embassy B, we should understand that the issues are not the same. I am the only one under consular issues now. I handle so many things. Unfortunately, I was locked down. And the only week that I was locked down, a Ghanaian ended up losing his visa. It sent me up to date because he needed just a letter for him to introduce himself to the immigration to convince them that he's not the person they were trying to project him to be. Within that period, by the time I resumed and wrote the letter, it was too late. So when I should move from one province to the other, and I happen to be locked down somewhere in the process, it means that a lot of people are also going to be affected. So when we are discussing it, let's factor in the issue of staff, which we are handicapped in a way. Yes, somebody will say, oh, then employ more people, but we should also know that it's about resources. So please, it is not like somebody, and some of these things, when people say, oh, this embassy does this, sometimes when you go to inquire, it may not be so, but I am not in for those issues. But the issue is that in our case, we have a challenge. If you see that all the time you are speaking to one person or few people handling the issue, Mr. Opoku, always with education directly with you, I am with him supporting. Then the passport section, Nabil is there. So everybody is calling, community members and yourself. So if one section says move to this province, and do province to province capturing, it means that he's also saying that when people get to the embassy, whom we may not even know that they are coming, they just wake up and come. Whether holidays or not, they don't care, they come. I think Monday was a holiday. Myself and Nabil, we went to capture about 6 people. Yes, we went to the office, others came, 6 people went to capture them. Imagine on Monday we had moved to a province to say that because it was for holiday, we're not coming to the office, so let's move to this place. So that is the challenge we have. With the counseling, I think my good friend was talking about the counseling center. Mr. Boache has mentioned it and answered that yes, we are in charge. If you think you have a general case advice, please when you call, make it clear that I have a concern, something is bothering my mind. Can you help me address this? And we'll discuss it. You have my number, or I'll give you my number. Call me at the time you think you can speak, and we'll speak to the issue. 2, let's distinguish with whatever we speak. Normally, we are not straightforward. What I've detected is that people are always trying to dodge the fact. Instead of being straightforward with us, they don't want to be. So they want to hide the truth. And when you probe further, that is where the challenge comes up that, this is what the individual intended and not this way. So that is the only thing I will also add. If there is anything, please, I think we'll come in later. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions? I don't see any.
Sorry for me to add that. When my good friend said, okay. Sorry, one of my good friends said that he didn't get an answer from us and it worsened his situation or his case. It means that what happens is that when people call at the embassy, normally they have prepared answers they will be expecting. So when you say anything contrary to what they intend to hear, it becomes an issue for them. Because like I'm telling you, we have an issue that we are trying to address. And these are the things. We also have a challenge in the process. So when we try to help you to address it and you still want to insist, that is why you have a prepared answer. We should fall in line with your answer. If not, it is not the answer. Yes, the embassy is not doing enough, but the genuine thing is that we are doing our best to help you. People who come and are able to get a visa, they know we are, or when you find yourself in an issue or a problem and we come to intervene, then you get to know, the embassy is really supporting us. But the issue is that people wish that when they call upon us and they need visas to be able to get employment and so employment visas, they should be able to get it through the embassy's intervention. And when we are not able to do that, then it means that we are not helping. Please, if I have a prepared answer, it's going to be a challenge because we should also know why the embassy is. That is the issue. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Achoko. Barnabas, I see your hand up again.
Yes, please. I would like to find out from the officials of the embassy, what measures are they putting in place to help our friends, colleagues who are back home and then they are schooling online. Most of them have to do their lab work, but they don't have access to some of the equipments back home. And then it's very difficult for them to finish their academic work. We know that most countries have started bringing their people in. in China. So I would like to know what measures is the Embassy of Ghana also putting in place to help our friends and then the Ghanaian students who are back home to come back and finish their education. Thank you.
Right. I see Honorable Seto's hand up. Honorable.
Yeah. Sorry. Thank you very much. My question is in relation to the Ghana card. A communique was sent out that for the meantime,
members within the diaspora should be using their passports when it comes to engaging in banking activities. But preparations are being made towards the future and seeing how data could be taken and then members could be registered. I would like to, it's more of like, is there an advice or to prompt? Looking at how the passport renewal is going, I'm pleading that since I heard previously the government had made portable machines for, is it taking the bio data and others, looking at the numbers that's been registered when the codes were being shared for members to add their names to the list. I think with the Ghana card, if it comes to the issue of everybody conveying him or herself to the embassy, it might be a challenge. So I think for the meantime, if the embassy could see how they could pilot the use of the portable machines that have been given to them previously, like combining chapters, like a member suggested, even if it's once a year, so that at least they would know how to go about things if we get to that stage where there's a need for registration of Ghana cards across the various provinces. Yeah, that's basically mine. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so Mr. Boache and Mr. Chikowi can give answers to these questions since there is no other hand up.
Let me start with this Ghanaians stuck in Ghana who are unable to return to China to continue their studies. This matter has been visited upon so many times. The mission or the embassy, we went to the Chinese Foreign Ministry here to discuss that matters. We were really assured that plans are underway. They have put structures in place. They've informed all their embassies across the globe to liaise with the institutions of these students to see what modalities they can put in place to let them return. So we are very hopeful sooner, they will hear from them because they are really on it. We have been pestering them. We've been asking questions here and there and making comparisons as somebody made. And they have assured us that they have given instructions to their embassy all over the globe, including the embassy in Ghana. So very soon, we will hear something from them. I'm sure we have also requested the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Ghana to follow up on the matter from the Chinese embassy in Accra. So the embassy is constantly on this matter, and then I'm very sure very soon there will be a solution to it. With regards to the Ghana card, if you recall, recently we sent a communique around telling you that getting the number of Ghanaians in China. This was sequel to information we got from Ghana that they were trying to put things together in terms of logistics and other things to enroll Ghanaians abroad on the card. We have sent the details to them and we are waiting patiently for them to let us know how it's going to be done. We will follow up on that and then get information for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. But Mr. Boache, I would also want to find out, what if the data gathered in China for Ghanaians living in China who are not enrolled on this Ghana card, and probably, let's say, few students, few Ghanaians leave China and they come back home, but they've already submitted their details for the Ghana card thing. What's going to happen to such people?
We took the number, and obviously we make provisions for things of this nature. We didn't send the exact number. We added something to it. So I'm very sure they could be taken care of. And I know very well that when they are even bringing their logistics and other things, they will also make provisions for all these incidentals. So let's hope that they do. We have already made provisions for things unforeseen, things that we don't anticipate would happen. So we didn't send the exact number that we got. We made provisions for things of this nature. So let's rest assured that everyone will be sorted out. Right. Thank you.
Right. Okay. So there is a comment in the chat session here. Someone is saying, please, my humbly clarification about SIM registration too, because ending of this month, we can't use our local SIMs again, as notice has been raised about Ghana card, which is the next step, is to be able to use our SIM card. So I think this has to do with linking your SIM card with your Ghana card.
Ghana card, yeah. The SIM card re-registration has been we are constant. Even this afternoon, I had to call the foreign ministry to follow up on that. And no Ghanaian outside Ghana has had his or her SIM card re-registered. This Ghana card has not been sent anywhere outside Ghana. Even some of our mission staff have problems with some of these. Some don't even have Ghana card. So we are constantly on Ghana to make sure that the Ghana card, as well as the SIM card re-registration, takes care of Ghanaians outside Ghana, especially students. We will keep following up. I don't think, they will look at the set deadlines and then cut someone's phone number or what. We have to make sure that we get enrolled on it, because all of us are affected. And people nowadays use the SIM card for transaction purposes. So they have to take care of us, and we will make sure that something is done about it. The embassy is on it, and then everything at the appropriate time will be well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Boache. I don't know if Mr. Shoko has something else to add to this. If not, we will take.
I think it's okay. It's okay. Well answered.
Okay. Any other questions? I see a hand up. Eben.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
My family will be coming to the embassy on Monday, honorable embassy officials. I wanted to know if the embassy area is clear of any COVID issues, so they would know how to prepare themselves. And then what time they will get to Beijing around, they will go with the night train. They will get to Beijing around 9 a.m. So probably by 12, they will get to the office. So would they be able to finish with when they get there at 12, would they be able to finish by evening with the process and return to Nanjing? I'm just trying to avoid them staying over in Beijing and the rest. And then, yeah. And then finally, if someone comes to the office and his data is captured, let's say the next time his passport expires, does he have to come to the office again, or because his data has been captured, he just have to send documented and he stays behind? It's a little bit dicey for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think this is our passport. One, your family will get to Beijing by the office by 12. Yes, within 2 hours at most, they can return. Or latest by 3 p.m., they can go to the station. What happens is that when the individual comes, and they also tell us that, oh, I have a train at this time, we work within the time of the person to go back. In that case, we know that there's traffic, maybe there may be traffic on the way, and we factor all those things into the processes that we go through. The challenge we have is that some come without booking. So when you come and our system indicates that you are not booked, then we'll have to now book you. That delays a little bit, but all said and done, between that 12 p.m. to 3 p.m., you should be okay, or they should be okay to go back. Yeah, and you talk about COVID issue, there's no restriction in Beijing, all you do is that within 24 hours, you should be able to have the test of COVID test before coming. Then you do the COVID test today, you come the following day, so even will indicate that it's 0, and that is fine. You are good to go. So you can go back immediately. The registration after a period of 10 years, that is what you're talking about. Since it's in future, 10 years is just ahead. I can't preempt. But what I know is that your child of 10 years today will not be 10 years in the next 10 years that we are talking about. It will be 20 years. And 20 years means that the person might have been transformed from minor to adult. So the features might have changed. You yourself, 10-year period, your features might have changed. So what do we do and what are we saying? It means that we need to capture you anew. That is the whole idea. And it is to help you, the student, and not that, oh, somebody is bothering you. We are not bothering you. If you don't know, that what people don't know is that on daily basis, those who change their hairdo or their hairstyle, when they come here, they don't have dreadlocks and will not be the men especially are not wearing anything. When they finish school, they change because they want to look like the Americans or those guys in Jamaica. Then they ask us to write to say that this person who was issued this passport at that time is the same person. So almost every day we have to write to say that this person is still the same person. So to avoid all those things, that is why we encourage you that you come, you take your biometrics anew because you've changed. If people want to identify you, that you are still the same person. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. I don't know whether I can come in, please. Hello, can I come in? Okay,
please,
recently, 2 or 3 of my members renewed their passports and they went to their visa application center and they asked them to prove that they got a passport from the embassy. I don't know whether you've had a case like that before. If so, please, can you help us the passport? Kindly add some letter to show or a receipt or something to show that, yes, the passport is from the office itself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is what happens. It is an issue which is province-based. Some provinces do require or request for a letter from the embassy indicating that the passport one is genuine. It was issued by the embassy to the applicant or to the Ghanaian. What is happening is that you and I know most of us, or some of us, let me say not most, few of us are trying to sell the idea to others on platforms that they can also facilitate the issuance of passport directly from Accra. That would have been my last question and my last statement. So they are encouraging some of you to what? Come to them where they charge in higher amounts so that they can help you process it and they post it to you. The embassy is saying, no, we are not encouraging that. And the reason being that when you go through unauthorized route to get a passport, your province will ask us to now specify that this passport is genuine. We didn't process it, so how do we know that it's genuine? You are always going to say because it was still from Ghana. No, because the people believe that the embassy knows what we are doing. They believe that we will always ensure that the Ghanaian does the right thing. That's why they say, come to us for the letter. So when you come, we are able to issue a letter to you if and only if we issued the passport to you and you are sorted out. Sometimes when we delay, because others forget that when you get a passport, you have to go to a new passport, you have to go to your province or the immigration to tell them that I now have a new passport within a period of 10 days. Please let's notice, when you get a new passport, within a period of 10 days, you need to move to the immigration and tell them that you have a new passport for them to transfer your old visa into the new passport. So if you don't do it and you wait for about 15 days, 1 month, so and so, Then they will still ask you, go back to the embassy, go and tell them to find out or ask them the letter to show when you collected the letter. Normally, even if the person has exceeded the days, we try to restrict it within the period of 10 days, because we know that if not, they will may fine you. So they even may punish the applicant or the student. We try to cover our students in that respect. Thank you.
All right. So thank you, Mr. Chukwu. Okay, so there is a comment here, and the person says, please, with the issue of some students back home, a list of our documents and particulars were sent to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and later sent to the Chinese embassy in Ghana. Later after that, emails were sent to only few selected ones, a number of about 43. Meanwhile, the list submitted was over 200. We want to know the reason as to why there was selection with the emails. So
okay.
I don't know if there was a particular reason for that, Mr. Boache.
Okay, I didn't even know the initiative we took is bearing fruit now. I didn't know they have been started sending emails. And if they are started sending emails for people to come, that is in itself a very good sign. As to why they are being selective, we have no idea. I mean, we can only find out why that is happening, but I didn't even know they have started doing that. So we'll delve into why they are being, I don't know whether they are doing it in batches or I don't know the reason behind it, since it is from Chinese embassy in Accra. So we find out why this selectivity and then see how best we'll be able to solve the problem. So we'll get to the bottom of it and see why they are being selected. I don't know the criteria they are using in doing whatever they are doing. That is a mission. That's a diplomatic mission, and they are doing their own thing as per what they think is the best. But I mean, notwithstanding, we will find out what is happening. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Boache. I do believe our questions have been answered and our concerns have been actually tackled. And if there are no more questions and any concerns, I would like to say thank you very much to Mr. Boache and Mr.
Chukwu. Can you please give me some 5 minutes to put something across so that we'll be on the same page? I mean, we have observed something and we want us to discuss it, so that we all be certain with whatever we are doing.
Sure, I was coming to that though, but since you've already mentioned.
Oh, okay.
And
there are
please let's.
Yeah. There are instances where some of our compatriots, I mean, including leaders, have developed the penchant of running down the embassy officials, which is so worrying in their pages. By no means justifying any action or inaction or holding brief for any embassy official. Neither am I insinuating that we are beyond criticism, but human as we are, like any of you, we are fallible and we are subject to making errors and mistakes in our day-to-day activities, and especially in the discharge of our mandated duties. However, even as we make mistakes, we err. We expect criticisms which are constructive, not the kind of vilification, innuendos, and sometimes insults we receive on various platforms from our compatriots. Some are even community leaders whose actions we expect to have some leadership traits, because we are all helping each other. We are striving as much as possible to make life comfortable for all of us. So it is important to underscore that the embassy through these years have tried to make life worthwhile for our people in China, especially students. We are an institution in which operations are conducted within the confines of rules and regulations in the country we find ourselves. We do have limits sometimes, as there are extent to which
we can and we cannot do for our compatriots in times of need. But regardless of all these things, we have a lot of evidence where the embassy has gone the extra mile, even bent rules, all to the rescue of our dear brothers and sisters. And we need an encouragement for that. So in effort at ensuring that all hands are on deck towards offering the needed assistance where necessary, the embassy is by this medium drawing attention to the fact that when it comes to protecting, promoting, and then seeing to the welfare of Ghanaians in China, in this complicated and challenging world we find ourselves, it will be better executed if the tax is considered a shared responsibility of all Ghanaians in China. Whilst the embassy has the mandated duty of ensuring that Ghanaians in China's welfare are taken care of. That is one of our core duties, and we do it so well. This preoccupation can be far from actualization if the needed cooperation, collaboration, and encouragement from our fellow Ghanaians are not existent. I mean, if we don't get the encouragement, the needed cooperation and collaboration, our efforts wouldn't be worthwhile. We can't have a way of helping you. Recently, the initiative of, and then therefore the mission put in place to lessen the plight of our citizens in Shanghai who were badly hit by the pandemic may have, to some people, gone unnoticed. However, the mission will not be in the same page or in sync with our people who, for one reason or the other, are constrained in cooperating with us. However, the embassy would rather focus on improving on our core mandate, which has the overall effect of positively impacting on the development of our motherland. So please, let's all work together. We are all people, we are all Ghanaians. We go off sometimes, but the criticisms should be constructive so that we will improve on whatever we are doing. The vilifications, excuse me, and then other insults, which some of us are privy to sometimes, is worrying and troubling. So please, let's all put our hands on deck and make sure that we help each other. We encourage those who can help us to help us. Thank you so much. This is a piece of note I have to give you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Boache, for such words. I think we all need to work together for the betterment for all of us. So at this juncture, I would like to call on our welcome Honorable Millicent to present this citation to the embassy.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Embassy. The National Union of Ghana Students, China, sincerely appreciates the Ghana Embassy in Beijing for its contributions to the Union. These contributions, support, advice, and sponsorship greatly aided the Union and its members in achieving our objectives. God richly bless the ambassador and the staff of the embassy. Thank you. From NUGS-CHINA, 2021-2022 academic year. Thank you, embassy.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So much. Thank you so much. We are most grateful. On behalf of the ambassador, we extend our profound gratitude for this honor. Ambassador will definitely hear of this, and then the embassy, as I said, is so grateful for this. At least you are recognizing how we are helping each other to help you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. On behalf of the embassy and the entire staff, ambassador, the head, and then everyone at the mission, we thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Welcome, Honorable Millicent. Now call on Honorable Victor from Chengdu, the Chengdu president, to give us the vote of thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the chairman of the LOC, the NEC, chapter executives, and all representatives of the committee, I would like to sincerely express our gratitude to our invited guest, Madam or Miss Katrina Chan, and then the representatives from our great embassy in the presence of Mr. Johnson and his team. We are most grateful. We thank you all for your time, for making the 34th Congress a success. We believe that without you, we will not have done this far. And to our observers and our delegates, we are much grateful for standing through from afternoon till this evening. And all those who join in Ghana, we are much grateful. And then to our aspirants, we want you to take the baton we are handing to you and to make the union a success. Thank you all once again. Good evening.
Thank you very much, Honorable Victor.
Hello, host.
Hello.
Hello, MC.
Hello,
there's one last thing we have to do before we go.
Right.
Yes, this has to do with we reopen nomination for one position, WUCOM. We've gotten somebody to apply. So I think it would be right for us to introduce the person to Congress, just like we did for the other contestant before we leave tonight. So on this note, I would like to call upon the said member in the person of Miss Ashetu. If you're available, kindly turn on your camera. Let's see you. Let Congress see you. And then you can give us, tell us, just like the other aspirants did. Tell us about yourself, and then we take it from there.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Please, am I audible enough?
Yes, you are audible. We can hear you.
Okay. So my name is Aisha Abubakar from Tanjo chapter. I'm a third year undergrad studying international economics and trade at the Jiangsu University of Technology and aspiring for the position of the Women's Commissioner. Thank you.
Mr. Eben, easy chair. They were going to close on us, so so please feel free to interact with the aspirant.
Oh, I think you have done a good job. You've helped us. So.
No, the favorite food and things, no.
Okay, Madam, you are welcome. I was trying to let them prepare you some nice PPT, but I think time is far gone. So, I don't really know what to ask you. What's your favorite sport, if we may ask you? The way you have your bandana on your head. Looks like
sports.
Hey, Yaboka. You don't do sports. Well, I thought you were coming to make the women all run and lose weight like that. Yeah. All right. So, which part of Ghana do you come from?
I'm Greater Accra.
Hey. Oh, sorry. Are you Ganyobi?
No, I'm not.
Now you confuse me. No more further question. Because the young boy from Greater Accra. All right. So just to see you smiling, give us a little reason to look forward to you. So we hope you send us. You've sent us all your things you've received. So good luck on your vetting. And we hope to see you with a bigger bandana tomorrow. All right.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you. Honorable Salom, I think we are done for today.
I think our job is done. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I hand over to the LOC. We'll meet. Yeah, bye-bye.
Yeah, Honorable Babbage.
Yes, boss.
Yeah, thank you so much for sacrificing your time all the way from Ghana. Really appreciate your effort. It's not everyone that would sacrifice that much, most especially looking at the IMF situations back home. You've really done well. Imofia, it's not easy to stay nowadays.
I know, right?
God
I
richly
know,
bless
right?
you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Welcome,
you.
welcome. All right.
So I think now basically, God willing, tomorrow we'll continue with day 2, and we'll be having the national report from the national president. We'll also have the national financial statement, but we'll have an interactive session also. That's between 3:10 to 4:10 p.m. Tomorrow's program starts at 2. Yeah. So we'll plead with all and sundry to avail themselves tomorrow. We should make it a success, just like how we've done today. We really appreciate that. So tomorrow's interactive session basically is going to be about how we would develop strategies to revitalize the various chapters. So we'll be looking forward to each and everyone's contribution. It's going to be more of a panel interactive session with all delegates combined in the afternoon. So without any further announcements, I think I'll adjourn today's meeting to tomorrow. So tomorrow, Congress will reconvene. Yeah. Thank you very much. So, DJ Ato, can you play some music whilst? Thanks. Please have a lovely evening. See you tomorrow.
Flip the music. It's like something doing me bottle, yeah. Are you looking for me? What bottle, yeah. It's like I'm walking far away to you. Baby, don't try me, come closer, let me do you this. Big body bad girl, what you say now? The way you do me so, don't call me Baba. I be needing my peace, so big body bad girl, what you say now? It's like there's something running down below. When you do me like this, and I really wanna say nice things, just go shut your door. Oh, you know I be. It's till we go inside that grave. Cause if you wanna know my life, Bacala me, you know me. Another hit, you know. Another hit, you know. Bacala me, you know. Bacala me, you know. Cause if you willing on my like this, I will come through. I will come running right there with you when you know like this, so and if you tell me your wishes, I will come through. I will come running right there with you when you know like this, so it's like I'm walking far away to you. Baby, don't try me, come closer, let me do you this. Big body bad girl, what you say now? The way you do me so, don't call me Baba. I be needing my peace, so big body bad girl, what you say now? It's like there's something running down below. When you do me like this, and I really wanna say nice things, just go shut up.
Cowabunga.
Let it be cool, let it be cool. Let it be cool, let it be, let it be cool, let it be cool. Let it be cool, let it be cool. Hey, oh na no, oh na brand every go and we showing him the witchy one and other brand every go and we showing him the witchy one and other brand every go and we showing him the witchy one and other brand every go and hallelujah, history they make it dada see who they will put it yeah oh no jolly back sweetie when shake your waist my soul put it yeah oh no jolly back sweetie you when shake your waist smile my soul let it be go let it be go hey oh na no oh na no oh na no oh na no shut down empire oh na no oh na
I'ma see brother see brother see brother I'ma see brother brother we mumu brother we mumu brother we no wise brother no get size you carry woman go club you spend all your money the girl talk say she no do you con dey cry you carry woman go club you spend all your money the girl talk say she no do you con dey cry you carry woman go club you spend all your money the girl talk say she no do you con dey cry you carry woman go club you spend all your money the girl talk say she no do you con dey cry I'ma see auntie see auntie see auntie I'ma see auntie we mumu auntie we mumu auntie we no eyes auntie no get size I'ma love you I'ma love you my do popo I say do popo you carry small boy go club you spend all your money the boy talk say he no do you con dey cry you carry small boy go club you spend all your money the boy talk say he no do you con dey cry you carry small boy go club you spend all your money the boy talk say he no do you con dey cry you carry small boy go club you spend all your money the boy talk say he no do you con dey cry
I do my voice on this beats.
Loco bachina, machin pape que paruta. Matroca serious, troca,
Na 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 na. Oh, is it because I buy new designer? We make you feel like say I don't do right. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I just be generous, Mariana. Just because you still be my numero uno. I'm not gonna play you for a fool, cause you see right through me, yes I know. Ooh, yeah. If you gon' believe them lies, baby, just realize that's me, yes. On me. I love it when you talk to me. That should feel like therapy. I love it when you talk to me. That should feel like therapy. Ooh. But I said then biggie bam, biggie bam, biggie bam bam, biggie bam, biggie bam, biggie bam bam. Baby be the finest, my baby be the finest. Biggie bam, biggie bam, biggie bam bam, the biggie bam, biggie bam, biggie bam bam. Baby be the finest, my baby be the finest. Used to do the freaky things, I still wanna do nasty things. We lose it in the mystery, 'cause nothing really matters anymore. Baby, don't know why that put me to the stress. Better come check me for the makeup sex. Me put it on you, tell me what you gonna do. Me let one leave something, but you're something of the best. So yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yeah. She said she never love again, need to fuck him up. I tell her baby not again, make her fix you up. Better loving you, go guys, no be synthetic, yo. Oh. So baby, make you know the fear, I go hold you down. Oh, na na na. Kinda love you, go get you. Be better love you, no go regret you. Come on, baby, give me that thing, you know. Come on, baby, give me your heart, you know. Better loving you, go get you. I promise that you no go regret you. Come on, baby, give me that thing, you know. So come on, baby, give me your heart, you know. Say you're rockin' with the real one. And when you know, girl, you know it. It's no be FIFA, no be play. For your side, girl, I go there, you, yeah. Prettiest girl that I ever seen. For you, I sing these melodies. Oh, yeah. Your body is a felony. Your melanin, you deserve a 5-star life, yeah. She said she no go love again. Need to fuck him up. I tell her, baby, not again. Make her fix you up. Better loving you, go guys, no be synthetic, you. Oh. So baby, make you know the fear, I go hold you down. Oh, na na na. Kinda love you, go get you. Be better love you, no go regret you. Come on, baby, give me that thing, you know. Come on, baby, give me your heart, you know. Better loving you, go get you. I promise that you no go regret you. Come on, baby, give me that thing, you know. So come on, baby, give me your heart, you know. Girl, you still my heart, oh. Hey, you didn't make out my heart, oh. When I did with you, I did ginger, na 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 na. Say you still my heart, oh. Girl, you didn't make out my heart, oh. Yeah. Why not think? Turn around, make us slap that thing. Why not think? Let them know, say, bad man, I am blessed. I never fear no man, even though I walk through the valley of death. Oh, let them know, say, they can't touch my destiny. They can't come sit next to me. Them or them hit me, I go higher, higher, higher. Over me, over. Let thy wings over me. Oh, I'm anointed from the head to the toe, man, anointed. Over me, over. Let thy wings over me. Oh, I'm anointed from the head to the toe, man, anointed. Let them know, say, man, I'm blessed. All of them no see, man I bless. All of them no see, man I bless. All of them no see, man I beyond every curse. Many men them I won't make a fall. Jaja guide me so I stand tall. So tall at the highest mountain. And the river inside flow like a fountain. Who Jah bless, let no man curse. Let no man curse, who Jah bless. If you want try me, try me. If you want try me, Jah strike me. Over me, over. Let thy wings over. Oh, I'm anointed. From the head to the toe, man anointed. Over me, over. Let thy wings over me. Oh, I'm anointed. From the head to the toe, man anointed. Get you know they want you know they get. Go busy leave me alone. Go busy show me more. Get you know they want you know they get. Get you know they want you know they get. Get you know they want you know they get. My baby killing the show. Ready to make a follow. Oh baby give me some more. Busy attire for your body, yeah, feeling warm up. And I'll be wire for this body. Brand new, color they go. I know they see no greens in my head. So I go carry they go. If I broke, now my business. So feeling me no. Where she down, say she know go take it to low. All I care for the night. But she go make her know. If I broke, now my business. All I care for the night. And I've been living fast life, but I see it in slow. Oh no, and you see my lifestyle, I got G's in the double. See many people there outside where they feed man's oboe. Oh no, I mean I stand the defender like Joseph Yobo. But girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chatty get even money. If you fall in love, girl is satin. You go to breakfast, I'm not capping. Can you see dripple, I'm not catching. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm on quest and feet, I just want it. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I care for the night. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I care for the night. FNESS, if it be the reason why your papa wanna jealous me. If you want to take I'm serious, I do top speed. No fit to resonate, I'm on a different frequency. I don't think it's necessary. I'll be done with that somebody that could do like me. When I be like Musala coming off the right wing, I cut through your defender, you no need to tell me. I'm a house, finesse. You know, send me, I must let. I go carry go. If me, I got money past you. If you're not careful, finesse. You know, send me, I must let. I go carry go. If me, I got money past you. If you're not careful, finesse. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I care for tonight. If I broke, now my business. By my side, all I care for the night. Whenever I'm broken, you make me feel whole. Whenever I'm lonely, you're there for my soul. Wherever you are, girl, that's where I call my own. Whenever you doubt it, I'll be letting you know. Oh, girl, I want to be dancing with you forever. You see through the storm and take me as I am. It's magic anytime that we're together. I make I just love you and hold you for my hand. 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 Over and over again, yeah, my love is burning, babe. Feels like time is frozen and the night is for us. We're alone again, every moment's golden, yeah.
magic anytime that we're together. I make her just love you and hold you for my hand, hold you for my hand. Hold you for my hand, 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 hold you for my hand. I wanna be in your life.
Yeah. Don't sleep, don't sleep. Wake up. Collect your money. Wake up. Get up, go get the moolah. Wake up. Koniko kala. Kala ko yellow dilla. Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be jai. Kilo come, become person, matter, person we don't mind. Boy, when I land softly on the sofa floor. So far, so good. Koni bajo, let me see you. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, bukao. Let me see you, de buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, bukao. Let me see you, de buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, bukao. Let me see you, de buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, bukao. Let me see you, de buga. Better, go get the dollar. Wake up. Don't walk, don't try. Supposed to be high. Kilo con uno chef water. They see what I'm when I land so free on a sofa floor. So far, so good. Koni bajo, let me see you. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, bukao. Let me see you.
Love is not enough, baby. Come to me, Molo. Love me or you hate me, know me. No mess with me, Mologo. NSC 250, come along, titi. Giuseppe's are nothing. In a Maserati, hey baby, easy. Fine boy like you, easy. You won't kiss somebody, but lose sweet melody. Normally, Ojojumo la shaye Luckily, mo lowo tí mo fẹ́ náà. Me, I just want to be high. Me, I just want to be high. Me, I just want to be high.
For this party, let's get party. Can't call mommy, can't call daddy. Vision blurry, words are slurry. What's my goal? The sky is falling. Wake up and jump start. I could chop you like a come be my yoga. I can get away from these things. I love the way you got me feeling. No, my love, baby girl, only me. My love, nobody, luckily, me, I just want to be high. Me, I just want to be high. Me, I just want to be high.
Kawabanga.
Girl, don't flex with the boy, your body is a mountain. She wanna roll with the man them. When I drop, you know it's an anthem. Oof. Girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me. Oof. Girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me. Oof. Girl, don't flex with the boy, your body is a mountain. She wanna roll with the man them. When I drop, you know it's an anthem. Girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me. Girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me. Pull up in the club with all my G's. When we outside, it's an all 19. Yeah, them start to shake when they call my name. Don't play with a ball like me. Who you else know live a life like this? LA to Houston to NYC. I'm always on the road, they be on my road. Don't play with a guy like this. I like Shy, you I know like Ghana. One and a C for my corner. Give me some more, give me some jara. So many use them, I think I'm a farmer. I like Shy, you I know like Ghana. One and a C for my corner. Give me some more, give me some jara. So many use them, I think I'm a farmer. Yeah, girl, don't flex with the boy, your body is a mountain. She wanna roll with the man then. When I drop, you know it's an anthem. Oof. Girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me. Oof. Girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me. Oof. Girl, don't flex with the boy, your body is a mountain. She wanna roll with the man then. When I drop, you know it's an anthem. Girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me. Girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me. If you no go dance way, you go just stand there, the guy. Go, one logo line. And you want can fight, why? No, small beats we just the play, where you just decrease, that's nice. Moon say I'm there, son, I'm okay. I did get there, moon for you catch it. Bob said you will please say, where would they chill, East Lagos. Enjoyment, me share song. West flavor, East Lagos dog. If they come out the girls from East, that one will make the sauce complete. If you are nabbing, me I'll eat. When I choke your ties, you will fill up your teeth.
Stubborn academy, 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 stubborn academy. How much be your salary? 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 Your girlfriend in my gallery, she in my gallery. Stubborn academy, stubborn academy. Small nyash they shake, small nyash they shake. Big boys they play, big boys they play. We dey pop champagne, we dey pop champagne. Belle rosé, left me make I do my thing, make I do my thing. You are not my mate, you are not my mate. Them say I decrease, them say I decrease. I can't complain, I can't complain. Zatazin, tata. You dey go kitty kitty, you dey go gaga. You dey hop everywhere, you be grass cutter. See your makeup, you be karishika. I carry you outside very fair, I carry very fair. Any PK3, any PK3. Chama mesre, DJ chorus please. Hey. Stubborn academy, 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 stubborn academy. How much be your salary? 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 Your girlfriend in my gallery, she in my gallery. Stubborn academy, stubborn academy. We are outside wants to go inside. Then bounce out for club. I'm a sword 247. Stubborn academy, stubborn academy. Aguwolagati, Aguwolagati. Kakwameni, Kakwameni. One jam free, one jam free. Stubborn academy, stubborn academy. Yabi Kumuji, Yabi Kumuji. None of your street, none of your SDG. Boss Molala. MDK hits me, MDK hits me. Chelsea beats me, Chelsea beats me. We no be too sweet, we no be too sweet. Alugumi, 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 alugumi. Alugumi, 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 alugumi. You chook me, I chook you, you chook me, I chook you. Alugumi, 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 alugumi. Bad Chinese food, bad Chinese food. Nanya, nanya, Ekolo, mama, mama. Basla, ha, come on, Ekolo, beef, beef.
Special expression, keep them. Go. One leg. One leg. Just one leg. One leg. One leg.
In this world inside, it no be everybody sabi dance. So I dey do this song to teach you the basic step. I say make you know the fear, run to the dance floor. Just do as I do, and we go have a lot of fun. So jump to the center, move one leg like this, and bounce it. See, and bounce it. Go, and bounce it. Now with African dance, you have to go down low, shoulder up, and just chest. Facial expression, give them one leg, go, one leg, one leg, just one leg, one leg, keep bouncing, one leg, show them this song be one leg. If you get two legs, yes. If you get three legs, yes. If you get four legs, yes. So show me the dance now. I say show me the dance now. I say show me the dance now. Wow, now one leg is everywhere. Everybody's dancing one leg. If you go to the club, if you go to the church, everybody one leg. America one leg. Africa one leg. Europe one leg. Now Asia.
Chrome wide, chrome wide, chrome wide. Jessica. Believe me, girls. Hey, what one thing? Jammer confirm me. And see a baby. Yes, chrome wide, and see Jayo. Yeah, what one thing? Yeah, what one thing? Yeah, what one thing? Yes, chrome wide, and see Jayo. Yeah, what one thing? Yeah, what one thing? Yeah, what one thing? Yes, chrome wide, and see Jayo. Yeah, what one thing? Yeah, what one thing? Yeah, what one thing? Outside, yes, chrome wide, and see Jayo. Yeah, what one thing? Outside, yeah, what one thing? Yeah, what one thing? Outside, yes, chrome wide, and see Jayo. Yeah, what one thing? I'm outside. Got it, yeah, Jimmy. I mean, now, Papa, what you pay? Yeah, Jimmy. Free night, go space to space. Me friend, oh friend, I care. Menyami dole visit me Ethiopia. Menyami dole visit me Ethiopia. Unya wadi afa utubo adri. Mikurami diye about timbe dedene. Atinga ready the krema mafinga. Yari sisi jinga gadi kosi abeti le pinga abonting. Kosi abeti le pinga abonting. So kosi abeti le pinga abonting. Ting abonting. Yeah, abonting. Yeah, abonting. TSC chroma and Tijayo. Yeah, abonting. Yeah, abonting. Yeah, abonting.
I did it. Big stars, big cash my way, but still I can't believe. Under 1 minute, still I can't believe. But I can't blame myself for this shit. I knew man them was born for this shit. Of course I fucked up. Who never fuck up? Hands in the air. No hands. Still I can't believe. You know what I mean? I was young, what you expect from me? It is what it is. But I keep going, no. More like a rolling stone, cause I have no stopping time. Can nobody stop a man? Oh, I keep going, no. More like a rolling stone, cause I have no stopping time. Can nobody stop a man? No, I'm gonna run my race. I'm gonna keep my pace. Cause I really have no one to play. When I fall again, I can't stand this pain. I can't watch me fail. So anytime you pray, remember my name, remember you know a traveler. The name is Kweku the hustler. He's been far away just in Kuala. I'll be back again, bro, me coming now. I swear on my life, I can't wait to be back. I know you miss me, I know. Remember you know a traveler. The name is Kweku the hustler. He's been far away just in Kuala. I'll be back again, bro, me coming now. I swear on my life, I can't wait to be back. I know you miss me, I know. They say, when it's on and it's on, you can't stop till it's done. See, goddamn, I'm a buck. I brand see, I'm a siswa. It's a great man, oh. That ain't one, I'm a it's a great man, oh. It's a great man, oh. When it's on and it's on, I can't stop till it's done. See, goddamn, I'm a buck. I brand see, I'm a siswa. It's a great man, oh. That ain't one, I'm a it's a great man, oh. It's a great man, oh. Yeah. See me on the road, talking to the most. Remember, you know a traveler. The name is Kweku the hustler. He's been far away just in Kuala. I'll be back again, bro, me coming now. I swear on my life, I can't wait to be back. I know you miss me, I know. Remember, you know a traveler. The name is Kweku the hustler. He's been far away chasing Kuala. I'll be back again, bro, me coming now. I swear on my life, I can't wait to be back. I know you miss me, I know.
Kawabanga. DJ Atoki.